And we are live, ladies and gentlemen of the internet. So, welcome everybody. We're here today to do our preview for the Bayern versus Dortmund game. It is what many people consider to be the game of the season. Probably the most important game, as many people would describe it. And quite frankly, we are here today to do the preview for it. It's also Tuchel's first game in charge, which is very exciting because we don't know what we're going to get. We don't know how it's going to pan out. So I think a lot of us are very excited. A lot of us I want to look forward to it, and a lot of us just want to talk about it. So, yeah, let's talk about it, everyone. Let's enjoy this discussion and prediction, this preview, because quite frankly, there's a lot to predict. We don't even know how we're going to play, how we're going to set up, if there are going to be some surprises in the squad. I mean, I think there might be one surprise, but that's about it. But there's a lot that we can talk and discuss about. But first of all, how's everyone feeling? How's everyone doing? And what's everyone's thoughts on this game? I'll start with you, Samasi, since I believe you were the first one here. So go ahead. The floor is yours.
I'm
Bayern fan
okay.
TV, can I say something real quick?
Go on.
I'm sorry. Like I gotta go somewhere, so can I make mines real quick so that I can,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if
I,
you gotta
I'll
go
go and
somewhere.
I'll go and come back, but I gotta go somewhere real quick.
Yep, if you've got to go somewhere, then absolutely go ahead. I hope you don't mind,
Okay,
Samasi.
okay. Um,
No.
so for me, sorry about that, Samasi. Sorry. For me, we need to think about it this way. This thing that we're talking about here is a big game, and I understand it's a big game, but I like Tuchel. And I'm tired of these fans like Puya. I'm tired of these other guys who have been in Nagelsmann's dick for the past like 3 or 4 weeks now. Um, get over it. Get over it. Get over it. Get over it. And even if he loses this game, like to me, I'm still like I still just like him as a manager. Like I still think he's the right manager. So whether we win, whether we lose, I still like him as a manager. It's just bad that we lose because if we lose, then that means that Dortmund will have 4 points, so it'll be very hard for us to catch up to them. Saying that, why? And I did a what if lineup on Bayern Fan TV. I said, what if we play a 4-2-2-2? You understand what I'm trying to say? We need to core stop. No, I'm not waffling. I'm
With
being
two
honest.
with
Stop.
two
Stop
strikers on
thinking.
top.
Yes, 4-2-2-2. Because remember, we started with that in the beginning of the season with Tuchel and Mane, and it worked out. You get what I'm trying to say? So why don't we start with that 4-2-2? Another thing too is that I want Cancelo to play left back, and I want Maserati to play right back. That's my personal opinion on this game. I strongly do believe that where the game will be
No
won.
Davis.
No, because he was awful in the game that they played recently, the 2-2 draw. And also, I'm not really confident with him, like as a left back. Like he has his ups and downs. Um, Another thing too is he's a YouTuber. I keep telling
Okay.
YouTubers.
Oh, sorry, but what's wrong with being a YouTuber? And I need an
Okay, I'll
explanation.
I'll I'll tell you. I'll tell you what's wrong. I'll tell you what's wrong. Before he came to Bayern Munich, he was fully focused on just football in general. Now he's talking about other teams. He's having video game sessions with I show speed from YouTube. It's just ridiculous. Like you need to put your mind. This season we want to win the Champions League. If your mind is not to win the Champions League, then we need to bench him. You understand what I'm trying to say? And obviously Cancelo looks more comfortable in the left back position than I think personally than Davies does. Um, but again, we could try the 4-2-2 formation. We could also really try the 4-3-3, which makes a lot more sense too. Because if you look at it, then we'd have three midfielders in, let's say, Gravenberch, Goretzka, and Kimmich, and then we would have maybe um, Mane, Gnabry, sorry, Sane, Mane, and Gnabry as a three. Or you go with a 3-4-3 because Chelsea beat Dortmund with a 3-4-3. So yeah, that's all I got. I'll see you guys. All right.
All right, see ya. Thank you very much for your thoughts on the game. Um, a lot of strong opinions, I'll say, especially like attacking Davis for being a YouTuber.
That was outrageous. That was outrageous.
Like, what's wrong with being a YouTuber? Come on now. uh, I feel almost personally attacked here. But yeah, so Masi, what are your thoughts? We'll finally get to you. And do you have anything to counter? I know he's obviously not here to defend his opinions and whatnot, but do you have anything here to counter, cause thoughts? Maybe something else, maybe a different take on it, or maybe just you agree with him. I don't
I
know.
thought actually Davis had a good game against a better game than other players against Leverkusen, and I think with Davis on the left and Cancelo on the right, and I think let Davis be YouTuber if you want. He's very lonely in Munich. Maybe Twitch. He can connect with other people because his family isn't in Munich. Most of his friends are probably not live in Munich, and his girlfriend doesn't live with him. So if he wants to play with other um, gamers on YouTube and play on Twitch and do YouTube videos, as long as he performs on the pitch, I really don't care what players do um, in their free time. If so that's all I'm. If it isn't anything illegal, I mean, you know. So I really don't care what players do off the pitch, and um, I think um, um, I think Musiala. I don't think Musiala will start because I think he's still a little bit injured. I think Sane will start instead of him, and Sane needs a big boy performance from him. In a big game, we need a good performance from Sane. We paid 60 million euros for him, and he hasn't really performed in a big game yet. So that's I want from him.
Okay. Musiala is obviously a question mark. So just for those that aren't, checking the news every single day or so, basically he has been out for a while now due to a minor injury, but he has been training this week. So we're not 100% sure because the news at the beginning of the week was that he's training alone. And then on the news towards the end of the week, I mean, Tuchel today came out and said that I believe he said, oh, I might get this wrong because the interview happened earlier, but I believe he said that Musiala was training with the team. I want to say he either start training with the team today or he'll be just about doing it with the team tomorrow before the game. So don't expect Musiala to necessarily start, ladies and gentlemen. But there is a chance, basically. So we don't know, but it's more so unlikely, I would say. Now, Daniel, what are your thoughts just on what everyone else has said, and what are your own thoughts as well? Do you counter them? Do you agree with
Yeah.
them? Do you have anything to add to them?
Yeah, I'll give my quick rundown of the game first, and then I'll talk about the Davies thing Core said because that was outrageous. But I think the first thing everyone's gonna check tomorrow is the lineup if it's gonna be a three at the back or four at the back. I'm still banking on three at the back just because I don't think Tuchel will want to change too much right off the bat because he hasn't seen these players for too long. Most of them came in on like Tuesday or Wednesday. Davies came back on Thursday, so I don't think there was enough time to implement his ideas too much. So I think he'll stick with three at the back, especially since he kind of automized three at the back at Chelsea pretty quick. I think in terms of the players, it's going to be really important for them and Tuchel, of course, but not as much Tuchel because this is their Klassiker and we have City coming up. So I think first impressions are going to be super key this game, especially because that's what Tuchel's going to see first out of all the players: how much effort they put in, what are their capabilities, what can they do, what they can't do. Especially with the trust factor that's going to have to be there with Tuchel being here for like hopefully 2.5 years and more. And the one thing I did like with Tuchel too before,
Six with this spot, 16 months max. 16 months
no, he'll be
max.
here for 5 years. But with Tuchel, the one thing I did like in the practice was the communication with the players. Like he was having talks with Gravenberch for like 10 minutes, with Sane for 10 minutes. You can tell like that he he can be more focused towards certain players, which Nagelsmann couldn't do. We saw with like how Musiala, how he barely talked to Nagelsmann. So I think Tuchel's gonna have a better time developing these players and getting the trust of these players. But it's up to these players to like put good first impressions, and Dortmund's gonna be the best test for that because of the way the Bundesliga is set up right now. I think another thing that is going to be interesting is whether players with questionable game time will get subbed in or if they're going to start. I think Mane, Moting, Gravenberg, and these guys, Gnabry too. I think it's going to be interesting to see if they start or if they come off the bench. And I think it's going to be a good test for the City games coming up. And then the thing on Davies too, you have to, but people have to understand too is these players have to be in the right mindset to win trophies. They have to be in a good mood, upbeat mood. If they're fucking depressed, they're not gonna like play well on the pitch. You saw that with Pavard. If Davies is lonely in Munich, which he said he is because he has no family, few friends, his girlfriend's not there, let him have fun and stream on Twitch, which he hasn't even done in months, by the way, or like stream with I Show Speed. Like he's just trying to have fun, enjoy his time, get in a good headspace. The idea that like they can't live private lives or like do certain things is ridiculous. That's like a Roy Keane take. Like, oh, the Brazil players can't dance on the pitch. Like, what the fuck is that? It's ridiculous to me. Like, let them do what they want if they're not breaking the law.
Course drunk. Course drunk.
Yeah, like I agree with Samasi said. Like, as long as they're not breaking the law, let them enjoy their lives. Like, it's a privilege to be a footballer. Let them enjoy the gifts that comes with it.
You know, I would agree with all of that, but I don't. And the only reason I don't agree with it, Davis hasn't hit me up to play games. That's the only reason. Nah, but in all honesty, yeah. The way I see it, it's actually very simple. I don't care what players do. Samasi, I believe you were saying, as long as they don't do anything illegal, I'd go one step further. If you do something illegal, just get away with it. As long as it doesn't impact the club. That's the way I see it. Like the thing with Bayern as well, if you look at the history, the thing with Bayern though is if you look at the history, there's been a lot of players, ex-players that have done illegal things,
Current ones too.
even current ones, yeah, and maybe not necessarily illegal, but also immoral things, and yet this club just sweeps it under the rug. And just because they're good footballers, so there is a certain level of.
I'm not. Since the whole thing with Boateng came out, I am not supporting him at all.
Okay, here's my thoughts to you then. What do you think about Ribery?
Was that the one with Benzema?
The same thing.
That was the one
But
with
like,
Benzema, right?
yeah, with Benzema, yeah. Like I could literally name you like 20 players just in the last like 10 years that have done something, but like
Listen,
people
as
forget
far as
about it.
if you cheat on your wife, I don't care.
Well, that's
If
what I
you
said,
abuse someone,
illegal or
if
immoral.
you abuse someone or do something without their consent, then I'm against it.
Yeah,
So if you cheat, I don't care. If you hook up with a prostitute, I don't care. But the other things, no, you can't do that.
I mean, I'm not the beacon of morality here, so I'm not gonna like say, oh, that's wrong and right. But for me, I just view everything sort of in a blank slate. Not in a blank slate. I just view everything very equal. Like to me, the way I see it is that these players, um, the club doesn't care. Do I care? Sure, but you know, does me caring matter? No. Does the club care? Absolutely not. Like you could have players, you know,
Yeah, that's
that
true.
that get. I mean,
Uh,
look at Manchester
the
United.
club starts to care if it goes on the dollars.
Yeah,
If it goes
exactly.
in
And
the revenue,
or the
then they're
result.
gonna care. Yeah.
You look at Manchester United. You know, Greenwood is coming back for them as well.
Yeah.
How no. How the hell this if you Man United have become the most shameless cap if they start him again because
I mean,
we all seen the No, the evidence is literally online. The
Uh,
evidence is
uh,
online.
all I'm gonna say is
And
Ronaldo.
it's, I will say, it's
Yeah.
fucking weird. It's fucking weird that she's fucking pregnant and they're together again. This is one toxic relationship. My
Uh,
God.
so Massey, I'll agree with you. Like in an ideal, perfect world, Green would be in jail. But what United's gonna say is they're engaged. They have a baby coming on the way. He's reformed. All this dumb bullshit PR, and then he'll be back in the team. That's what's gonna happen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like there is a
The
thing with
girl, the girl needs some therapy. Seriously, what the hell?
it's easy to say for outsiders like us because quite frankly we're not in that situation, so I don't think it's really good to speculate on it either. But again, just from a club's perspective, from a business perspective, they won't care as long as they can twist. Yeah, that's what they've got PR machines for, that they can twist a negative and turn it into a neutral. With that said, though, because you're kind of getting away from the Dortmund preview, I know we're talking about Davis and his situation. Um, I've seen a lot of people say, well, he is rich, so on and so forth, so who cares about his situation? And I think that's honestly one of the most boneheaded discussion, one of the most boneheaded uh retorts and replies that people have made towards that. I just think, quite frankly, especially because he's rich, he's gonna have trust issues. Like I, quick uh, thing. I've been watching a lot of basketball recently for like the last 5 months or so, and a player that's really going through
Shout
it
out
right
to the
now.
Knicks. Shout out to the Knicks.
Oh my goodness. Okay. We're just gonna ignore that. And with that said, a player that has gone through a lot recently has been Luka Doncic, and you really see how that affects a player on the pitch because he was like MVP candidate, and then like his situation started happening, and suddenly like his form dropped off completely. And it's obviously, I mean, I've been complaining about Davis's form for a long time now, but perhaps perhaps those external factors are the reason for that. And so, we can't ever tell what someone is going through in personal life because, quite frankly, we're not in that person's shoes. We don't walk their miles. We don't, you know, um, move their foot. But quite frankly, from where I'm standing, I don't think it's ridiculous for a footballer, for an athlete, for someone in the limelight to feel like, the limelight is all there is, and there is no actual intimacy, no actual privacy. But at the end of the day, the way I look at it is just like this. Um, there are groups for that. There are actual groups for that, and I would know for different reasons, but there are groups for that that specifically help people in his situation. And the reason I know is because I dealt with a client at work that once mentioned that because they were someone that was I don't want to get into too much detail because obviously I need to keep that private. But I was talking to someone that was in the limelight who mentioned that there are specific places for him to go where that kind of deals with that situation, like gets him into a circle of friends with famous people and people in a similar profession to him. So yeah, but I don't know how who's gonna go into like programs like that. But anyway, we're getting I'm getting, not we, I can't even say we, I am getting off topic here because we're talking about Dortmund versus Bayern. Now, I'll say this, I'll say this. Dortmund have played very well recently. I would argue, and I don't need to really argue this, I would argue that they've been better than us in 2023. I would argue they've got better defensive pairing than us in 2023. I would argue that the game is 50-50, which usually it never is. It never, especially at home, the game is usually never 50-50. Usually, like when I go into these, I'm like, okay, we're going to beat Dortmund 3-0. It's going to be an easy wash, right? I don't think that right now. I think it's going to be close. But um, is it fair to say, and this is my question to you guys, is it fair to say that this game is 50-50? I don't think Dortmund are never the favorites against us. Like, I'm going to be honest, yeah. Look, I'm probably giving them too much credit even saying it's 50-50 because the reality is that we're going to play them and we're probably going to win 4-0. That's what's going to happen because it happens all the time. Like every time, people hype up Dortmund, like, oh, they're in such a good
No,
form and Bayern is so bad right now and so on and so forth. Whenever that happens, we beat them 4-0 at home and it's like, okay, come on now. What were we worried about? So I think that's what's going to happen. But Is it 50-50? Question mark.
Mm, I think based on form, it's relatively close. I think that maybe the Chelsea losses maybe could have derailed them a bit, but we hit international break after. I think they're going to be up for the game if we're just looking at solely Bundesliga form, since they can focus just on the Bundesliga. And they've won like almost all their games, right, in the Bundesliga since the start of the year. So it's going to be a tough game from that aspect if you look based on form. But Dortmund, at the end of the day, are complete bottle jobs. They have a shit mentality. I do think like we'll steamroll them completely just because of that. Because everyone's saying this is their year, they could finally do it. I think because it's so close, they will just completely fuck it up.
Yep.
I
Yep.
think
Yep.
if they were 10 points ahead, it's a done over. It's 1 point. They'll completely fuck it up. They don't have it in their headspace to like pull off a result in the Allianz against us. I think we're gonna show a good first impression. I think the form will be out the window in the derby, and we'll just steamroll them.
Even 10 points ahead, they'd still bottle it. They're just a team like Leverkusen that you put any pressure on them and they crumble. We saw that in the Champions League. We see that every single season. I don't trust them to do anything against us, quite frankly. Samasi, what do you think?
I think it's 50-50. I think Dortmund has a really good chance to win this game because before the Nagelsmann dismissal, I thought we're gonna win against Dortmund because it's at the Allianz.
I'm sorry.
And then,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did you just say it was 50-50 now, but with Nagelsmann you thought we'd win?
yes,
That doesn't make sense. We've got a superior manager right now. A manager that's about 10 that's about
a
20 times
manager
better.
who hasn't had time to implement
Doesn't matter. All that does not matter in the slightest.
it. No, it matters. If he had the time to that the players know his system and his plan, then I think we would have beat them handsomely. But he had like three days, 2 days. That's not enough time. So it's gonna be 50-50. And if we do not defend as a team, like in the last game, they're gonna score against us.
So here's something I'm gonna say. A very interesting stat for all the statisticians and facticians and all the people that like to look at Opta. Um, Nagelsmann has never beaten Terzic.
Oh,
Just
really?
saying. Yeah, just saying. He's never beaten Terzic. So that's the reason why the club sacked him. Just saying. They were like, no, 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 no. We can't. Your record is no bueno. This can't happen. So, Tuchel, first game he's gonna win 4-0. As I said, that's my prediction. I'm putting it out there right from the get go. It's my prediction, 4-0 victory. I know we're supposed to do predictions at the end for like, oh, this is what I think is gonna happen. Woo, woo. But actually, 4-0. That's what I honestly think because every time a game is hyped up, um, and every time there's pressure on Dortmund to do anything, they just get battered. Like if Nagelsmann was still here, I'd think it's a 1-1 draw. But now I actually think like a 4-0 victory. The most important part is that nil. It's not the 4 goals, it's that nil. That's what I think is going to be the most important part, that nil. Us keeping a clean sheet for once, that nil. And I'm stressing that nil so much because that is what I'm looking forward to the most. I know people are saying, oh, we're going to play terrorism ball under Tuchel as long as we defend, because a team builds up from the back. The issue with Bayern this season has been, and last season, and the season before that, actually. My goodness, we've not had managers that know how to set up a defense, eh? Hansi, hey, Julian. But with that said, if we win 1-0, I'm the happiest person in the world because, quite frankly, you can't win every game 2-0, 3-0. Well, you can't win every game by scoring 2 goals or 3 goals. Quite frankly, you need to be able to actually defend a 1-0 lead, and that has not been the case for us for the longest. So I'm very happy with the appointment, obviously, and I predict it to be a 4-0 victory. Now, I'm gonna go. We're gonna transition over to to predicting, I guess you could say, who we think should be playing in that game. And I kind of want to talk about one name that has been in the news a lot this week, and it's probably because he was at the Allianz. He was at the training ground all week, and that's Leroy Sané. Now, with Musiala out, do we think that Leroy Sané is going to start? That's my question to all of you. But I think, for me personally, I think he is going to start. And I also think he's going to play a massive role in this game. Quite frankly, I think that he is going to be a key player. Um, I think for him, he's also going through personal stuff, as a lot of people surely are aware of right here. So another player, besides Davis, that's going through a lot. But I think what
My
he
God,
kind of
his
needed was
girlfriend.
just, yeah, I know. But I think what a lot of people, what a lot of players in this team, what a lot of players in this team kind of need is just someone new to come in, which is what we've done. Just like something different, just to shake things up. Because we've got a lot of players, and you could say our whole attack is out of form. And I
Mhm.
don't think that's a form issue. I think that's twofold. It's both a strategy issue. I don't want to say formation, but more so a strategy issue. And I also think that's more so just a confidence issue, not maybe. And I think with a new manager coming in, it kind of lifts that whole team. And if our attack is more focused, I don't really see um, teams stopping us necessarily. So I think Leroy Sané is a player, was a player, might still be a player, but hopefully isn't a player anymore. That sort of just needed an arm around him, just from someone new to come in and say, you know what, might be going through stuff. Your form might not be that great, but you know what? Hey, it's a clean slate. Everyone gets a fair chance. Everyone, gets to try their best and impress me. And you know what? Everyone starts from zero. So however it goes, hey, you know what? It's your time to shine. I think that's kind of what the club needs. But what do you think, Daniel?
Yeah, I think Sane will 100% start because I think Tuchel is a big fan of him too. It's one of those things where I wish Tuchel was here when we first got Sane because I think he'd be a much better player under like a under development under Tuchel. I think that because I think Tuchel can do something which Nagelsmann couldn't do at all, which is to kind of motivate, comfort, and push players a certain way because he does put that arm around them and does say, "I'm here for you. I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to help develop you." We didn't really see
So
that under Nagelsmann.
Nagelsmann didn't do that.
No, of course not. Look at Gravenberch. Look at Musiala. Look at Neuer. He didn't talk to him at all. Like he doesn't. He didn't talk to the players. Like if you're going to be a coach, you need to have direct communications with them and say, "Hey, look, I'm going to improve you like this. I'm going to talk to you
He
like
had
this."
He
direct
talked to Kimmich.
communication.
Yeah, he talked to Kimmich and Goretzka. That was it. Yeah, I think Tuchel can do
He
that.
had the he talked with Zani. He had a lot of conversation with Zani and Janapri, both of them. So I don't know what the excuse is.
I don't think so. And you can look at Mane too. He wasn't like talk to you that much either. So I think Tuchel can do what Nagelsmann couldn't, which is put an arm around them and say, "I'm going to help push you to the next level." So I think that's going to benefit Sané a lot. And because Tuchel's a big fan of Sané, I think that'll help push Sané's development forward, and we'll see the player Sané could have become. So I think he'll 100% start for that.
So, Massey, what do you think about that situation on Sane specifically? And players that have underperformed now getting a chance under Nagelsmann to prove their
They
worth.
have no, these players have no excuses left. And some of these players needs to take responsibility for their own performance. How many managers needs to get sacked before they perform? That's all I'm asking. Sane needs a big time performance. Okay, he didn't do it for the national team, which I'm still mad about. He has to do it with Bayern now. Okay, he has no excuses left. He is in his prime years. He should be one of the best players in the world. He isn't. He has to perform. Okay, and I will put some pressure on him for every game he plays because I am sick of the excuses with Sane, Gnabry, and any other player who doesn't perform anymore. I'm just sick of it.
So here's something I'm gonna say. One, and it's just the way I look at football in general. If one player performs bad in a team, it's on that player. if multiple players perform bad in the team, it's on the manager. Now, here's my question to you, Sebastian. I want to ask you directly. If Gnabry, Sane, Müller, let's see who else, Davis, um, I could live with that. Yeah, those names. If those players suddenly perform back to their best, what will you think? What will you think about at that point when all the players that have
A,
underperformed for the
it's
past
gonna be
year?
two. It's gonna be two answers. A, they really wanted Nagelsmann gone und down tools und didn't perform. Or, or, or B, Nagelsmann was a bad coach. Oh my God, I think you should mute yourself. Oh my God, what was? I think you should mute yourself and plug the mics in and out. Maybe then it's working. What I was saying, I think if the players perform good again, it's also could be that Nagelsmann wasn't as good as a coach as I thought he is. But he's 35 years old, so he's just gonna get better with time.
Okay, is it better now?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Did you hear me?
Yes. Apologies about that. As I said, I broke my microphone cable, so I've got how many microphones have I actually got? I've got three different microphones in just in my vicinity, and I broke the cable for two of them, and I don't want to use my other microphone because that's plugged into my camera, and I don't want to move my camera right now because I've got that nicely in a nice spot. So that's why I'm using a work microphone, which is attached to a headset. So I do apologize about the noise. I'll have to order a new cable. I didn't even realize that it was broken until I picked up the cable and the microphone like 5 minutes before we went live. um, yeah.
Just
So
use AirPods, it's easier.
nah. We're not cringe. Sorry. With that said, do we think it's a silly question to ask because I know a reporter asked that question today at the press conference and Tuchel didn't give out an answer. So I don't think we know necessarily. But do we think there's going to be a formation change? Do we think we're going to play with a back three, a back four? How do we play a 4-3-3, a 4-4-2, a 4-2-2-2? Or famously a what was it? I wanted to make the joke, but I forgot what it was that Tuchel was asked to do at Chelsea when the new owner came in. What is it, like a 3-4-4? Are we gonna basically what formation are we gonna play? That's my
Mhm.
question to all of you. I'll start with you, Daniel, because Samasi. I think Samasi was the last person that spoke, so I'll ask
Mm.
you that question first, Daniel.
I think we're going to go with the 3-4-3 just because I don't think he'll want to change it up too quick, especially since he hasn't had this whole squad with him. Especially with the amount of defenders we have and not too many midfielders, it probably right now it benefits us to just stick with the three at the back, or if it's a four at the back, maybe like a 4-4-2. But I think he'll go with three at the back. I do think he was bluffing in the interview. I think he does know because, like, I think with the interview he did at Chelsea, he said that when he got called for the job on the way there in the plane, he was drawing up tactics in the formation. So I think he was doing that too the second he got at Bayern. So I think he was bluffing a little bit. I do think he got input from the players. This is all like speculation, what I think, but I do think like he roughly knew and just wanted to get an idea from the players, and I don't think he'll change it up too much. But my guess is 3-4-3 or something like that.
Okay, interesting. What about you, Samasi? Do you think there's anything special going on, so to speak, or do you think you know
I
he
think he's gonna be a 4-3-2-1
4-3-2-1? Interesting.
with yes. I think he's gonna play um Davis on the as left back, Cancelo as right back, centre backs Upamecano, De Ligt, goalkeeper Sama, and then as center midfielders, as defensive center midfielders, he gonna play Goretzka and Kimmich, and I hope Goretzka is gonna play closer to Kimmich, so Kimmich is isn't so vulnerable, and he doesn't have to defend all the time, and that Goretzka is gonna help him. And then I'm gonna play Sane as the attacking midfielder, and then I'm gonna as right winger I'm gonna play Coman, as left winger Mane, and then the striker Choupo-Moting. That's my
So let me try and get your formation right. You said 4-3-2-1, correct?
yeah.
Yeah. So, sorry. Um, who's your back? What's your back four like? So besides the goalkeeper, which is obviously set in stone already, who's your left back? Ooh, I think we might have lost him there, or maybe I'm lost. I don't know.
No, you're here.
Okay, good. I'll ask you the question then. How would you line up? Just
Mine is a 3-4-3.
3-4-3. Yep.
I put it as backline is Pavard on the right, Upa down the middle, De Ligt at left center back.
Pavard, Super. Yep.
Yeah, and then at right mid I put Coman, and then at left mid I put Cancelo. That's just because I don't think Davies is gonna start. I wouldn't be upset if he started. He's one of my favorite players, but I think he came back still late from international duty. He hasn't had the time with Tuchel, so I think maybe it's a safer bet for him to do Coman Cancelo, but maybe he does start Davies.
Okay.
Midfield, of course, Kimi Goretzka.
Yep.
hmm And then I do think he's gonna play Muller for sure, just because I really do think he wants to put a good impression on Muller because he did say that like Muller's like a very important figure for Bayern
Hmm.
in one press conference. So I do think he'll play him at right attacking mid, and then I do think he's a big fan of Sane, so he'll play Sane at left attacking mid.
Yep.
The striker's the one I had the issue with. It was either Mane or Moting. This is the one I had trouble with because I do think he does want to start Mane, but Moting is super important for us with a 9.
Hmm.
So I think if there's any manager that can get us playing without a proper number 9, it's for sure Tuchel. I put Moting down for now just because we haven't played well without a 9, but for sure I can totally see Tuchel moving to Mane in that position because we saw at Chelsea he didn't really have a proper number 9 and he won a Champions League with them. So I think he could do it for us
Yep.
and put Mane there, but I think he'll put Moting. Yeah.
Okay. Very interesting lineup. So a few names from that squad that I think are guaranteed to start no matter what. Are Müller.
Mhm.
I very much agree with you what you said that like you kind of need to have a good impression on him right away, and it's not like he was in the international team, so like he's had time with him to implement his ideas, which Muller should be able to translate immediately.
Mhm.
Um, I think another name that I almost think is guaranteed to start is Sane. I just think with all the reports that have come out, and it was an unusual amount of reports. I know it's the international break, so you report whatever you can. but I think it was an unusual large number of reports that have come out that basically said that like Sané is his dream signing, so on and so forth. So I do think
Mhm.
Sané is going to start. And then obviously you've got Kimmich. I think Kimmich is obviously a guarantee to start. Um, the back three, I am not 100% sure on. I'll be honest, or the back four, depending on which formation you play, I'm not 100% sure on. The way I would personally say we'll play is, I mean, assuming we're playing a 3-4-3, I'm just going off based on what you've said that you would
Mhm.
play.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, I think I would leave it like that. But what I would change is, let's see, Dortmund. So let me think of Dortmund. Um, I'm trying to think of like what how would you what would the best approach to containing Dortmund be? Because I think with him not having been able with him not having the time, with Tuchel not having the time to implement his ideas the way he wants to so quickly, the first job will be to contain Dortmund so that they can't play to their strengths because we can't even exercise our strengths just yet
Mhm.
because he's just too new to the squad. So I think the first thing will be to contain Dortmund, and I think the best way to go about that is to win the midfield. I think you take that ball away from the driving forces in their midfield, and you create an overload in midfield to like just win those battles, and then you like stifle and cripple their attack. So
Mhm.
that's the way I kind of think about going. Now, granted, I've watched Dortmund a bit, but I've not watched Dortmund enough to really like know in depth how they play, so on and so forth. But what I would do, so I don't like formation. And I've never liked formations for one reason or another because in reality, players, in reality, it looks more like this, for example.
Yeah.
That's why I don't necessarily like formations. They're just kind of sort of a blueprint. But the way I would play is, quite frankly, I'd actually, and this kind of counterproductive because obviously Goretzka typically moves so far up. But the way I would try and
By
contain
the
them,
way, is Brandt back?
I believe so, yeah.
Mhm.
So
Who's been one of the players,
Guerrero, Guerrero is not gonna play in the midfield.
Guerrero.
Yeah,
No, no, I think he will because he's been so good in midfield, unless he's injured.
yeah, that's why because I think he's gonna be very important for Dortmund's attack uh what if we can neutralize him. That would be very good for us.
Um, I'd actually have to look at Dortmund news, but the way I saw like I've read some reports from Dortmund fans in regards to how they think they're going to play, and all of them basically stated that Guerrero has just been too good to not play in midfield. That like he's getting a new contract basically, despite the fact that Dortmund wanted to get rid of him, but he's getting a new contract just because of how good he's been in midfield. But yeah, the way I would line up is actually I wouldn't have Cancelo as a left back. That's one thing I'll definitely change, and I wouldn't start Coman. I'll Davis, and I'll move him over here. I know it's a very very aggressive lineup. Having both Davis and Cancelo on the pitch. That's a recipe for disaster defensively. But I'm not trying to contain them in this game. I'm not trying to set up like a defensive approach in this game just yet. I know that's typically how you set up very when you first join. But I think right now, like the way we need to approach this is more so we need to put pressure on them and we need to win the midfield. And I think because of how aggressive Davis can be, both attacking wise, but also in closing gaps down, I think I need to play him. And with Cancelo, his presence alone kind of creates like a over like he kind of creates a lot of danger on the right, which is why I'd think that he's going to play alongside Davis. So sort of the way I would line up, yeah, I would switch those two. And the only reason would I? No, I wouldn't. Kimmich would play on the left. I need his passes, especially when with Cancelo moving forward in that space. I need Kimmich to be on the left so that he can actually play those passes, diagonal balls over to that left. And I need Muller to be sort of here with Chupo. There we go, just right next to him, and then Sane more so on the inside. So in theory, Sane plays on the left, but the width comes from Cancelo and Davis. But there's a lot of bodies just in that space here, with Muller obviously being able to go back and forth. So that's sort of how I would line up. It looks kind of stupid on paper, but the ideas are there. um, and that's sort of eh, how it would look like in reality when we've got the ball.
Mhm.
So like that. Obviously,
Yeah.
when we don't have the ball, Davis goes back. Cancelo, eh, goes back. We create that nice little back five with Goretzka and Kimmich just shielding, and I think Sane will drop here. Muller typically drops more centrally than he does wide, so Muller drops centrally, and I think Chupa will be a little bit more to the right here defensively. Of course, I'm not saying like during the attack or the attacking phase or anything, but I think our weak point will basically be that right flank if we play Cancelo there. But that's the thing, we've got Pavard, who is, if anything, he's very good defensively. So he kind of makes up for Cancelo's deficiencies. That's sort of how, and you've got a little bit of like steel as well right in front of them in Goretzka, which is kind of why I think those three will handle it for the most part. And then on the left, we've got not just no, not players that aren't as defensively solid. They just have an overload of players there. And centrally, you've got Upamecano, Kimmich, and Goretzka, with Muller helping out the pressing as well, which typically then means that Upamecano, who likes to go forward, will be able to like pick up any loose balls from the pressing, and if they go sideways, Kimmich and Goretzka are there as well. So that's sort of how if I was lining up the way you said that you would, which was I believe a 3-4-3. This is how I would set up, and that's the players that I would play. But I'm just sort of like backing off on your formation, your team. So that's just kind of how I would think it
Mhm.
would go. Samasi, hello.
Yes.
Uh, yes. Okay. Good. You're here. One second. Sad Dandel says he would play a 4-2-3-1. We've seen a lot of fans, clamor for that formation, a 4-2-3-1, because a lot of fans, including me, think that the 2013 team was the best that Bayern has ever played. So naturally, you'd want to see Bayern return to that form. But he would play Sommer,
By the
Davis.
way, can Bayern by this summer a real defensive midfielder? I mean a real one, like
You,
Rodri. You know what I mean?
you say that, but
Because
name me one that Bayern
I
can buy.
know that's not how we play. We have Goretzka and Kimmich, and Kimmich is our DM. He actually isn't in DM, but he plays the role. But I think if we Kimmich is funny enough, Kimmich attacking wise is more talented than Goretzka, and we all know that. So I wish we could see Kimmich just more attacking, but he has to do all the defensive work, which is just sucks for him.
My question to you then is: do you want to get rid of Goretzka?
You don't have to.
No, you
Don't you?
don't have. We could, and that we probably Sane is not probably playing anymore if we buy a DM because it's gonna be Kimmich, Goretzka, Musiala, or Kimmich Kimmich the DM and Goretzka. Then Musiala had no time to play, so I will. It's gonna get complicated because we're gonna buy Lima. This is most useless signing ever, but whatever.
You'll say that now, but when he's actually here, you'll see his greatness, and then you'll sing a different tune.
Do you I have a question. Do you rate Lima?
I do,
I don't
yes,
rate him.
I
Why?
do. Well, based on all the stats, he is basically the best presser in world football. Based on the stats. Now, again, I hate stats. I've never liked stats, but based on every stat available, he is the best presser, the best press initiator, and the best press leader in world football. Now that doesn't count for everything, but that is an aspect that we are lacking somewhat. We've got Muller, but obviously he isn't. He's typically pressing much higher up the pitch, and we don't necessarily have that. In midfield, we do have that on the width with Davis, who tends to be good at that. But Kimmich and Goretzka, they're both okay. They're not great at it, but they're both okay in pressing. Sane is actually pretty good for his position. He's actually one of the highest rated ones.
Yeah,
Again, I don't like stats. I've never liked stats, and I think if you use stats for an argument, you lose because even though it's stats, it's very selective stats. But at the end of the day, it does say something when when you're basically the best in every single metric. So that's why I rate him, and I also like just the way he plays. It's like very old, not old school, but it's very basic. That's the best way I can. It's very basic. It's not flashy. It's not fun. It doesn't look good, but it just works. And I always like
he's
basically it's the
just
Miller. Miller.
he's just no. Miller is, I think, smarter,
And not talk.
footballing
Yeah,
IQ
but
wise.
Miller also plays up much further forward, which Lima doesn't do. So it's not about smart. It's just
Mara
about
Lima is basic. He's somebody for the squad. He's a squad player.
you
There's
know what
nothing.
you know how I would describe him. Lima is the bread. And other midfielders other midfielders are their brioches, their baguettes, their uh their all
He's
other fancy breads, wheat rye bread and all that. Lima is just bread. It's just fresh bread. But you know what? Sometimes you just need that fresh bit of loaf. Just a little bit of bread, and then you get the meats and the cheeses and all the other things around them, the butter. But he's not that. He's just bread. He's just very plain bread, but you get everything around it, and that just elevates it. And but he is important. He's like that base. That's how I would describe him. It's a weird comparison,
okay.
but I'm going for a comparison just because I've got two croissants in front of me that I've been staring at the whole time, but I'm not eating because we're obviously having a discussion right now. So I'm thinking of bread. That's on my mind right now. With that said, I don't agree with any of your formations. We went through all that trouble, and I don't agree with any of it. I think we're going to play a 4-3-3 actually. Um, I was thinking of a 4-4-2. I was thinking about this all week. I was thinking about a 4-4-2, a 4-3-3, a 3-4-3. What else you can play? 4-3-2-1, 4-2-3-1. I was thinking about all of that, but ultimately I settled on a 4-3-3. I think we're going to play a 4-3-3, and quite frankly, the way I see it going, I know a lot of people have their own opinions on things. I think the first thing we're going to see is I'm trying to get the numbers right, but that's not going to work anyway. So the first thing I'm going to see, I don't think the two centre backs are going to change necessarily. I think it's going to be Delict and Upamecano. I think Pavard is not going to start this game, and I think Cancelo is going to play. I usually would have had Pavard there. Honestly, I would usually have him as a right back, but like the way I'm balancing things is that I'm also thinking about what the players want, and that's my issue because Pavard clearly doesn't want to play as a right back, and I think Tuchel's job right now, as much as it is to win this game, as much his job is also to keep the squad happy, and that's sort of like the issue that I'm seeing. So that's why I don't think Pavard will play as a right back.
Can I say
You,
something
you
about Pavard? If
go
he
on.
doesn't want to play as a right back, we should let him go because he's not gonna play as center back if Hernandez comes back. Let's face it. We have De Ligt, we have Hernandez, and we have Upamecano. They're like uh in the top five of
And
the best center backs right now.
you say that,
How is Pavard gonna play?
you say all that. My question to you then is: can you trust Lucas Hernandez to be healthy? And that's your answer. That's your answer.
Yeah,
That's why we
that's
can't get rid of Pavard.
I'm so mad. because he's such a good center back. He does it effortlessly, and he never makes any mistakes. He's just such a good defender, but man, is he injury prone. I think he's next to Robin, our most injury prone player.
Oh no, not even close. Not even. There's been like 50 players that have gotten injured. Just Javi Martinez.
Holger Badstuber.
Exactly. Like, come on. There's like
Yes, some
there's
in.
like 50 players that
Oh
are.
my God, I remember Vegetable when he get the ACL. That was such his whole career ruined because of one injury. It's actually sad.
So sort of like this is how I think he'll actually set up. Do I think this is the way that we should set up? No. Do I think that's the way he will set up? Yeah. Because it keeps the team leaders happy. The likes of Müller, the likes of Kimmich, and then you've got Sane. You've got Kimmich, Müller, and Mane, who you want to keep happy, especially when you've just joined. And you've got the likes of Gnabry and Sane, who you kind of want to help get their form up because we're playing against City soon, and you kind of need them against them. I'll play Mazraoui. I would have played Cancelo, but you can't play Cancelo and Davis together. If on a 4-3-3, you're just that's just a recipe for disaster. Like you can't be that aggressive basically. Um, and Pava doesn't want to play there, so I'll play Mazraoui. Um, my issue with this lineup, I mean, there's a lot of issues here, but the worrying thing with it is that it's very dependent on the front four actually performing.
Yeah.
Like if they were in form, okay, sure, you can play that. But this is very dependent on them performing, and then it's also very dependent on Mazraoui playing well. He hasn't really played much at all, so this is a risk.
He played well in with his national team,
National team, yeah,
Morocco,
but that's different. That's a different level than club
but
level.
he was so important in the first half of the season. So I think he can go back to this level.
Sad. I agree with you. I don't think Mane will. Again, this lineup is taken into like this isn't how I would line up. This is how I think Tuchel will line up. Let me just make that clear. No, I'm getting a call. Oh, 1 second. I'm getting a call. I'll just leave the thing to you lot so that you can discuss it. But I'm getting a call right now. I'll be right back.
Mane as a striker, just no. He worked actually in Liverpool as a striker, but I think he had just a better chemistry with the team, and he knew his teammates better. He know their movement and how they're gonna play. That's why I think it worked with Liverpool. And he hasn't really played that much with these players. So I think if you play Mane, you have to play him as uh, either on the wing or as an inside forward, but not as a striker. So I don't think so.
I don't think Mane can play wing either anymore. He just isn't like he can't beat defenders as
Yeah,
easily.
that's why it's
Yeah.
he's more of an inside forward,
Mhm.
but which position he's gonna play if we have already Choupo-Moting as a striker, and then I hate John Napoli right now. So every time I see him play, by the way, have you seen what he did with Germany? Can he do
So
that with Bayern Munich also?
I saw the
Just
dribble.
dribble.
Yeah.
Yes,
I,
I
I
I
have a
said
funny theory.
what?
I think he'll start doing that again. I don't know why, but I saw him do it once. I'm like, okay, he can still do it. I think he'll start doing it again under Tuchel. I don't know why. It's just a
Did he
feeling.
stop dribbling? Why did he stop? That's a mystery for me. sake, for fuck's sake. Is he back?
Is it better?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right, sorry about that. Just my manager calling me because the whole system at work went down today. Apparently, cyber attack. Whoop, whoop. So that's joyous. Um,
Can I ask you, what are you working?
a lawyer,
You're
property
a
law.
lawyer?
Yeah, it's boring as flip to be completely honest. But like the system that we use is also the system that like the British Navy uses. So they're suspecting that like China or Russia hacked our IT system because they wanted to get to like the British Navy. That's the rumors, but that's why I didn't work today. So it was a nice day being off from work and still getting paid for it. So that's pretty swell. And the good thing is as well, I work from home, so like it's all yeah. I got out of bed, noticed the system wasn't working. Called my friend, was like, "Hello, do you know if your system is working?" He was like, "Nope, mine's not working either." And I went right to back. I went right back to bed. So that was a good day. Um,
Thank. I just work for the local government. What is this? I don't know what the English name is, Beamte. So
uh, yes. I don't know right
yeah,
now.
that.
Translation is not my
Uh,
strong suit. But
wait,
anyway,
I'm gonna.
not member of parliament, but just someone in the government. Um, but yeah, honestly, honestly, I do want to bring up one thing before we talk a little bit about Dortmund because I feel like we've talked a lot about Bayern. And the thing that I want to bring up is it's actually worrying. I'll say that it's worrying. So I'll bring this up because we've talked about how Dortmund likes to bottle things, but I have to ask the question: are Bayern going to bottle this? Because when we've been under pressure for the last year, we've against the bigger teams in the league we've played well. But I'm always thinking about last season in the Champions League. That's naturally where my mind goes to, where like, oh, we're supposed
Against
to win.
Villarreal.
Exactly. And we're supposed to win, and then we didn't
The
win the
yellow
first leg.
submarines.
And
That was embarrassing. I'm sorry, that was embarrassing. And the subs on the game didn't make any sense, but
it is what it is. But look who came. Look who joined us. It's still Nagel's enjoyer. How you doing? How you doing? First thing I have to ask you though is, are you happy with Tuchel the goat now here and Nagelsmann the fraud gone?
But honestly, I don't mind Tuchel. I never did. I was like, it's fully fine that he became Bayern coach, and I really hope he succeeds. So I don't really mind. I think Nagelsmann will find his way. I think it just wasn't meant to be, honestly. I mean, one thing I have to admit, right? Look at our squad value. Look at Dortmund squad value. There's no way we are not first in this league. Like, there's no way. Like, we have doubled their squad, like in terms of like market value, and we weren't first. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, I mean, I wish Tuchel to succeed, man. I can't stand another manager change. Like, I don't want it anymore. I can't. You. I mean,
no,
I'm someone who wants to have kind of a connection to the manager. I don't know how it's for you guys, but like, I want to support the manager, and you just can't if every like every year or like every 1 year, 1.5
16
year,
months, 16
yeah,
months.
yeah, they change, right? And that's just annoying. So I really hope Tuchel gets this done. By the way, I believe he will. I believe he will succeed. I could even see us winning the triple. I'm not even joking. Like, and without even seeing us play one game, right? I'm just the way he communicates everything. It just seems like he's really, really keen on this. Like, he seems like developed so much. Like, last time I really follow this journey was like when he was still at Dortmund. After that, it's just like I didn't watch much PSG, didn't watch much Premier League. Obviously, I know how good he was at Chelsea, but like, he seems so mature, like crazy how good he. Also, his press conference today,
Yeah,
he just seems such a professional. Yeah.
his Concerns are better than Nagelsmann. Nagelsmann, you could see that he's a little bit nervous to talk to the press. So, and I'm happy that he didn't reveal the lineup. So
I mean, it was
that was good.
yeah. Have you already talked about potential winners and players who would win? Who would, like players who would benefit from Tuchel and not?
We talked about that when Tuchel first joined, but
Hello?
you can
Hello,
talk about
guys.
that as well
What's going on?
if you want.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you,
Mm.
Cole.
Oh, yeah, man. What's up? Yeah, so what do you guys think? Did you guys already go over the lineup?
Yeah, we went through a mock lineup, but Nagels and Joy just asked the question: who are the biggest winners and losers with this new change in manager? Which we kind of talked about last week when Tuchel was
Mhm.
first announced. But
Yeah.
yeah, I kind of want to hear like what Nagelsmann, because obviously he's still a huge Nagels man. He's still a huge Nagels enjoyer, so to speak. And I want to hear who you think are the biggest winners. I know like we thought the likes of Muller, Gnabry, Sane, just to name players that have that have underperformed, as well as Mane. But who do you think Nagels enjoyer?
By the way, do you guys believe this big report of Mane like screaming after PSG game, saying, "Well, how would you only
I
sub me
believe,
again?"
I believe 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
100%.
I also believe that
100%.
because he wasn't even
Um,
saying anything to Nagelsmann on Instagram. And by the way, when he first joined, right, he looked like one of the biggest Nagelsmann fans. If you can remember, he was so keen to work with him, and now he's like, yeah, guess he's gone. I don't care. Like it was interesting to see. Yeah,
I would bet a lot of money he didn't know who Nagelsmann was before he joined.
yeah, he
No,
didn't.
but I think the main thing here is, you need proven managers in games in these types of teams. You understand? Like, I look at us, for example. He was never that thing with Nagelsmann. It was never going to work.
says you.
Well, no, there's a
It
reality
I
that
was
won't
just
say
never
that.
Nagelsmann thing works.
going to
I
work.
wouldn't say that.
It does work core, but you need a very,
You said
very
what?
young squad. If you have winners in the squad, it won't work with a young manager who's won nothing. If you have very young
No, no, no,
players who have
no.
won
I'm,
nothing,
I'm
it works.
saying, I'm saying the expectation though. That's the thing. The expectation with Bayern compared to RB
Yeah, I
Leipzig
get what you say.
is
Yeah, I
much
get what you
that.
say. Yeah,
You get what I'm
honestly,
trying?
like
Like, it's
Bayern,
much
you are not a
that. This
force.
is
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Like, we're not no small club. Like, this is Bayern we're talking about here. So you know,
Look at the media.
I think if he, for me, this is my thing. I think maybe if he went to maybe like a Tottenham, or let's say he
I hope he
went
joins
to,
Chelsea.
I think Chelsea's too big of an axe. I think
Yeah,
Chelsea's too big of an I think
You think
Tottenham,
so?
or a Dortmund. You get what I'm trying to say? It makes sense for him to go to a Dortmund or a
Mm,
Tottenham or something like that.
Chelsea have a very.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
think Chelsea would work because let they have a very young squad and a project, so they want
Yeah.
to give the manager the time. By Bayern, you don't have time for a project. That was, I
I
think,
mean, you
I
say
think they
that, but
lied
we.
to
I kept
You,
Nagelsmann.
telling people
I'm,
No, no,
this,
I'm,
I
s-
think they
I'm,
don't
lied to
s-
you don't
Nagelsmann.
think
Nah, I'm sorry,
Can I say
Sanasi, but you
something?
say that we give that a buying you don't have time for a project. We gave him a year and a half. That's enough time. If you can't do anything in a year and a half, then that's not a project. That's just a
that's
failure.
not a project, that's a failure. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And also, sorry, Bayern fan TV, but fans like Puya, Daryl Augustus, and whatchamacallit.
You've got a
Oh,
hate phono with some people, don't
I'm
you?
so, no, because like, I'm so sorry, bro. Their whole idea is Nagelsmann for long term, keep him for long term. And I understand where they're coming from because Mueller is getting old, Neuer is getting old, and so forth. But we live in a football society where it's called winning starts now. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, you have to start winning now. you get what I'm trying to say, right?
Right,
Like,
I'm gonna say something to you that I said to Niles Enjoyer on Twitter.
mhm,
Um,
mhm.
let it go, let it go.
I saw that. Yeah, I
Right,
will never let go.
the future is now. That's all I'm gonna say. The future is now. We've got Nagelsmann. Let go of all the worries. Let go of the past. It's the present now. And tomorrow it'll be the title decider. And you know what? Just let go of the past. Let go of the failures of the past and embrace
What would
the success of today.
give me like your percentage of how likely it is that we lose to Dortmund or at least like draw to them and go out against Man City, and what will happen if that happen? Like imagine like how the media and everything would blow up if this happens. Like it's not even that unrealistic to me, right? Man City is a good side. Us losing to them, I don't see it like really unrealistic. So, but what this would start a whole new debate, right? Like, how could you release the manager? Do you really thought that Tuchel had enough time to save the season? And like, when do we play City? In like 2 weeks or 1 week? You really thought we could save the season in 1 week? How would you do that? Like, I really hope we don't go out to Manchester City because that would like bring in so much like you know what I mean, like noise, which is not necessary for at least especially for Tuchel. He took it over now, right? Because he thought, okay, it's either now or never, I guess, because he knew if he doesn't accept it now, we will probably either stick with Nagelsmann and Tuchel also knew if Nagelsmann wins the DFB Pokal in the German league, right? We wouldn't sack him. Like, let's be real, we wouldn't sack him. And if Tuchel doesn't accept it now, there was a chance that Nagelsmann wins both of these. So he knew he had to take the job now, but he also knows if we drop to a City, which is likely for me, like it's not unrealistic, this will start a whole new debate. I just hope we don't, man. I just hope we don't. You guys, how likely you see us to win against City?
Let me talk about that City game. To be really honest with you, I'll be really honest. I think don't be afraid to make a gamble or take a risk. That's what I'll say. Because
But
you know it could backfire on you, but the other thing too is you're also thinking about it in terms of next season. You understand what I'm trying to say? I'm not saying we're gonna win the Champions League. That's not what I'm saying, but I'm just saying like let's give let's give Tuchel some time. I'm not
yeah, I'm
saying
all for. Well, I'm not saying sack Tuchel if we drop out to City. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying look at this. What would happen to the board, right? They sacked Nagelsmann. Many
Mhm.
people don't understand it, right? Because we were still in all three competition, and now Tuchel comes in, and imagine we don't win against Dortmund and we lose to City. That would mean the boss sacked Nagelsmann. Now we dropped out of two competitions. Like, okay, the Bundesliga is not over then, but like, come on, like it would be hard
Oh
to say
no,
at least.
it's gonna be tough. But one thing I will say is I trust Oliver Kahn and Brazil because they're those two sporting directors. They have that Florentino Perez in them. You get what I'm trying to say? Like I see Florentino Perez in these guys, and they're ready to make hard decisions, even when, like, let's say, like most
You can
Bayern fans
trust
are not
them.
ready to
What
make
are you
that.
talking about?
You said what?
Us
Hey, I
too.
love it.
They are not
Us too.
Florentino Perez.
No, no, no.
Oh, what are you talking
I'm
about?
serious. I'm serious. Like they're ready to make a hard decision. They're ready to, like the Lewandowski one. Let me give you that example. Boom. Like
How
he
was it
told.
hard? Nagelsmann didn't want to keep him. He wanted to go. We were just gambling to get more money. It wasn't a
No,
hard
no, no.
decision.
But do you see how us selling Lewandowski has helped the team in general defensively? I think we're much better defensively now when we sold Lewandowski than when we were with him. And we
I
could
told
solve some of our problems now. Now we can get Limer. We can get, these other guys in there. You understand what I'm trying to say? We got money. We got
I understand what you
grabbing.
say, yeah. But by the
You
way,
know.
one random thought. I read it somewhere, and I thought it was pretty interesting. You know how we draw a lot of games this season, right? In the league, at least, like we have like 7 or 8 draws.
Mhm.
And there was someone saying we without Lewandowski, right? Like
Mhm.
the season before before this, we had a lot of games we just barely won because Lewandowski scored, and this is
Mhm.
the difference, right? Lewandowski scores against these farmers. He just does. It's just one thing he does really well, and if he does that, we don't draw to them because he just scores 1 or 2 goals. And without him, we have Choupo-Moting, who is like he's good. Like don't get me wrong, he's good, but he's not Lewandowski. He doesn't score every game 2 goals, and this is the thing. What I'm still a bit afraid of is I just hope this is a different discussion. I just hope we don't go with Choupo-Moting as our only striking option to the next season. I hope the boss sees this because we can't. This guy has more back problems than me or than any
Mhm.
like 50-year-old.
Yeah.
That's
Like
actually yeah,
we cannot afford that. We are Bayern Munich. Like it's
yeah.
already ridiculous that Choupo-Moting starts
Give
for us.
me, Anuslan said this summer, give me Osimhen, give me Kulumulani, give me Vlahovic, give me any good striker. Give me this Haaland 2.0, the 20-year-old, who's give me Alex Ferguson from Brighton.
I
Give me
think the
any good
wisest
striker.
I think the wisest thing for us to do this summer, I want 2 players from Dortmund,
Nah, bro, we don't
Adeyemi
get them.
and Julian Brandt. Those
No,
are
no,
the
no,
two
no.
Nah,
players I
bro,
want
we
from
don't
Dortmund.
want them.
Because look,
Nah, bro.
let me tell you something. Gnabry and Sane, I think they're done and dusted. I don't think Sane can rectify his career, even if Tuchel came. I still
This
don't
is
see.
interesting because just Prince said people who would profit from Tuchel, right? He said Nabri and Mane and stuff. I think that's not Nagelsmann's fault. I think they were just shit, and you could see that even in the national
Oh
team.
yeah,
Like
certain
Nabri wasn't
games.
good. I
Yeah,
don't think that's Nagelsmann's fault. And I mean,
mm,
yeah, obviously, if like Tuchel plays him in a different position, things could change. But I've seen all Germany's games, right? The past 6 or 7 months, or like the last year. He wasn't good
mm,
in one of them. Like, okay, the Belgian game, he was decent, Nabri. But like every game before that, he was just shit. And you can't say it's all on Nagelsmann. It's not because there were players who were really good. Like look at Choupo-Moting. He plays probably the best football he ever played. Look at
mm,
like Pavard. I think Pavard played the best football since he joined Bayern, at least in my
mm,
opinion. He's really good, right?
mm.
Stanisic also really good. Upamecano has improved. Like there are players who improved a lot under Nagelsmann. I don't want to say, oh, Gnabry not performing or Mane is all on Nagelsmann. I don't see this narrative.
Well, Germany are shit, so you can say like, oh, Gnabry hasn't played well or Son hasn't played well for Germany. Germany as a
Uh,
whole are shit. They're
Yeah,
Yo,
that's a
yeah,
different
yo.
topic.
as a
Yeah, yeah, probably. Yeah.
No, no, but
German,
the thing about
he's right.
Germany,
We are in the mud.
the thing about Germany is that we don't
Flick.
have we don't have the drone. They don't have the drone Boateng replacement, and they need a proper number 9.
Yeah, we
That's
don't
the
have
thing.
that. You can see how much
Yeah,
Flick was relying on Lewandowski. We don't have
yeah,
that in the German team.
yeah.
By the
Like
way,
right now. Mhm.
someone in the chat said Lewandowski scoring 1 or 2 goals and get
We
matches a
have
false
Wilco.
narrative.
We have Wilco.
I don't see that. Like he scores like look at the state of the top goal scorer of the Bundesliga this season and compare
Right.
to any other season. It's insane how bad this season is compared to the other seasons. And just because Lewandowski not here, Lewandowski would be at like 25 goals plus, if not even like he would be close to 30. And now you could win it probably with like 20 goals this season. This is crazy.
yeah, but 30 goals just to go to the Champions League. Like he's not like
Yeah, but I'm not saying that. I was saying
He's
I was
not.
referring to the
I
draws
agree
to
that.
in the league because we are drawing a lot of games. And that's
yeah, but you can have a goal scorer in the league, but it doesn't mean like they're the striker type of striker you need. Like
Yeah,
you need like a more well-rounded player. Like the Lewandowski example is an okay example because he did get the goals in the Bundesliga, but he's not the type of striker we need to look for.
mhm.
So here's an example. Would you do this? play Lewandowski in the league and drop him in the Champions League for 10.
I would.
I would have done that. I would have
Yeah.
done that last season, and and this is my thing, Bayern fan TV. Like, we should have done that when we saw that we're losing to Villarreal. This is my problem with Nagelsmann. That's why I wanted him sacked, even after the Villarreal
Didn't
game.
Lewandowski score against
Yeah, he did.
No. He scored
scored.
because they pressed the back four. You understand? But most of the balls, if you looked at the balls that Bayern had on the wing, when they whipped in those crosses inside the box, there wasn't that guy who could put it in the back of the net, and the right guy was Choupo-Moting. So
No, he
then
was
and
not.
then,
Did you even
yes, it
watch the
was.
games against
No,
Paris?
no, no,
Did you
no,
watch
no.
them?
Listen, bro. How many
Wait,
crosses?
Choupo-Moting scored off a cross that was offsides. What do you mean he's not the guy for it? Musiala put in a cross and Moting scored off the header, but it was offsides.
Bro,
Yes.
he wasted 200% chance against PSG in the first
Yeah,
game.
but
And the second one was the
no,
tap in. You
no,
can't
no,
tell
listen,
me Lewandowski wouldn't
How
score
many
that.
chances did Lewandowski
listen,
waste in the Champions League with us?
Bro, listen.
Moting got the one chance and scored. That's what you need. You need a clutch player. When they get that one big chance, they do it.
Chance.
Lewandowski, you give him
Listen.
the chance. He fucked it up.
Listen. Let me tell you something, right? We in that game, Villarreal was playing a low block against us. Okay,
Obviously, yeah.
where we had most of the ball. You get what I'm trying to say? You, the coach, saw that. Oh my goodness, this guy Lewandowski is not working. He's getting dispossessed. It like even though he scored a goal, it's still not working. He still cannot score against Villarreal because the defense is very resolute against Lewandowski. You understand? And they double teamed him most of the time. So what he had to do was drop back and play in the midfield and play from the midfield and then try to play as a hold-up striker. When Choupo-Moting played this first half of the season, when he came in, you saw the difference. He held up the ball. He allowed other players to come in and to the attack. And not only did he do that, but he also scored a lot of good aerial goals. He scored an aerial goal against Hertha Berlin. That was a really nice aerial goal. I remember that game before the World Cup. So you knew this. You knew this in the Villarreal game. Why didn't you bring this guy in when you know that we need a goal to qualify to get to the semifinals? We would have beaten Villarreal.
Court, but it's politics. You can't. You're not going to drop Lewandowski. Like, it's just politics.
Yeah, you can't do it.
What you say? Sorry, Daniel. What you say?
It's politics. Like, you can't. Like, he's not going to drop Lewandowski because of the name behind Lewandowski. You know what I mean?
No. That's wrong. Because
no, I agree. No, I agree with you. It's wrong. I agree that it's wrong. I'm just saying that's like what he's thinking.
The two worst players in that game were Sane and Lewandowski. Those were the two worst players in that game. If you know that they're out of form, you know that they're lacking confidence, you have to bench them and bring in players who are going to impact the game in the second half. And the player who was going to impact the game in the second half was Choupo-Moting, number one. You also had who else was in the bench in that game? Let me check who else was in that game.
We played nearly all of our attackers. I think there was the game where Nagelsmann played with 6 attackers. He played Musiala, he played Sane, he played Coman, he played Nabi. I think we played all of them.
Like, Musiala, I agree with you. But like the issue is like because of the name of Lewandowski, he won't drop him.
I don't want to talk about that game anymore.
Can I say something?
It's a nightmare game.
Let me tell you something. No. I need to go back to that lineup.
No,
because I believe there was
after we've drawn Villarreal in the UCL, right? I tweeted something like this is a revenge for Liverpool because I thought we would pass Villarreal anyway. So many Liverpool fans bookmarked that tweet, and after we went out, I got cooked. They told me I got cooked, bro. I had to mute the conversation. I got so cooked. You can't, because I was so sure we will play Liverpool in the semi-finals, and then we dropped the Villarreal. I just can't.
See, look, guys, look. So we had Janabri on the bench. Janabri was supposed to play centrally. Instead, he picked him and he put in what's Macaulay Sane as a right wing. So Janabri should have started as that right winger. You understand? He did all those substitutions after we're losing. But after Villarreal equalized in that game. And then you had players like Paul Werner, Omar Richards, who can give you something attacking wise. You have players like Vidovic, you have Marco Roca,
You
you have
don't
Nianzou
brought
who
in
can play DM.
Vidovic in the Champions League game when you're about to drop out. You don't do that.
Look, you had Stanisic. You even had Stanisic who could play
Cole, what
DM.
are you talking about,
Yeah,
man?
What am
What are you
I
No,
talking
listen,
can't,
about?
listen,
bro.
Come
listen,
on, Cole. Come on.
listen,
Yeah, bring in the youth team. We are about to drop
listen,
out.
listen,
Uh,
listen. You need fresh blood. You need
Yeah, I agree
fresh
with
blood.
that. He
And
made substitutions.
yes,
look,
he made
look.
substitutions.
I'm gonna clean. I'm gonna cleanse this discussion.
Yeah, please do that.
I'm gonna put an end to it by just showing this video, and then we'll move back on to Dortmund. All right. So
Okay.
What video?
there. Who remembers this video? That's what I'm gonna say.
I mean, I can't hear anything.
Well, audio is a mess, but who remembers this good old 2010?
2010, yeah.
Oh, the good old
We
days
were,
where
we were
Germany was
cooking
great.
2010. I'm telling you, we were cooking. The way we eliminated England, it was just great.
That was the youngest team in the World Cup.
Yeah, it was so good.
So, with all of that said, let's talk about Dortmund because we talked about Villarreal,
Remember
a
Prime
game that
Easy?
happened last season
My God,
too
what
long.
a
Wait,
player.
but Bayern Fancy, before you go, let's be honest, bro. Be really.
Well,
He could have brought these guys earlier, bro. He could have brought these guys
yeah,
earlier.
it's okay.
Too late.
By the way, let me
Car.
say something. Let me say something. One thing before we move to the Dortmund game. I say, okay, I see where you're coming from when you say Tuchel is the better manager. He's better for Bayern. I totally get that. But I say we had a better chance, like without even playing the game yet. I say we had a better chance to beat City with Nagelsmann.
No
than with
way.
Tuchel.
No way.
Yeah,
No
I'm
way.
saying that. I'm saying
I
that.
agree. I
No way.
agree.
100% disagree.
No way.
1,000% actually. No, you
Yeah.
what? I'll up that. 100,000% I'll disagree.
How do you? Okay, then tell me. How do you
under-
think it's
Under
better if we get it?
Nagelsmann, listen, under Nagelsmann, we get embarrassed 7-0 against Pep.
Okay,
I
you would have said the same against PSG, and then we won.
No,
Like,
I didn't. I don't rate
No one did that
PSG
to
in the
PSG. Not a
slightest. Like
single person.
PSG are a banter team. Like even Lyon with Cherky, you know, who's like what? He's 16 years, 17 years old. Even they are beating PSG. Like, what are they gonna do against us? Like, be realistic. But like Manchester City, even with their form, they could beat us 7-0, 8-0, 9-0. Like when we still had Nagelsmann, and I would have not been shocked. Under Tuchel, do you know what I think is gonna happen? We're gonna
What?
win 1-0 and then 0-0 the second game. That's what I think is gonna happen. Just a 1-0
we're winning
victory.
1-0 in Manchester.
Yeah.
in Manchester,
Yeah.
you know that would be a really good result. That would be a
1-0
really
and
good
then
result.
0-0. And we're going
By
Yeah.
the
through the
way,
next round with a 1-0
I'm
victory.
going
I'm
to
saying we're
the
dropping out, but
I'm going to the DFB Pokal game and the Mainz game. I hope you're gonna
Nice.
win.
Lucky you.
Yeah, I'm just 2 hours flight away from Munich, so it's actually easy to go there. But I didn't get.
I will send you a camera and a microphone so you can
I
record some
wanted
interviews.
I wanted to go to the UCL game, but I didn't get any cards.
Yeah, me neither.
You have zero chance. It's close to impossible to get one. Like,
Oh no, but for the Man City game, I think their weak point will be Rico Lewis. So we need
I
to.
hope.
So we need to put Coman
No,
on Rico Lewis.
if we are lucky in the first leg, Haaland and
Yeah.
Foden are missing. If we get lucky.
Telling you, the game plan must be don't let Haaland play.
Yeah.
Haaland,
Stop
Haaland
that.
doesn't matter. He's the least of our worries. I'm
You
worried
you
about
think so? He
absolutely.
even at Dortmund he always scored against us.
Yeah.
Never
They
won.
just did. They
It's
never won, but he scored.
that doesn't matter.
But
Different
think
team, different manager. We don't have a fraud anymore. We've actually got a manager now, so I don't care about Haaland.
He
manager,
also
yeah.
scored it when Flick was the manager.
Yes,
Nagelsmann
another
isn't a
fraud.
fraud.
I've been calling Flick a fraud ever since he won the Champions League, and I've got so much flack for it back then. And now that he's the manager of Germany, people now start to agree with me. Like I was one of the first people that wanted Flick out, and I remember the hate I got. I remember the hate I got. But you know what?
I'm gonna
I'm
say it.
proven right again.
Flick
I
is the
don't want to
reason
play.
Germany went out on the World Cup. He had the
It is.
striker and didn't
It's
play
an
his striker,
embarrassment. It's an
even though
embarrassment.
he
He's an
knows
actual
Germany
fraud.
plays better with the
You,
striker.
you guys don't even. I don't know. You guys don't even understand how important the tournament is. Like the Euros in next year. Like it's probably let's be for real. Us in our lifetime, I don't think we get another home tournament, right? And we're about to waste it with Hansi Flick, who's trying to play high line with Schlotterbeck, Süle, and Wolf. Like I can't.
Listen. You know, I'm gonna
I'm gonna
say
be
it.
here for his
I'm
downfall.
I'm
I don't want a
going to
downfall. I want to win this. I think we have the squad.
listen. I'm going to every fucking game in the group stage. If we lose, I'm gonna
Drop it, man.
boo. I'm going to boo Flick out. If we lose the first game, I'm going to boo Flick out, but because I can't do this anymore.
Look,
7 years.
High expectations for the
7
worst
years.
No, no, no,
German
no,
national
no,
team
no.
has
You
just
need to
bring me
understand.
misery.
Flick is the
Just
right manager
misery.
for Germany. He's the right
You know
manager.
what's
It's just
you know what's
give
funny
him
though?
time. Give him time.
We don't
No.
want to give him time. You know
Uh,
what's funny though? We don't play a strong opponent, I think, until like end of this year or like beginning of next year, when it's already too late to sack Flick. So we are playing Poland, Ukraine, and I don't know who do we play, but like we win against them, and it would be like, yes, let's go, we're winning everything. And then we play France and get smacked 4-0 by 3 goals, and Mbappe, and like, shit, we are wasting this tournament. And now we can't sack him because they be like, we can't sack the manager now. We give him time. There's no alternatives, right? Tuchel is gone. Who's there? There's no.
Or what do you guys think? Do you think he's a club level manager, Hansi Flick?
he's a
He's a
nothing
co-
manager. He
He's a
wasn't good.
COVID abuser. That's it.
He wasn't good for Bayern. He isn't good for Germany. Like, like it's crazy how like him winning the Champions League, right? Masked everything. Like you couldn't criticize him without people coming for your neck.
I mean, he did
How-
well, right? We won everything. We won every game. We won every tournament.
And he couldn't keep a
trophy.
single clean sheet.
Yeah,
Still better than Nagelsmann. Still better.
That's true.
No, but you guys have such high expectations for the shittiest Germany team ever. Like France, if they beat you, they deserve it. They have a better defense, better midfield, better attack. What are you guys gonna do? You have no striker. Your wingers are shit. Your midfield is shit, and your defense is all awful.
You can't blame it. You can't blame it on him.
I mean, yeah. I would be totally fine if we go to Euros and drop on like quarterfinals, semifinals against France or like England or any like decent side, right? But dropping in the groups against Japan, I can't, bro. How do we drop it down, lose the game against Japan? How is that even possible?
You know what I find so funny, right? In the second game against Spain, and I thought about this today actually because I don't know what I was watching, but I was watching something. In the second game against Spain, what turned the game around? Us playing a striker, us subbing in a striker. So what does he do?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
What does he do for the third game? He drops the striker.
He drops him, yeah. I didn't understand. That's the only bad thing I'll say about Flick. I was like,
but to be fair, though, the third game was unlucky. Like Spain also losing to Japan, I don't want to blame it. Like that game, I don't count that. I'm still mad about the first game.
They did that on purpose, Ben. I know it in my gut.
Yeah,
they did that on purpose.
Then they deserve
it. Someone like Nagelsmann would do really good internationally.
No, he wouldn't. No, he's way too tactician. Like you don't have that time at the national team to get like your tactics done and stuff. Like that's I don't. You meet the national team
he's
like
average.
3
So
times
he would work with the German team.
We have a striker with Füllkrug, but he never started. Yeah, I mean, I see why Flick doesn't see Füllkrug as like the number one choice, the must play striker, at least at the beginning. Right now, I think he is. but like I see why he wanted to play with Havertz, and they're like just like better footballers. But his system needs a striker, and you can't like Fulkrug is not Lewandowski, but he's certainly better than not playing any striker. So yeah, man,
So
please don't waste this tournament.
so
Let's go
I'm
to
gonna
Dortmund.
do a tactical
I
thing
can't
here.
do this anymore with this Germany team. They
I'm
brought
gonna
me just misery in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Just absolute misery.
look. I'm gonna do the tactical thing here, and I'm gonna switch this back to Dortmund by saying we had Mukoko as well. Who he could have played. He played him in one friendly. I think it was like for one half, and that was it. That's he took him to
That's
the
it.
World
Oh
Cup
yeah, that's true.
and played it for like one
No
half in
problem.
a friendly, and just said nope, no more of that. Great way to give that youngster confidence. That's all I'm gonna say. But speaking
Wait,
of
what
Mukoko,
happened to Adeyemi? I thought like he should be starting more, bro. That's how I see it.
he was
He
awful
will.
until
He
after the
will.
World Cup.
Uh,
I want to say one more thing about Germany, then we can move on. If you guys
Yeah.
get second in the group and you move up and you get knocked out after, that's a great Euros for you. I'm being honest.
Now, okay, I'm saying if we get past the goods, right, and then we play a strong side like we did in like the last years with England. We played them right away. I think in the round of 16 we played them, and we dropped out in a close game. I'd be pissed, but like, okay, it's okay. If we drop out.
No,
But
like round
if
of
we-
16 is literally your level. Like if you guys play Ukraine and get knocked out in the round of 16, that's your level. I'm being honest.
No, it's not our level.
that is your
We
level.
are
Yeah.
not losing to Ukraine. These fuckers have other things to worry about, and you're telling me we are losing to them?
Look, here's what's gonna happen. I'm telling you the script right now. Okay, so here's what's gonna happen for the Euros. Right, first game in the group stage, we're gonna play against Azerbaijan. We're gonna lose 2-1. Second game in the group stage is against France, and
Let's set Azerbaijan like
and we'll draw 1-1 against France. And then everyone's hope gets, everyone gets their hope back up. It's like, oh wow, yeah, Germany can go through. All they need is a win in the next game. And a third game is against uh, Finland, and we'll lose 3-1. 3-1 in the last minute, and we go out. That's what's gonna happen. You know the script. I know the script. We've seen the script now. Two World Cups in a row. We've seen that script. So
You know what we're lucky though? You know what we're lucky in the next tournament? We are in Pot A. That means we don't get the strongest teams in our group. It's not possible.
No, that's
Because-
even worse. That's worse because that means we're gonna get humiliated even more. We're not gonna lose against strong sides. We're gonna lose against the worst sides.
No, but we're not losing to Ukraine. I can't.
No, you'll have an easy group. You'll get second. You'll somehow get lucky, move up. Round of 16, you'll get a decent team, knocked out. That's your level.
Now we need to win every game just to prove it to you. We are not that bad, bro.
The U.S. men's national team has a better defense, 100%.
You know,
Who?
The U.S. men's national team has a better defense than Germany.
Nah, Ghana's better than US. Yo, Ghana's better than US.
I would say actually we have a good defender.
Yeah, I would
He
also
plays
say
for AC
I don't think it's
Milan.
that bad.
I think he plays for AC Milan, but he's very, very young and hasn't played a lot
No.
of games.
Oh, you're talking about Thyri.
Wait.
Yeah.
Malik Thyri. Yeah,
Malik
yeah, yeah.
Thyri.
No.
He's promising.
We're not talking about Schalke reject. Come on now.
Okay, let's go to Dortmund. I'm
This is the
saying
level of Germany. I'm
Towers,
telling you.
but one
It's
second.
Schalke reject.
Before we move on, I need to ask Towers a few questions because he's joined us and he wasn't here on the weekend. So I need to ask him a few questions. First of all, I want to welcome you to the discussion. It's been a while, but my first question to you is this. It's a very simple question. The fraud is gone. Tuchel has joined. What are your thoughts?
First of all, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. First of all, it's lovely to be back. It's lovely to hear your voices again. And yeah, I'm torn on the whole Nagelsmann Tuchel thing because to me, when we hired Nagelsmann, I was like, whoa, that's a bit too soon for him. He's a bit too young. But given that they spent like what was it, 20 million, 25 million on him, gave him a very high salary, and then gave him like a 5-year contract, I was like, all right, they're gonna prioritize like building a project and going for longevity and not like fire him immediately if he doesn't deliver. But then they did exactly that. They fired him like quite early, I think, because the football wasn't great, but I always believed that he was going to turn it around eventually. Like within those 5 years, sure we were going to miss out on some trophy here and there, but like the manner of the sacking was also very like I didn't like that one bit. But yeah, I'm 100% convinced that Thomas Tuchel will improve our team immediately. I don't know if it's going to be enough for City, but yeah. So on a short term, I think it's going to benefit Bayern Munich. But I'm still a bit gutted about Nagelsmann, to be honest.
Oh, Nagelsmann's feelings. I like how you take them into consideration. I don't care.
Yeah, I know. I think Nagels and Joy and I are the only ones on this panel here in favor
Samasi
of
as well.
Nagelsmann.
Samasi as well.
Oh yeah, so there's three of us. Yeah, I know. Daniel and Core hate him with a burning passion.
It's
Hey,
even now. We have a 3v3. 3v3, it's even.
I knew once I read the news, Nagelsmann fired. I was in Munich actually. It was quite late, and the first thought that popped into my head was, Prince, Core, and Daniel must be dancing in their bedrooms.
Core did, right? Core did.
he did,
posted
yeah.
video how
Bro,
he
I was
danced.
dancing, man. I was dancing my life out. I couldn't believe that day, man.
Oh.
Nah, but honestly, like I'm fine with Tuchel, right? But like I see it as tough. But I wouldn't say that they sacked him immediately, right? Honestly, if we sacked him immediately, it would have been after the Villarreal game, or at least after the season, just saying, okay, this wasn't good enough. You're on a Bayern level, get out. But we gave him the next season, and honestly, I said it at the beginning, right? Us not being first in the league was probably the thing where they said, okay, this is not possible, get out. And Tuchel is available. That's probably the main thing, right? Why we sacked him. I don't think it's like mainly his performance. I think it's because Tuchel was available. Would have never sacked him without Tuchel. Like, let's be real, we wouldn't. But yeah, Tuchel was available, so they thought, let's do it.
Mido, another person who I don't think we've gotten your thoughts on Nagelsmann being sacked or fired, and Tuchel being hired. What are your thoughts on it? What are your thoughts on this crazy week that has just transpired? Are you happy? Are you saddened? Do you think it was un-Bayern-like to sack him like the way they did, where the newspapers knew about it first? Or do you think, man, who cares? The manager has gone. Finally, Bayern is on the upwards trajectory.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, man. It's more so shocking to me, to be honest, than anything. I was honestly so shocked. I feel like karma will get us back, like what we done to Nagelsmann, because of the timing and just because him finding out from the press and everything that's going on. I feel like the least we could do just give him till the end of the season. But I understand they were looking at Tuchel and there was a possibility of him going to like Spurs or other clubs. But I don't know how to feel about this because will this guy even have enough time to like tactics, to do his tactics to against big teams. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, you're
So
spitting, man.
you say something very interesting, that karma will get us back for the way we got rid of Nagelsmann. Don't you think that karma got Nagelsmann for the way he played or his team set up at Bayern? I think that's just a very credible thing to say because we were dreadful under him, and that's why he got sacked. So that's karma.
I mean, dreadful. I wouldn't say dreadful. Like the
We
Champions
were
League.
dreadful.
we were worse under
we
Nagelsmann than we were under Flick, and I never thought we'd get that bad.
Like, I mean, our Champions League, the PSG games, you guys, like that was like amazing the way we shot Mbappe and the PSG attack. When I was watching the World Cup, I thought there was no chance that we would stop these three guys. These team, Mbappe, Messi. I thought we would be out, and this guy actually like put a plan, and the team. This worked, but if we lose to Dortmund or if we lose to Man City, I think the whole world just gonna laugh at our board.
Yes, that's
it's time
me
to hide.
Talking
then.
exactly like I did. This is just what I said. I said if we now lose to Dortmund, let's just like draw and drop to Man City. Imagine what the world would say to us. And now imagine Nuggets. I don't know where he goes, right? But like he goes to, I don't know, like City, like Chelsea or Spurs, and then he cooks there, and we be like, fuck. But I mean, this is just like we don't know that. I think Tuchel will succeed, but it's just the thought. You're right. You're right to have this thought. I also think that we might have, in my opinion, should have waited. But let's see.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, the only thing I'd say is because I rate Tuchel as well, because what he's done with PSG and Chelsea last 3-4 years, 2 Champions League finals in what 3-4 years. So that's a big achievement, and the guys. But it's just the timing for me. Would have been bad at the beginning of the season. But if he beats Man City, honestly, I care about that game more than anything. For me, it's like I live in England, like I think Prince, you live in England, so you know the media how much they trash talk.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
whenever English team we beat English team, it's like a bonus for me. And so winning against Man City, getting to semi-final, that would be an absolute achievement this season. So I hope at least we get that. Then he does that.
So I wanted to share one very quick video, because we talked about it a few minutes ago, how a certain someone celebrated when they heard that Tuchel was the new manager.
Bro, you celebrate more than we would have won the Champions League.
Yeah, that was that day. I was so happy, man. Look, like
So yeah, we saw how a certain someone celebrated.
Like, oh man, it was dreadful, man. Watching this guy week in week out, like losing to Augsburg, drawing to home.
There's one thing I would say.
Disgusting, man.
That Leverkusen game was probably the worst game we've played.
Yeah.
Since the Gladbach game where we got thrashed 5-0. But that game was so bad. I couldn't even believe how bad it was. Like, especially until the 80th minute, right? We were so bad. Like, how did we even go in front? I didn't understand. They were outplaying us. I thought they were Bayern and we were Leverkusen. That's how bad we were.
Do you think that triggered the sack, or do you think because Nagelsmann and Tuchel's news going to?
I think that triggered the sack. I think that triggered the sack. You know why I'm saying this? Because beginning of the season, we had so many draws. We had a draw against Union Berlin. We had a draw against Dortmund. We had a draw against so many mid-table teams. And that was the time when people were saying, "Oh, Mane, can't play the striker role. He's not scoring goals and so forth." So it was very hard. I'm trying to say, to beat the teams. Now, I think, and I'm gonna make this bold prediction, guys.
Oh, here we go. Someone clip him.
But I don't care if you clip me. Like, I'm a human being. It is what it is. I believe Upamecano and Musiala will not see a game.
Yeah. That's like one of our.
I'm done with the headless chicken. I'm done with that headless chicken. I'm done with that bum who always dribbles.
I know you had a Upamecano agenda, but Musiala, bro.
Yeah. Musiala's a bum. If either he plays wing, but please do not play him in attacking mid. I don't want to see him play attacking mid. Play him on wing, and that's it. I don't want to see that guy anywhere near attacking mid. Those two, for me, will not get a game in Tuchel's era. I'm telling you guys this. Those two players will not get a game in Tuchel's era. I strongly
That's one thing I agree on, and I say Musiala is not that good how the media makes him. Like at the moment, I think he has so much more potential. That sometimes just does stupid decisions. Sometimes it's just an easy pass he didn't do and stuff. But if he gets this right, he's one of the best players in the world. Like, I'm sure about that.
If he can turn up against big teams in the Champions League, that would be good.
My problem with him, his football IQ, decision making, his selfishness, it is just below par. He's really below par. He's better. Yeah, someone said it. He's better playing as a box-to-box than playing as a attacking mid. That's personal.
Why we need words.
They won't play any game under Tuchel. I'm telling you this right now, yo.
Nah, bro,
like those two, especially Upamecano. Let me explain Upamecano.
What have you been watching, Cole? I just wonder because
Tuchel
Upamecano
wanted
has been.
Upamecano at Chelsea. He wanted him.
All the mistake came from who? Upamecano against Leverkusen.
That was
All the
also Pavard's
mistakes,
mistake.
the mistake against Villarreal came from Upamecano. The game we played this season where we lost to Augsburg, it came from Upamecano. He is a hellish chicken who is a Nagelsmann player. He's not a Tuchel player. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Did you watch
Why
the
is
World
he a
Cup?
starter for France then? Probably the best team in
Yeah.
the world.
The reason why he's a starter for France is he is the only reliable center back there. But
Nah,
if
I
you
mean,
look at it,
Look
like,
at that depth, bro. You want to say he's the only reliable there?
okay, let me tell you something. Who would you pick, Varane or Upamecano? Who's better?
Ryan's retired.
Varane
Upamecano.
retired, yeah.
Oh, Varane retired.
Just now, yeah.
But they have
Okay.
Saliba or
they have
Upamecano?
Badia Shield, they have Fofana, they got Konate, they have
Exactly.
Okay.
Saliba,
Compare Badiashile to Upamecano. Who would you pick?
Upamecano 10 out of 10 times. Like, it's not even a debate.
No, but the
Konate
thing is,
to Upamecano. Who would you
Maybe
pick?
in like
right?
5 years you would say different, but like at the moment, no.
Konate to Upamecano. Who would you pick?
Upamecano. But I get what you're saying.
Upamecano,
Like,
me
right
too.
now you would pick
He
Upamecano.
is-
But the thing is, right? They
He
have
is the liability, guys. How do you not see this?
no. The thing is, right? For
He's-
France, they have so many options. If he was playing bad, they could replace him like this on the snap, like with a snap of their finger, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, right? I just want to know what your reaction is going to be when Upamecano starts tomorrow because he will start. I think
He will start 100%.
The thing is, right? Nagelsmann is not like as good of a coach as Tuchel. Tuchel can train Upamecano to become a better defender. We saw that with like Rudiger, who was really bad before Tuchel came in. Tuchel came in. Rudiger was one of the best defenders in the world, top 3 under Tuchel. Tuchel can help develop these defenders because he knows how to set up a back line, organize it, help the team keep a clean sheet, locked on the defense. I think you have to
Answer that question,
1
guys. Please answer that question. Core says Musiala and Upa won't play anymore under Tuchel. No. I like what this guy said here. Why don't we try him as a DM? Why don't we try him as a DM? Because we don't have a DM currently right now. We need someone who's aggressive in the defensive mid who can press the ball and win back the ball. He will be perfect.
It's actually interesting.
He will be
because
perfect as a
the
DM.
Germany
His
game,
defending is
right?
atrocious.
The Germany
His
game,
awareness
when
is
Jan
bad.
came in, we played way better than we did with
His
the
awareness is bad. Playing out of the back is bad. His discipline is terrible. I mean, guys, come on, bro. England scored because of Upamecano. Argentina won because of Upamecano pushing all the way high up the pitch. It's all Upamecano. He's trash.
Man, you can't be playing Upamecano for.
They
for
lost
that.
to Argentina because of Upamecano.
Well, he saved the Tower shot, which was going to be a goal.
The second goal. Did you see the second goal?
Of what?
The second goal, he pushed all the way high up.
So who would you play instead of
Messi
Upamecano?
Yeah.
So for me personally, this is my thing. Okay.
One second.
We
One second. I'm gonna bring up the lineup builder again, and then you can tell me how you would set up the team against Dortmund. So give me 1 second. I've got it right here.
Yeah. Thank you. I just want to try it and see. It doesn't hurt if we try, guys. Let's just try something. Let's see if it works. If it doesn't, then okay, I made my mistake.
6-0.
So my thoughts to you immediately are: what's your formation?
If it's my formation, Bayern Fan TV is, I want 4-2-2 because we're so good in beginning of season. Beginning of season, it worked.
4-2-2.
Why are we deviating from it? 4-2-2. Yes.
Do you mean 4-4-2?
Yeah, 4-2-2. No.
Oh,
4-2-2-2. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right.
Okay.
So my left back is Cancelo.
Hello?
I think you've just broken up there.
Yeah, this is already worth to discuss. Why would you not play Davis?
I understand that one. Davis has been awful for too long. I can understand that one. I mean, okay, I'll ask that question then. What do you all
Yeah,
think
too
about
long.
Davis?
Way too long.
You're back.
Give me
Okay.
delete. Yeah, give me
Delete.
delete. Mhm.
Okay. Right here.
Pavard.
I'm assuming you're Upamecano.
Yeah.
And as a right back.
And then as a right back, I want Mazraoui.
Okay.
That's not Mazraoui plays actually.
Now, this is what I want.
Oh, here we go. Now you started with now, so I know something wild's gonna happen,
Yeah.
like Stanisic
Yeah.
or something.
No, Upamecano. You know
What?
something? I want you to change. Never mind. Okay, so Upamecano as the DM. And then play. Ooh.
Bro, are you serious?
Musiala.
Musiala is the box to box.
Yeah, Musiala.
Oh, my
Where's
goodness.
Kimmich?
Oh, let him finish. Let him finish.
Oh no. Okay.
Let him cook. Let him
Let
cook.
him exactly. Let him cook.
No. I just thought about it, Prince. I thought about it. Prince, can you take off Mazraoui and put Kimmich there?
Oh, here we go again.
Yeah. Thank you. And then as a two attacking mids, I'm gonna go for the left AM should be Coman. This one should be Gnabry. And then put Mane and Choupo-Moting.
Yo, look at you're only laughing because you can't take the serious.
How am I laughing?
You're
How am I
laughing at your own.
This is it. This is it. This, if you want to win the game, this is how you do it. This is it. This is the lineup, bro. Because you have to make big calls. You have to make big calls.
I thought Musiala wouldn't play under Tuchel.
What a shit.
What's the reasoning behind Gnabry in the lineup?
He's not playing under Nagelsmann anymore, so now he's freed. The shackles have been released. Let the
He played
shackles
more
be
than
released.
some others. He just didn't deliver.
It's not a coincidence he starts dribbling again when Stockholm gets sacked. Not a coincidence.
Yeah. It's actually he was not a Nagelsmann fan. You could see that.
Basically, right? The shackles that have been binding Gnabry have been released. Same thing for Sane. The shackles have been released, and quite frankly, he is free now. Or to put it another way, like this, you guys can't even hear it, David. I've got so many references today, but you guys can't even hear it. 1 second, I've got you. There you go.
So Sane's shackles have been there until when? Until he left City.
Sorry.
He never really played, right?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so that was my lineup, guys. That was my lineup. It's always good to try something new.
So I'm just gonna come out and say it. Who's gonna
Can you do
question
one realistic one?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I was gonna say, who's gonna question him on his lineup? Anyone?
Yeah, can we? I mean, it's a nice lineup, but could we do a one which would probably be the one tomorrow, or like what we think Tuchel will play? Do we think three at the back or 4 at the back? Like, just think, not what we want to see, what we think Tuchel will play.
I think a 3 at the back.
Yeah, me as well. I also think that.
Well, let's just go through it one by one. So, Daniel, what do you think? I know I've asked that question like 50 times already, but still.
Yeah, I mean, my lineup at the start was the 3 at the back, just because I don't think he'll change too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 3 at the back. We've got 1. Nagelsmann Joya, what do you say?
I also said 2 3 back.
So that's 2. Mido, what do you think? I can't hear you right now. Couldn't hear you there.
Okay, I was on mute. Sorry. Yeah, 3 at the back. Yeah, I think so.
3 at the back. Okay, so that's 3. Tausif, 3 or 4?
3.
3. Okay, that's 4. I mean, we've already got the majority here. Core 3. I mean, you've clearly shown 4. Said 4, but what do you think? 3 or 4?
Back four. Back four. Back
Well,
four.
we've got one person that thinks 4. I think it's a 3 as well, so it's a 3. Majority has ruled here. How do we go about it? So I think the goalkeeper position we don't need to really argue unless anyone has a wild one. Like we should play Upamecano as a goalkeeper.
No. Listen.
I think all right.
Listen, Sommer is a liability personally, and I wouldn't be upset if he picked Ulreich over Sommer because Sommer he's been.
No, but
I actually.
Is there anyone that you'd have?
I actually don't disagree with you, to be totally honest. I think Sommer
Really?
has been.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I think
Bro,
Sommer.
Sommer, my
bad.
goodness, bro.
He's been
There's
solid,
certain
man.
goals he concedes. It doesn't make any sense, bro.
And everyone
Like,
knows.
come on, bro.
I am.
Have you seen
biggest
Ulreich though?
Ulreich-
Have
I'm the
You're
biggest
not
Ulreich
wrong,
fan
but
in the world.
Ulreich putting in Ulreich is wild. It's like
I-
saying
No,
Hitler is
but he has
terrible and putting
Bundesliga
in Stalin.
experience. He's much better Bundesliga experience. That's how I see it.
You guys have to realize
He has less Bundesliga experience.
Exactly. I was like, what?
And
what?
the thing about Sommer is he's not a sweeper keeper, guys. Let me be honest with you.
Oh, yeah,
I
'cause
think
all-
Neither is
all-
Ulreich.
against Real Madrid, but to least pass back to him.
Okay, can we go to the next position?
Yeah.
Now?
All right, we set up back 3, so let's talk about the. Let's start, back here.
Put Upamecano in there, and then we have
One second. We have to do number 3, right? We're going by the jersey numbers here. So number 3, who do we think is that? I'll start with you, Daniel.
Yeah, keep the Ligt, same as mine.
Okay, Nagelsmann Joya,
Licht.
Mido,
Yeah, the Ligt. Yeah.
Tausif,
Of course, Matthijs.
Core.
He said, "What's the question?"
Number
Stannis
3
is gonna
here.
say, yeah.
Who do you think should play here?
So for me, I think that it should be Delict. Yeah, Delict.
Okay, Delict as
Are
well.
we now talking about what we think he should play or what we think he will play? Like, it's different for me.
Okay, what do we think he will play?
Yeah, I think it's the more interesting one, actually.
Is anyone changing their opinion on who they think he
No.
should? He will. Which one did we say? Sorry, the one that we think.
He will.
Yeah, what
yeah,
Tuchel
we
will
think.
play, what
Yeah.
we think he will play.
Does anyone think he's not going to play the Licht? Basically.
No.
Okay.
You know something, right? Let me tell you something. I would not be against him dropping Delict on the bench because
Why?
you know he's one play. He's very mistake prone. He's a mistake prone type defender.
You would drop.
You get what I'm trying to say?
So yeah.
And in big games, let me say something. In big games, he really does get found out. That's my problem with Delict.
But
You see,
I think it's actually the opposite. I think in big games he's even better. Look how he saved us against PSG. How well he played against Barcelona and shut down Lewandowski basically on his own. I think, especially in big games, he's good.
Also, Tuchel wanted De Ligt at Chelsea.
Yeah, he plays there. For me, it's a certain.
So, okay, but we all agree that Tuchel will likely play the Licht, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, because he's the most consistent center back at the moment. If you look at it, you see, compared to Upamecano, he's had a much better season than Upamecano in my eyes. That's just how I see it.
Okay, number 4 right here. Who do we think? So again, I need to clarify this. Not who we think, but who Tuchel. Who we think that Tuchel will play. So we'll start with you, Daniel. What do you think?
I think Tuchel will see that Upamecano is a shit defender and he's going to play Tariq Bushman. And I'll put up Upamecano.
Super.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Upa for sure.
Super. Nagels. Okay, Mido.
Upamecano, yeah, for sure.
Core. This isn't what you think.
This isn't what you want. It's what Tuchel will play.
Yeah.
What we predict.
Oh, it's not what I want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think he'll go. This is my thing about Upamecano. Even with a back three, I think he's much better in a back four than a back three. That's my personal opinion about Upamecano.
A simple yes or no.
I can't talk about the hellish chicken because the hellish chicken, he runs around all day and doesn't defend.
But I
That's-
guess Cole agrees. Upa will
guess.
probably play there.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah. Upamecano, no choice.
All right. And then number 5 here. Who do actually Tausif, welcome back. Who do you think will play here as a number 4? Even Core agreed that Tuchel will likely play Upamecano there. So what do you think?
Yeah, I mean Upamecano. Don't know who else would be in that position.
All right. I agree, of course. And then who do you think will play here as a number 5? Daniel, we'll start with you.
Pavard.
Yeah, Pavard will.
How Nags and Roya agrees. Mido?
Yeah, Bavard as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
I'll go to Core last because I know he'll have something to say. Talasif?
Yeah, I mean Pavard as well. He's been amazing the last few weeks.
Okay. And Core?
Actually, you know something? I agree with this Eric guy. Put Pavard in the middle, put Stanisic as a right center back.
Yeah, nice, but that won't happen in that game.
It's
That'd be
also
a
not.
good idea.
It's also not the majority. The majority that's voted with Meccano here, and the majority has voted
Now it will be
Pavard
interesting.
there.
Now we get into the interesting
Yeah.
questions.
So what now? We've got a back three, but what's next? Is it a
Left
4?
wing back, right? Because we also started at the league.
Oh, you guys think he's gonna go for the 3-4-3, right?
Yeah, I said 3-4-3.
Yeah,
Well, we
because
haven't
bro,
decided
Now
that.
we haven't
We
decided.
haven't
that.
decided that. We've just decided that it's a back three for now. So we
Yeah.
need to
Back
actually
three.
decide what's next. What's
Okay.
next? Is it 4? Is it 3? Is it 2? Is it 1? Is it 5? Is it 8? Or is it what is it? Well, it's not 8, obviously, but what
please
is it?
don't do one. Please don't do one. That Indian Nagelsmann, yo.
Daniel, what do you think?
For my preview earlier, I put 3-4-3, so I'm gonna stick to it.
Okay, so you think 4. Nagels and Joya, what do you think?
It's hard actually.
You want? I'll give you
Skip.
some time. I'll give you some time to think, and I'll move
Yeah.
over to someone else. Mido, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's like 3-4, and then like 2. Like I don't know if you call it 3-4-3, but behind Choupo-Moting, I don't know if he's gonna play tomorrow. Just basically like Coleman or Musiala.
Okay, but you agree on the 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4.
Okay, so that's 2 people that said 4. Tausif, what do you think?
So to the best of my knowledge, Tuchel wants to keep the formation, which would be 3-4-3, right? So yeah, 3-4-3.
Yeah.
I agree
Okay.
with. I agree with.
No,
four.
the last game we played 3-4-1-2 against Leverkusen.
So, do you think he's going to play a back 4? Not a back 4. Sorry. Do you think he's going to play 3-4? Then.
For me, this is my thing. I love the 3-4-3. The 3-5-2 would also be good. Why don't
Which
we go
one?
with a 5?
Which one do you think he will play though?
I think he's gonna go for the 3-4-3.
Okay,
That's my
so
personal.
so also a 4. So I think we're all in agreement then that it's 4. So a 3-4, and obviously we'll get into the next few ones after. Now the question is, how are we gonna set up?
This will be a tough decision for Tuchel.
this is the toughest decision in the squad, I would say, because like the back 3 sort of picks itself. I know
Yeah.
Eric kind of mentioned Stanisic, and I could see that because Stanisic is very defensive, and against Tuchel, for his time at Chelsea, he was known to be more defensive minded and whatnot. But this is again a majority voted thing here, so we're just saying what we think he's gonna do. So number 2. Who's going to play here? Daniel.
Yeah, I think just because Davies came back late, if Davies starts, I'm happy. Don't get me wrong, but I think because he came back late and Cancelo's been there longer, Cancelo's going to be there.
Okay. Nagelsmann, Joya?
I'm certain Davis will play. I don't even think that's a question for me.
Okay, so we've got 1-1 right now. One for Daniel, one for Cancelo, and one for Davis. Mido.
Yeah, I agree with Daniel. I think because with Davies coming back late, I see Cancelo starting tomorrow.
Okay, so we've got 2 for Cancelo, 1 for Davis. Towersif.
I'm gonna have to go to Davies on this one. I think Davies will play.
So right now we've got 2-2. Core, you're the decider. Who do you think is going to play here? Well, you're not the decider because I've still got my vote, but you say Cancelo. So we've got 3 for Cancelo, 2 for Davis. How am I gonna go? Well, which way am I gonna go? You know what? Davy Blind.
He's never gonna happen.
Please.
If we match Daily Blind to Adi, we might just give up.
If you're gonna play Daily Blind, then play him DM. If you're gonna play Daily Blind, play him DM.
So, well, the truth is Cancelo has won. The thing with Davis, and it annoys me. I just want to quickly talk about it, right? I like Davis a lot. I like him a lot, but it's like since 2020, he's just gotten worse and worse.
Worse and worse. Yeah,
there are these odd games where he's amazing. PSG or the first half when he only played the first half. Granted, like the first half against DC United in the friendly. That's how few amazing games he's had. To the point where I actually remember a friendly game where he played well. Like that's crazy to me. Like I haven't thought that he's the best defender, the best left back in the world since 2020. And that's what annoys me so much because like how can he be so good back then but not have improved on it?
Because back then he wasn't a YouTuber. He wasn't a famous YouTuber like he is now. You understand?
He doesn't even do any
It's
anymore.
because
Stop discriminating against YouTubers, all right?
No,
you're on a YouTuber's channel.
No. Listen. You are a professional athlete. Okay. I expect you to be fully focused on the task at hand. I don't expect you to be speaking to iShow Speed and playing FIFA 23 when you need to be focused.
A lot of players do that though. It's not on him.
Who does that? Show me the other players.
I saw with the Osimhen him speaking to. I saw what I can't think off the top of my head, but I saw a few players doing that.
Well,
anyway, number 7 right here. And I know it's not Upamecano because you already got him at number 4 right back down here. So who do we think number 7 will be? I'll start with Towersif this time.
I'm not sure who's all fit and healthy, but if Goretzka can play, Goretzka will play. If not, maybe Gravenberg. That would be my big surprise for the lineup.
So Goretzka is healthy, according to all reports and Tuchel himself.
Then Goretzka, yeah.
I see Goretzka.
Core?
Goretzka.
Mido?
Yeah, Goretzka, Kimmich, I don't see any change on that.
Okay, and you've already said yours, Nagelsmann, Goretzka. Daniel?
Yep, Goretzka.
Okay, and I say Gravenberg. Okay, anyway, moving on. Number 8. Number 8 right here. Who do you think is going to play there? I'll start with Mido this time.
Kimmich. Clear.
It is Joshua. Nagelsmann, Kimmich. Core? Kimmich. Daniel?
Yep, Kimmich.
Towersif?
Upamecano. Now they're joking. Kimmich.
And I thought you were being serious. You know who I would play here? Kimmich.
Yeah, Nianzu, I know.
Don't remind me of the goat.
How's it going for Gakpo?
The best player to play there is Mazraoui. I'll be honest with you.
Ooh, we've got one Mazraoui. Okay. Where do we go next? Daniel.
I'm going Coman.
Coman. So we've got Mazraoui, Coman, and Nagelsmann.
This is interesting because I would have said Davies on the left, Cancelo on the right. But now, as we've decided that Cancelo will play on the left, then I have to go with Coman.
But let me tell you guys something, because this guy, whatchamacallit, Coman against Leverkusen, he was shit on the right. Didn't you guys see that? So why are we gonna play him on the right again? Because he was obviously shit.
I thought he did good against Nuno Mendes again. against PSG. He was holding the right side.
No, they were double teaming him. They literally nullified him, bro.
No, but when we had Gnabry on the right, their left back had way more room to run in. Like he wasn't marking as well compared to Coman.
That's true.
You lot have just made it difficult for me because I've already forgotten like what people have voted. I think two people voted. One person voted Mazraoui, two people voted Coleman. Is that right?
Yeah.
I forgot who we went to. So Tawsif, what do you say?
I mean, I'm not sure. I think Mazraoui played for Morocco over the
Yep.
like international break, but I still think it might be too early to throw him into that intensive a game. So I'm gonna go for Coman.
Coleman. We've got 3 for Coleman. Who have I not asked yet?
Yeah, for me, I would add Coleman as well. In the future, maybe I want to see some like Mazraoui play in there, but tomorrow's game.
What do
Coleman.
we think about Mazraoui, by the way, especially this season?
Ooh, we'll talk
For
about that in
me,
a second. We'll
this-
talk about that in a second. Let's finish this lineup first because I do want to talk about certain players who we need to talk about just in general because there's a lot of players that obviously have not had a good season, and I do want to talk about them. But I kind of want us to finish this lineup first, and then we can talk about them,
Okay.
just so we don't get sidetracked.
Yeah, sounds good.
So what do we think next? Is it a 1? Is it a 2? Or is it
It's a
a
3.
3?
It's a
I
3.
think it's a 3.
I just realized I'm not. Wait, this doesn't make any sense
Why?
because
What
we're
does-
missing. No, we need 12 players. We can't
ref-
bench one.
The referee.
Yeah, I know, but we need 12 because
Nagelsmann out of retirement as a player, playing out.
Nagelsmann is
no,
finito.
I
We
want
don't
to
need
say
them. We don't need them. We don't need them.
I want because I think this is where most people disagree because okay, let's see. I mean, okay, actually, it's not that hard because Musiala won't play, right? He won't start.
Should he
Yes.
start? Ooh,
No,
we'll bring
bench
up that.
him.
We'll bring up that question as well afterwards. If he should start,
Bench that man. Bench that man, bro.
but so course it 3. What else is? What else are people thinking? Tawasif
I mean, sure, 3. Why not?
3. Mito.
Mueller has to start. Mueller has to start.
Yeah,
I'm
I
Me
sorry.
as
second
well.
that 100%. Müller has to
In
start.
these types of games, this is where you need Mueller, bro.
Core, I just want to
Au
mention
revoir.
have Mueller in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, man, this guy.
Daniel.
Yeah, Cancelo
Okay.
over Davies. You have a problem?
No, he's right though.
That's
I
just
don't
based
even
on
understand that. Your
like, the
reasoning
travels
saying
and
he's
stuff.
he's been late, but it's been one day and the others didn't even train that much. It's not like he missed 3 or 4 training days. He missed
He's
like
a YouTuber, my friend. Let it
Cancelo
go.
was there for a few days
it
though,
go.
wasn't he? I feel like
He
he was
was,
there.
yeah. He was one of the first ones to return from international.
I don't see
International
Davis
break.
being on the bench. I'm certainly play. Like I'm 100%
Well,
certain.
Nagels Enjoyer, do you think we'll play with a front foot 3?
No, I don't think so. I think we will play 2 number 10s and 1 striker.
Okay.
If we do that, then we're setting ourselves for failure right there, man.
Daniel, what do you think?
I'm going 3-4-3.
Okay, so majority, everyone besides Nagels Enjoyer has said front 3.
Yeah.
Now, this is where it gets a little tricky.
Yeah.
Here, who plays here? Number 10.
Sadio Mane.
That's one Mane. Tawasif.
I mean, I said Müller has to play, so don't know if you guys planning him on a
play him
different
on the left?
position, but
No, but I mean, how are we supposed to say this? Because we have 3 in our minds in our formation, right? And for me, it's not a 3 attack.
Remember,
That's
this is what we think that Tuchel will play.
Yeah.
Not what we want, not what we think. It's what we think that Tuchel will play.
For me,
I mean-
okay, let me phrase it like this. For me, the 3 players who start at the front is like Sani, Müller, and Choupo-Moting. How would you play them in this formation? Tell me. How would you play them? Choupo-Moting,
Leroy
Müller, and
Sané.
Sani.
Rewind the
Oh.
video.
Choupo-Moting, fully
Bayern
fit.
fans talked about it.
Yeah, I think Choupo will play. He didn't go to the international break. He trained fully, I think. From
Oh no.
yesterday.
Doesn't
Okay.
look like it's-
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you guys something. Okay. So I think he's gonna put Sani on the right, and he's gonna put Mane on the left, and then it's gonna be
Müller striker or
I think so. I think so.
Let's just go one by one and do the votes. It'll be
Yeah, because
easier.
I can't keep up with this. Sorry, there's too many names, too many players. We need to go one by one. Like who's playing? Who's playing here on the left?
I want it to be Mane. I want it to be Mane, but I
This
don't
isn't
think
what you want. This is what you think Tuchel will do.
because Mane, it could be Mane, Choupo-Moting, and this guy Gnabry. That could,
Yeah.
for me,
Did
make
you
sense.
guys see Mane's last game, international game against Mozambique? He played really well.
Well, yeah.
Against who?
Yeah.
Again,
Well,
that's making the same.
they're
thing
good,
is-
man. They're good. Don't
The
disrespect.
thing is, I feel
Mozambique will
like
knock out Germany in the World Cup.
They probably would, yeah. You know,
I know
like,
they would.
Oh no, but if Germany was in the AFCON, it would be tough for them because the AFCON is one of the toughest
AFCON is no
competitions.
joke, you know. These teams.
Now, honestly, if Germany was in GAFCON, they'd go out in the group stage because like those pitches, those Germany players would be like, yo, let's play tiki taka. Then they're just like, what the heck just happened? Where's the pitch?
Yeah.
but let's continue with the lineup. So, Daniel, do you say Mane on the left?
I said
I'll
Sane on
say
the left
Mane.
because Tuchel's a big fan of Sane, and I think Sane's been here for a few days to train with Tuchel, so I'm going Sane on the left.
Okay, we've got one Sane, Nagelsmann.
I mean,
Then I go with Sane as well. If we play on the left, I
guys,
go with Sane,
to be honest, I don't really mind whether it be Sane or Mane. I still feel like though I would prefer Mane over Sane. That's just my personal opinion.
Mito?
I don't know. I think Mane might play there, but I don't know.
Okay, so we've got two Sanes, two Manes. Tausif.
I'm torn between Sane and Mane.
Yeah, this
I
is
think
discussion.
Sane. Yeah, Sane.
Sane. So we've got 3-2 right now. The Sane supremacy rules supreme. Okay. I'm gonna go with number 11 here. So on the right, who do you think is gonna play here? I'll start with Tausif because I always leave you last, and I want to have you first. So you're not just the decider, but you're the starter.
So yeah, Müller.
Müller. Okay. Mito.
I think Sane plays there, but
Sane.
I
Okay.
think you guys already picked him the other side. But Sane plays next to the Mane. Yeah.
Yeah, we've already picked him, so you're gonna have to pick someone else other than Sane.
So my three anyway is Sane, Mane, and Müller.
So would you play Müller here or Mane here then?
Müller, because I said
Müller.
Mane the other side.
Okay. Core.
Gnabry.
So we've got two Müllers and one Gnabry. Nagelsmann Joya.
I'll go with Müller as well.
Müller. We've got three Müllers.
Oh, sorry. I'll go with Muller instead of Gnabry. Sorry.
Okay, so we've got four Müllers right here. Daniel.
I'm going to go Muller, but I think this is the side Gnabry will compete on for a position. But I think Muller's going to start.
But by the way, Müller was absolute garbage against Leverkusen. He wasn't good.
He's always
Oh,
garbage,
yeah.
but then he still scores.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that's-
so here's what I would do, and I know my vote doesn't matter right now because the majority has voted for Müller. What I would do is Müller as up here and Mane here, but that's a different story. Anyway, number 9 up front. Who's leading lineup? Is it
Choupo.
Choupo-Moting? Is it Sane? Is it Gnabry?
Choupo.
Is it actually no, Mane?
It's
Is it
Choupo.
okay? Core says Choupo. Mito.
I don't think he's fit. I don't know if he's ready. I already said my front three was Sane, Mane, Müller. So Müller probably one of these guys play there. I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah. Well, so that would be Mane for you. So we've got one Choupo, one Mane. Who should we go to next? Daniel.
I think short term Moting's going to start. I think long term we can switch to Mane, just because I think Tuchel can get us to play without a number 9, unlike no tactics man. So I'm going to go Choupo-Moting striker.
So we've got two
No
Choupos. Two Choupos.
I haven't heard that
and-
before.
No, it's a Twitter thing. It's a Twitter meme. Tausif.
I mean, if he's fit, Chupa.
Choupo. So we've got how many Choupos have we got? Like 4?
yeah.
4 Chupos and 1 Mane. Nuggets enjoyer.
I also go with Chupo. I, by the way, believe Mane has no business in the starting 11 at the moment. I don't think he has proven anything yet after his injury. He started some games and he didn't deliver there.
No,
Bayern
look,
Fan TV, this is my
the
lineup
reason
at the
why
very
is
start. This is the
let me
exact
tell you
same lineup
something.
I gave.
Let me tell you something, Nagos enjoy.
Yeah.
Mane has to accommodate. He needs a hold up striker next to him in order to get the best out of Mane. You can't play him as a lone striker. That's what that idiot Nagelsmann did, and he didn't understand. That's why he lost his job. Because you just cannot play him as a lone striker. He has to play as a winger, or not only as a winger, but he has to play as an inside shadow striker next to Choupo-Moting. And look, when we did that in the beginning of the season, you saw how much goals Mane got. Bro, they were getting goals from left, right, center. It was so amazing to watch. That's what I'm talking about.
So this actually neatly sets us up for the topic that I wanted to tackle now before we move over to Dortmund. I won't force us to make a lineup builder for Dortmund, but we'll just talk about like the players that we think are the most important to contain slash stop in regards to Dortmund. But before that, we'll talk about this little topic because I promised that we would talk about it. Um, Players that have underperformed this season or have not performed to the level that we expected. Obviously, earlier we talked about Mazraoui, and I do want to start off by asking the question just in general. Who, in your opinion, now these could be players that we've signed or these could be players that have already been here, but who, in your opinion, have been the 5 most disappointing? So let me repeat that. They can be players that have been here, um, but or players that have just joined the season. But who are the 5 most disappointing players of this season? And I kind of want to. I don't know how I'm gonna go about this. Like if we're gonna go through it like one player by one player or whatnot. Um, but I'll start off by saying that for me, because I don't really share my opinion too much when we have these discussions, so I do want to change that a little bit. For me, a player that I've been very disappointed with this season has, and this sounds crazy, I guess, but okay, hear me out first before you shoot me down. All right, Musiala.
Thank
Um,
you. Thank you.
Look,
Thank you.
it annoys me a little bit because I've made a tweet in 2020 saying that Musiala would be our best player by 2023, and he is our best player. Which is this is the part where I disagree with Core. Musiala is our best player, but he's got so many flaws, and the flaws just get worse and worse each week. That's what annoys me. Like I feel like in a way, the World Cup hype has gotten to him, and that's my issue. Because during the World Cup, everyone was talking about, oh, he's such a great dribbler, he's so amazing on the ball, but he's lost that efficiency. And that's what Germans are known for, that ruthless efficiency. And I don't think that Musiala portrays it, which I think in the first half of the season he did, which is why like you look at his stats in the first half of the season and they were, some of they were the best stats, in the club and whatnot. But ever since after the World Cup, he's just been disappointing. He like is on the ball too much, and he has those moments where he's still like passing the ball, he's still like looking for the option, he's still like trying to score, but I feel like those are getting fewer and fewer, and I don't know whether it's fatigue, I don't know if it's just natural things of like a young kid, but it's just been so frustrating to watch. So that's my take. You can crucify me for that now. I'll let you all speak. So go ahead.
I
How
mean,
I
many
think you
players
know
are
what
we
I
need
just
more players?
yeah, I just want to say a lot of not only there's a lot of players that are underperforming. To be honest, Mane for me was the main one because I expected a lot from Mane. And when I look at Sane and Gnabry, don't start with Gnabry. You can't even do the basics. So the manager, I feel like something is responsible for this. What is good. I feel like Tuchel can make these guys play their potential, and we would be really scary team if these guys play half of as good as they're supposed to be. Like for me, Sane, Mane are like the ones that could do a lot better. Even like, but For me, that those two players, those three players, sorry, that's are the most disappointing ones.
Well, I'll ask this question then to the round table, because I think most people would agree on him. So I'll just ask that question: has Mane been disappointing, or has he been one of the most disappointing players for you this season?
I don't even understand how you can say yes. No, no. How can you say no? This guy is
Yeah,
our
I mean,
highest player, and he's.
Can I
I honestly
explain?
think it was the
Can I
biggest transfer mistake we've did in the last
Can I
like 5
explain?
or 10 years.
Can I explain? This
Yes.
guy is currently the best African player in world football right now. Don't at me, guys, by saying this. If he has
that's a very bad look on Africa.
no,
It's not looking good, bruv.
Let him cook.
listen,
I think
Let me cook,
Osimhen is better.
let me cook. He needs to be used the right way. He's not being utilized the right way. When he was with Jurgen Klopp, he had a striker. He had someone who could play alongside him.
He
You
didn't
know what
have
I'm
a
trying to
striker.
say? He doesn't have that in Bayern. He doesn't have that striker who he can play alongside with so that it could give him that space and freedom to move in and around that
Who was
striker.
the striker
he,
in
And I,
Dortmund?
he didn't have anything like that in at Liverpool. I mean,
Who was the
Fabinho was a
striker?
false nine.
I was
okay,
gonna
so
let
Sorry,
I
pardon
was
me.
gonna let him cook before I responded, but you
What's
know
his
what?
name?
You
What's
know.
his name?
Nah, you got exposed.
No, you guys don't
listen,
understand.
we're
Firmino,
not. No, hold on,
Firmino.
hold on.
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, no, listen. All right, I understand where you guys are coming from, but just because he had a disappointing beginning of the season, and we literally ignored when Chupomoting came in the lineup and got the best out of Mane, then we're saying he's the most disappointing player of the season. How? He literally against PSG, he almost scored a goal. He
Yeah.
almost
But
scored
he
a goal
didn't.
and he put it off. Core, your ball knowledge thinks he isn't top 5 African. No, he is.
he
He
is.
is. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you say. He
He
is, man.
is. What
He
is
is.
that? I
Like
think
he's
Yeah, but he's still a disappointment, though.
Osimhen
To
is
me, I
better
mean,
than him.
it's about if you're a world-class player, you can still perform at a very decent level, regardless of the system, and he has not delivered. I mean, he
if
runs into the offside 5 times a week. I mean,
He
yes,
has
how do
more
you do that?
offside goals than appearances at Bayern.
if you say, let me tell you something. If you say he's not a good dribbler, I'll give you that because Mane is shit at dribbling.
Man,
But
isn't even
in
better than
terms of
Borussia.
finishing, he's amazing. He's amazing in terms of finishing. That's why
Yeah, I
I'll
give you
never
that, but
ever say he's
he.
Yeah,
disappointing.
amazing finish, and then boom, it's offside.
Look, let me tell you something. The
He's
reason
true though.
why it's
He's true.
offside is
He's
he's
not
not a
lying.
lone striker, Tile Swift.
You
He's
can't
not a
celebrate a
lone
Mane
striker.
goal.
But this Nagelsmann guy was trying to force him to be a lone striker in the beginning of the
It's
season.
not
And guess
Nagelsmann's
what?
fault that this guy is always offside. It's not
It
Nagelsmann's
is.
fault.
No. Hold on.
It is.
No. You guys have to understand, right? The tactics at Bayern did not suit Mane. Okay,
It didn't. It
because
didn't.
Core is correct. Core is correct here. Because Nagelsmann was the one who says, "I don't need a striker. I can play without one." Mane needs, like, if Mane was to succeed under Nagelsmann, he needed a striker. Under Tuchel, you saw Chelsea. He didn't need a striker to win. So Mane can play
Yeah,
without a striker under Tuchel, not Nagelsmann. Under Nagelsmann, he needed a striker,
he needed a
100%.
striker. Yeah.
Under
I,
Nagelsmann, he needed a striker because under Nagelsmann, he wasn't pressing like we saw him at Liverpool. He didn't have a Firmino to build him into play as much. Like, it was Nagelsmann's fault, in my opinion. You didn't see the best of Mane. I think under Tuchel, he can play with a 9, without a 9, and get those goals.
I mean, I disagree. Listen, I like Mane. I really do like him, and I hope for the best that he just explodes. But I don't see how you could say that he's not a disappointment when he. I mean, running like not running into offside is one of the basics, regardless of the system, regardless of the manager, regardless of if you're
I just
playing
can't.
with a 9 or not. If you can't do that, I mean, I've never seen anyone run into an offside position as often as I have Mane, at least not in a Bayern shirt. And
That's
and that's just insane to me. And I mean, if you watch the discussions we've had when we signed him, we said he's gonna bring us into like onto another level, and he has not done that. Whenever he comes on to play, I get excited, and like 5 seconds afterwards, I'm like, oh, I don't know.
He was offsides for Liverpool too, though. He would be offsides all the time
He would
for
be
Liverpool.
offside for
But-
Liverpool.
Yeah, but he's playing a more forward position now than at Bayern, so he's going to be a little bit more offside than he was at Liverpool, which was already a lot. But the tactics of Nagelsmann did not suit him at all. Under Tuchel, you'll see a much better Mane.
I strongly believe.
I
Guys,
just want to
please
respond.
tell me that. Please tell me, how is it Nagelsmann's fault that this guy doesn't know when to?
Because
when
he's
to, start the sprint?
inexperienced. The guy is a child. The coach is a child.
Yes, but you cannot blame him for Mane not knowing when to start the sprint.
Bro,
He
let
doesn't
me
know
tell you
that.
something. Let me tell you something. This man plays too much FIFA when he's coaching.
What?
He plays way too much FIFA. It's obvious.
Hopeless.
He plays way too much FIFA, man.
I mean, you put someone on how many? What's his salary? Like 17 million, 15 million. You can expect someone to time his run perfectly.
He's in a new team.
That's
You
what I'm
have
saying.
to
He plays
understand
too
the
much
mechanisms.
FIFA.
He's our
You have to
highest
understand the
paid.
mechanisms of the players.
Shit.
Like
He can't get the best out of these players because he's just inexperienced. And I keep telling you guys this.
Guys, there's one thing, right? Before Mane, Lewandowski was our highest paid player, and we all agree he wasn't
Thank
good
you,
in the
Eric.
Champions League.
Thank you.
He wasn't good in the Champions League, but at least he scored the goals, and we know we had a proper striker. Mane is now our highest paid player, and we barely want to start him because he's not that good.
You know what? I'm gonna respond to you. I'm not even Mane's biggest fan, but do you know what how I'm gonna respond to you?
Yeah.
Against Manchester City, if I had the option between Lewandowski and Mane, I'll pick Mane 100 times.
100% me too, but he's still a disappointment this season.
I see why. I see why.
I would pick Niklas Füllkrug over Lewandowski in the Champions League, honestly.
Now people keep joking about Füllkrug, but have you seen his actual goals for Germany? I'm just saying.
He's decent, to be honest, yeah.
So
guys, I have a Barca fan who wants to join, all right? So let him come in and let's hear from his perspective.
Anyone is welcome to join. Just join the group. If you can invite him to the group, just tell him
Let's
to.
talk about the Dortmund game fast. I need to leave in a bit. I just want to know what you guys think. I think we smacked Dortmund like easily. Like
Yeah.
me just trying to hype this up, we would win like 5-6-0. Like I'm not even.
I mean, to be honest, I know I've said that Tuchel has made us better, or will make us better than Nagelsmann, but even with Nagelsmann, we would have won this one because they've got a bottle like 100%. You saw against Chelsea how much they crumbled under pressure. No, it's going to be 4-5-0.
Under Nagelsmann, 1-1 draw.
Yeah, Nagelsmann has never beaten Terzic, never. And you know how I don't like stats, but I always like jinx stats. And so him never having beaten Terzic will mean that he won't beat Terzic this time either. So that's why if we still had Nagelsmann, that would have flopped badly. Abdul, can I just answer you because I know you're a Real Madrid fan. If you had the Abdul who I think you are, it's Real Madrid. That's why Bayern hasn't won more. Real Madrid. That's all you have to say. Like we have the audacity to mock other clubs. Absolutely. If Real Madrid didn't exist, we would have won 5 Champions League in the last.
We didn't give a
decade.
fuck.
No, I understand that. I understand that, but I'm just like, bro, when you're really deep, it like even Chelsea has like more UCLs in the last 15 years than you. You feel me? Or like the same amount.
No, we both have 2.
Guys.
I understand that, but the way Bayern fans they move, you would think like they're Real Madrid. You feel me? Like the way, like, I just want humbleness, bro. Humbleness.
Wait, you're a Barca fan, right?
I mean, name me one club that's better than Bayern Munich overall, other than Real Madrid. Many.
Listen. There's plenty of clubs, bro. Plenty of clubs. For what?
Name me one.
What?
Name me one club other than Real Madrid that's been better than Bayern in the last.
What do you mean by better?
15 years.
What do you mean by better?
Success-wise.
Yeah, you're saying we are mocking other clubs without being much successful.
Are you counting kebab plates from the Bundesliga?
What?
Are you counting kebab plates from the Bundesliga?
I mean, I have no defense.
What about Champions League?
I can't defend the Bundesliga shit. But what are we supposed to do?
No, I understand that, but if you take that away, bro, one UCL in 10 years, bro, like, come on, just be
Nah,
humble.
it's two, bro.
It's been 2. What's wrong with you?
Okay, in May, it's 1 if you don't win it. Okay.
Oh wow! Unbelievable. Do you know what? Wait, 1 second, right? You do realize that we've won almost as many UCLs in the past 10 years as the Premier League, right? If you did like 2013 to 2023, it's 2-2. Bayern and the Premier League.
But you know what it is? Honestly speaking, I think Bayern Munich are massive underachievers in the Champions League because when you look at it, you guys actually consistently have had a really, really good and strong team, and you've always made it like to quarters, semis every year, but you almost never have won it in recent years.
The annoying thing is, like, if you actually look at the stats in the last 10 years, Bayern had a team that have made it to, I believe, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Bayern had a team that have made it to the quarters and the semis the most, and yet still have nothing to show for it. Whereas Real Madrid, they just win it every time. And that's what annoys me the most. With that said, though,
do you think it's Lewandowski tax on that? Do you think it's a Lewandowski?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like you give me Choupo-Moting and Bayern. You know they've got 4 more Champions League to their name. That's all I'm gonna say.
No, Benzema. If you had Benzema, it's 4. Easy.
Anyway, did anyone see the Kai Havertz interview today?
Yeah.
Oh yes.
No, I don't care about Kai.
He's a bum. He's a bum.
I know there are some people that like Kai Havertz. I'm not one of them.
James Charles.
I think he's mid, and I know there's some people that think that we'll get Mason Mount.
No,
Bayern.
please no.
I would take Mount over Kai Havertz, 100%.
I would take Mount over Goretzka. I think Mount is a Goretzka replacement.
Can I ask you in regards to you brought up Goretzka? What kind of steroid supplements do you give your players? Like, because guys, Pedri he's looking weak, man. He's looking weak. So I want to know, like, what kind of testosterone do you feed your players, man? Because have you seen Lewandowski, bro? He lost all his muscles, bro.
It's a trade secret, all right. It's a trade. Secret.
I mean, according to him, it's just like a diet.
Yeah, Lewandowski's like girlfriend and wife. I think wife is like a heavy nutritionist. So like with Lewandowski, the case is like he wakes up on the left foot because he thinks, oh, that way I don't, hurt my right foot. My right foot is at full power. It's like crazy stuff. Like I'm just like, bro, nobody cares.
He's really crazy about that. Yeah.
But like Goretzka, all I'm gonna say is, you know what? Hey, COVID happened, no football happened. There's a period of time where they couldn't do checks, for drugs or anything. So just allow it, all right? Just slide on the table.
Yeah.
There's a reason
he's maintained it as well, though. He's maintained it, though.
There's a reason he's losing his hair. That's all I'm gonna say.
Peak Zidane season incoming.
But what's everyone's thought on Dortmund? Finally, let's get to Dortmund a little bit.
Yo, I just think it's Adeyemi and Brandt. That's the only place we need to look out for tomorrow.
Bellingham, you have to look out for.
Yeah, I'm not really scared of Bellingham.
Bellingham wasn't good in the last past weeks.
Yeah.
Do you guys think Bellingham is overrated by the English media?
No.
Bellingham, okay, I'll say this right now because I play a fantasy. You know what? I'm going to do a quick little ad here. Hey, everybody, if you want to join a fantasy football game called So Rare, my link is in the description down below. You can pay real money to play the fantasy game. Yeah, hey, anyway, I play a fantasy game, right? And like before the World Cup, Bellingham was amazing. Like every week I could rely on him getting a goal or assist. And his overall gameplay and his overall stats, it looked like a man that really wanted to get into that England squad and play in that first 11. Now, since the World Cup finished, he's been underperforming. Like it's actually been shocking, like how bad he is. But people won't say it because, well, Dortmund fans won't say because they want to sell him. And 2, Dortmund fans won't say it because, well, even with him underperforming compared to what he did in the first half of the season, he's still one of their best players. Like, that's how good he is. That, like, even when he underperforms, he's still one of Dortmund's best players. It's very similar to like Musiala this season, where I think in the second half of the season he's underperformed, but I still think he's been our best player. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like when it comes to Jude Bellingham, especially because I feel like we saw this with Jadon Sancho as well, is that because the English media, people in England, they don't tend to watch the Bundesliga and Dortmund play week in, week out. Whenever Jude Bellingham has a bad run of form, it never gets picked up or spoken about. But whenever he's playing well, it's all over the news.
Yeah,
you feel me? It's all over Twitter. So it creates this misconception and this false image that he's actually a much more consistent and better player than what he is on a regular basis. Because if you're playing in the Premier League, you're in the headlines week in, week out. You feel me? There is no getting away with it. But I feel like when these English talents are coming to Dortmund, they're kind of getting away with it because whenever they're playing poorly, it's not really getting picked up and spoken about. It's only when they're playing really well that it's picked up.
Yeah, you're right. But I still would say Bellingham for me is a top 3 under 20 player, like under 20-year-old.
That hurts. No, that's too much. Look, I like Bellingham.
Well, you say Gakpo is the best in the world. Come on.
Look. Top 3 under 20. That's too much. No, I'm sorry. You can say top 3 in his position under 20. Okay, fine. But like,
who are better? Tell me, please.
Okay, Hulgund, Wirtz.
You want to say this guy playing 2 games in the Denmark against Kazakhstan is better than Bellingham?
I've not watched a single international game. Sorry, but what you just said, no, that has no effect on me. I didn't even know that he was nominated, honestly, for the Denmark team. That's pretty cool. Wirtz, Musiala.
Yeah, I would put both of them in the top 3.
You have to put Gavi there. I think Gavi's been very underappreciated.
No, he's shit.
No,
he's shit.
No,
I mean Gavi's not as bad as Tuchel. He's not.
Gavi has
You're getting cooked.
Gavi tackles the ball with his head. No.
Gavi's getting much hate on Twitter, yeah, but for me, he's not a top 10, but he's not as bad as people make.
He deserves it, to be honest.
Gavi's a little dickhead. He's not anywhere near my top 50.
How good is Wirtz really, man? How good is Wirtz really?
He's the best. He's the best young talent in the world.
You think so?
Absolutely, I know so. Absolutely.
And I'm scared that we won't get him because of Barca.
How has he come back from the ACL?
He started off really, really strong, and now in like the last 3 games, he's kind of fizzled off. But it doesn't help that he's played that the last 2 games were with Germany, and the game before that was against Bayern. But like in general, he's actually been very, very strong. But you can tell that right now, I think he just needs a little rest, so to speak.
Yeah, his last game was.
Can we just quickly just speak on one thing? Just I have my number one enemy. My number one enemy is a certain Marc-Andre ter Stegen.
Oh,
he's my number one enemy. And guys, let me tell you why he's my enemy. Because this guy is the biggest false image in football. People think because he resurrected his hairline that he's back. Guys, this in every big game, every shot on goal is a goal. Every shot on target is a goal, bro.
Look. All I'm gonna say is, there's a reason Germany in the 2014 World Cup, 2018 World Cup, when Neuer was injured for like the whole season. Neuer comes back for like a week, and they still pick him over.
And they picked Neuer in 2021. They picked him in 2022. There's a reason why we picked him, even though Neuer was on the biggest decline there. Yeah.
He's just useless. Like, you know what it is in big games? The thing that sets good goalkeepers and great goalkeepers apart is that great goalkeepers make saves that you don't expect them to make. So yes, on some goals that he concedes in big games, you can say, oh, he's not to blame for that goal. But if you're a great goalkeeper, you need to make the difference. Like what Courtois did in the UCL final, you feel me? Like he's not, like if he conceded some of those goals that Salah shot on target or Mane shot on target, he wouldn't get blamed for it. But because he's a great goalkeeper, he makes the difference. And ter Stegen, bro, he's just not that guy. Okay, he can keep a clean sheet against Getafe or Elche, you feel me? But it's not like whenever,
Yeah.
bro,
It's the Lewandowski effect. Well,
It
Lewandowski
really-
will
it-
score
it-
about
I mean-
against Elche and
I-
Getafe,
I mean-
but he won't.
I mean, Barcelona as a whole this season are a massive false image. I mean, they've gone like 10 games without conceding in the La
Yeah,
Liga, and
in
then
the
they go
league.
to Europe. Poof.
yeah.
I mean,
That's true.
Yeah, I mean it's a big issue. Like, bro, did you see that goal he conceded against Marcus Rashford on his near post? Like, that's
Yeah.
illegal. And as well, guys, against you guys at the Allianz Arena, he doesn't get any slack for it. But that corner that Hernandez scored from, he needs to be coming out and grabbing that ball. But it was so close to goal, bro. Like he was so
I
close
remember,
to goal.
but you might be right. Yeah. One thing I want to say, Kobel from Dortmund, he's the next big thing. I'm telling you, he's not staying at Dortmund.
No. And I'll say one more time. No, you're wrong. I knew exactly that somebody was gonna hype up Kobel, but the issue with Kobel is, right, the kid is young. What is he, like 24 years old? Starting keeper for Dortmund. The issue with him is this guy is injury prone. And I've never seen a goalkeeper be injury prone. The guy has an injury every 2 weeks.
I need to check this, but if that's true, then yeah, you might be right.
He actually is just like, with like, look, we've got Lucas Hernandez, we had Robin, Batstuber, etc., etc. But in my life, I have never seen a goalkeeper injury prone. Like Neuer is, gets injured like once a season, or goes skiing once a season and like just drops off and loses his legs. But like, I've never seen a club goalkeeper just get injured every single month. It's actually ridiculous. But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. If Dortmund want him to be their next goalkeeper, their next big goalkeeper, then so be it. I mean, he is amazing, but he's so injury prone that, like, it's at one point it's like, how good are you? It's just how available are you? And you're always going to take someone that's more available. At least I would. I don't know about you lot. Anyway, speaking of Dortmund, let's talk about a player that has revived their career, Brandt. What's everyone's thoughts on Brandt, Julian Brandt, who was a nobody and now suddenly, these last few months, has been
he's
player of the
the
season
one
in
I'm
the
scared
Bundesliga?
of. He's the one I'm scared of for tomorrow's game. Him and Nadiemi. Those two players, bro, because the problem with them is they're so direct. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, if Upamecano's playing defense, they're gonna really target Upamecano. You get what I'm trying to say? So I'm really scared. I'm really scared for those two when they go 1v1 versus Upamecano. I think it's gonna be lights out, bro.
Do you guys think that there is, because every time I watch the Ligt and Upamecano in the Champions League, they look so rock solid. Like the way they dealt with Mbappe and Messi was so impressive. And then on the weekend, and then on the weekend you're losing to Leverkusen. Like, do you think there's a drop in level whenever you play in the Bundesliga?
I think it's a mentality thing. Like, I'm not even joking. I think it is, but it's a problem. Yes, but I think, I mean, I could be wrong, but I think they just don't care about the Bundesliga as they care about the Champions League, which is fair in my opinion. But like, we're not allowed to lose the league. Like, we're not. And then I wouldn't blame De Ligt and Upa for losing against Liverpool.
There's a PSG fan who's trying to join too, so
allow him. But just let him know that I'm gonna cook him.
Who's joining?
Allow it, man. He's been cooked enough by having by supporting a shit team.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, who's joining?
A PSG fan.
PSG fan.
Poor guy.
I mean, you've got a Barcelona fan here. I could have cooked you as well. But I'm being nice now.
Bro, there is nothing you can say that hurts me anymore, man.
I'm in the league. At least they're doing anything.
It's a big
but
one.
But all I'm saying, bro, y'all better make sure y'all stat pad some UCLs before we get back, man. Because I don't want it when we come back. We already level match at UCLs when we've been in the mud for so many years. But come on, man.
We're not level on UCLs. We've got one more.
No. I'm saying that's why y'all need to start stat padding, because if we come back all of a sudden like in 2-3 years and win like another one, I don't want to match you guys, bro, because you guys,
I don't want to burst your bubble here, but I think it's more likely that Barcelona are going to be in a worse position now in 3 years than in a better one. That's just my opinion.
But that's because you're listening to the German media, bro. Like,
no, all I'm gonna say is, Messi, you're citing Messi again. Instead of moving
Exactly. That, I mean, it's not about the German media. It's about using your brain and looking at what the board has been doing the past few months. If you look at that and say, "Oh, that's good," then you need to go to school or something, because that's not good.
I just want to add something.
Ever since Laporta stepped foot in Barca, bro, we've been improving week on week. So
but like
we're gonna go back.
See with Bayern as well. You know, we have such a young team, so it's not like our team. We're just gonna add to it. Like if we add to Osame in the summer, for example, or someone like that. The Ligt of already young.
Exactly. That's why I get confused when people say, "Oh, in 3 years we're gonna be worse." Like in 3 years, most of our players are gonna be closer to their primes. Like I don't really understand where this narrative is coming from. Like I know you're saying financially, but that doesn't even make sense, because how can we be in a worse financial state than we were during COVID? Like COVID was the
No, you can absolutely be in a worse position because you've sold your long-term income or your long-term income revenues to get some short-term money.
How much did we sell?
You sold quite a. You sold like almost 50% of your merchandising. You sold your TV income, which is massive. I mean, the idea, like everyone with the brain knew you fucked up massively once you sell your TV revenue.
Let me explain it to you. We sold 6% of our annual income by selling.
No, that was more. That was much more.
No. But let me explain it to you. We sold 25% of our league TV rights, which is about 40 million a year, and then we sold 25% of our merchandising rights, which we make a loss.
That was more. That was much more. You sold much more than that.
No, but league TV rights together,
much more.
No, but
you got played.
TV rights. But that's the thing. The league TV rights is only 40 million a year. If we turn over 800 million a year, that's only 4%.
No, first of all, you sold much more, and the price you got for that is laughable. Even if you adjust for inflation, you're never gonna get that back. The only way in which that's actually gonna make you money in the future is if you win everything for the next 5 years.
But that just isn't true, because you have to understand. You have to understand that finishing first in the Liga and finishing second in the Liga, there's no difference in prize money. You make almost the same money, so you don't have to win it. But you also have to understand that this is what we did in the summer was an investment. By doing what we did, we invested, because you have to understand that.
One second. Let me.
Wait,
one second. Does any one of you have a background in finance and accounting?
No, but Ahmed, let me.
No, one second. No, wait. Let me just put it this way.
Wait. Let Abdul speak.
We don't care about this Barcelona stuff. Do what you want. We don't care.
No.
But no.
Let me just correct him, because what he's saying is false. Because you have to understand that last season our average attendance in the stadium was 50K. By doing what we did last summer, we almost have full capacity every game. So you can say, "Oh, you're losing out money on the TV rights that you sold." Okay, but we are making double the money in matchday revenue.
Matchday revenue is not nearly enough to cover everyone. I'm sorry.
Yes, it is. When you're selling, when you're selling half of the stadium more out every day, every match day at home, bro.
What's the average price of a ticket?
But I think it's 130 euros.
100.
Yeah.
Still, you're not gonna recover multiple tens of millions or hundreds of millions of euros. Let me just tell you this way: like, there's a reason that the Barcelona board was pushing for the Super League, and and there's a reason they were so desperate to get Lewandowski and all those other players in, is that they need short-term success to finance their future. And if that's not going to happen, they're going to be in dire straits. Like seriously, like that's not me talking. That's some of the best accountant and financial experts in the world
do you know
talking.
that what we did last summer wasn't actually to raise money just to be able to buy players? We actually do have money. The reason why we had to raise money was to sort out our financial fair play in Spain, because financial fair play is so strict in Spain. Like if we didn't have any FFP restrictions last season, we didn't have to sell anything. We could have signed all the players. Like you can easily take a credit from a bank, like easily, but it's the FFP in Spain that is making it.
You cannot take easily a credit or a loan from a bank because you're not easy. Like there's your credit score is terrible as Barcelona because you have been defaulting on your loans in the past.
They would give Barcelona all the money they want. They see what big of a club it is. Like this doesn't matter for, I think. Or are you?
No, it absolutely does. To banks, it absolutely does. They won't loan to other banks, which are far more stable than a bloody football club, which move far more money. That's not how the real world works. I know that Laporte and whatever his name is has told you that, but that's not actually true. Trust me on this one.
Bayern own 100% of their club.
No, 100%, but yeah,
Okay.
a majority.
Okay, I think it's 75%, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why are Barcelona this horrendous club for selling off 10% of its revenue?
Because you're selling off your income, not your shares. There's a major difference in this.
Exactly, yeah.
But at the same time, bro, at the same time, we're not selling them off permanently, bro. It's not permanent, and we can buy it back.
Yeah, for more money. Let's go. You're losing, man. You're losing on every front.
Bro,
Now, with all of that said, and you just mentioned losing, let's talk about Dortmund losing the Bundesliga. No, okay.
No. Go ahead.
I think that was a good transition, right?
Yeah.
I think that was a good
I was sick
transition.
of this discussion.
Because I want to raise one question. Who here thinks that if Bayern lose to Dortmund, right? Let's say the game tomorrow, Bayern loses it. Who thinks the Bundesliga is over and Dortmund has won it?
Yeah, it's done because of their fixtures as well. If they lose tomorrow, they will be 4 points behind, I think. And yeah, they have easier fixtures. Looking at the fixtures, except
I agree, but Dortmund will find a way to bottle it anyways.
No,
No,
if they
no,
beat
no.
us tomorrow,
game winners taking it.
Yeah,
9 or
this-
10.
Yeah, that's just some saying, yeah, Dortmund will bottle it, ha ha ha. But I don't think they will. I think if we lose this one, it will be difficult. I mean, I agree. It's not like completely over. Like you'd never know, right? But man, losing it would be the worst.
So I'll say this: you all have way too much faith in Dortmund. I'm saying it right now because Dortmund, they could be 4 points ahead on the last match day, and they still somehow lose
Exactly,
it.
yeah.
Like it makes
Yeah,
sense.
because
I mean, I've
is
seen this
different
picture
Dortmund
so many
vibes.
times in the last 10 years. It's unreal. We've seen against Chelsea that they still have that bottle DNA in them now. They're gonna bottle it
how
anyway.
many games are left after tomorrow?
9, I think. No, 8 after tomorrow. I think.
No, but the difference is they've never beat us, then go on to win the title. Like we'd always beat them and be close, and they'd bottle it. But if they beat us, I think that's enough for them to have the momentum.
I mean, I think it'll be at like the manner of victory. If they batter us 4-0, yeah, they're gonna win it, go on to win it. Or if they like have a last minute victory. But if it's like they're gonna score like a one goal and just push it over the line, then no, they're still gonna bottle it.
I think
The
it's enough.
pressure
If
on
they
them
beat
is
us
insane,
1-0
right?
If they beat us 1-0 at home, that's great. If they keep a clean sheet, I think that's enough moment. Any win for them is the momentum they need.
Yeah.
No,
What will the reaction be if you've sacked Nagelsmann now and hired Tuchel, and
That's the point.
Yeah.
That's a very good point.
he doesn't win anything?
I mean,
think that
they're not gonna do anything because Tuchel is their guy.
Someone asked
but
how
it's really
can
gonna be a struggle.
it be if Bayern lose the league, and I'm telling you, because of the sacking, it would be like insane. But without the second would be like, okay, I guess it was time that we lose the league one time, because honestly,
Nobody would say that. Nobody would say that. If Bayern lose the league, oh, you can be sure. When is the next AGM? I think the next AGM is in what, October?
Normally it's October, November time.
Yeah, you can be sure the next AGM people are gonna be fighting. Like you thought that one AGM where they started, where that one guy started doing his protest and everything, and then like the club bosses walked out. You think that was bad? Oh, if Bayern lose the Bundesliga, trust me, there'll be riots.
Okay,
Like,
but not this time. Why would you think there would be riots? Because of the Tuchel?
Because many of Bayern's fan base, especially the local one, are actually behind Nagelsmann, and if it works out, they're gonna be silent. But if we're gonna lose the league, there's gonna be questions, and I'm gonna be there. I'm 100% gonna.
You guys are German. You don't know how much Nagelsmann was supported here in Germany. He was like, I've never seen something like this. He was the most liked coach at Bayern. And now he got sacked, and many, especially German people, they don't understand this. They were shocked when this was announced. Yeah. And now at this AGM thing, there's mostly German people, right? They would be furious. If I give you that, Prince. Yeah, you're right. If we lose the league, they would be like so mad for sacking Nagelsmann, getting Tuchel, and then tossing the league away.
I'll be honest with you. I think the German fans have gone soft. You've had the German national team be bums for years. I think that you've gone soft on the coaches, the national team, everything. I think it was the correct decision. If we keep Nagelsmann, we would have fucking lost the Bundesliga anyways. If we lose it anyways, fuck it. Who cares? I don't care.
Look, there were people, Bayern fans, that liked Flick. That's all I'm gonna say, right? I used to be considered like the level-headed one. I used to be considered the one that was like, give people time, and I wouldn't Flick out, and I got hate for it. So every time Flick loses, I'm celebrating. I think they've gotten soft. Like if it was up to me, Nagelsmann would have gotten sacked, July. If it was up to me, Flick after the treble, he should have gotten sacked. I'm sorry, but like I don't have no. I've got no love for managers. I only want.
Wait. Why would you have sacked Flick after the trouble?
Yeah, he's talking shit.
The guy can't, because we conceded every single game. Like basically, his philosophy was, I don't care about defending. I don't care about any structure. I just want us to score goals.
Yeah, but you can't sack him like
exactly. Okay.
And it's the same thing.
Sack him after winning everything.
I would have. That's why I'm not in charge of a club. But what I will say is Alfo, he brings up a great question. How can we get rid of Heiner from
that guy's a fraud, man?
Well,
I hate him so much.
All I'm gonna say is, right, if you want to get rid of Heiner as the president of FC Bayern, what you can do is this October, actually, I'm gonna be running for president. So if you want to get rid of Heiner from as Bayern president,
let's stick with Heiner.
You should vote me in.
Be Core and Bayern Fan TV in the next trio. Get rid of Hassan, Brazo, and Khan, and Heiner. Me, Bayern Fan TV, and Core.
Guys, I have a question though. The Bundesliga point of view, what do you think of? Because Bayern not always gonna win. If we win 20 leagues in a row, it's gonna look bad on the league. So if Dortmund were to win the league, what do you guys see? Do you see as a disaster? Because I don't really see that as like the worst thing.
I'm telling you one thing, man. After Nagelsmann got sacked, I was like, I don't care about the league anymore. Give me the Champions League and the
exactly. If Bayern goes,
I don't care. The best thing that could happen to the Bundesliga is if Bayern don't win it for 5 years.
Yeah, let Dortmund
not 5 years, but maybe 1 or 2 years.
No. One year, people they're gonna say it's a fugazi. 1 year, people are gonna say it's a fugazi. It's gotta be more than 1 year, bro.
It's better than winning like 20 leagues in a row or something.
You know what I'm gonna say though.
But I wanted to ask you guys, like, if you guys was to win the Champions League, how much of an outcry would there be if you didn't get the league with it?
Not much.
For me personally, I wouldn't really. Yeah.
If you win the Champions League, it's a different situation. Like if we don't win the Champions League, then there's gonna be like, it's gonna be just wild. But if we actually win the Champions League, I can see people be like, you know what, okay, But you know what's the worst part is, if we don't win the Bundesliga, right? If we win the Bundesliga, how bad it's gonna look on Nagelsmann. Because people are going to be like, man, this guy couldn't win anything. Like even the Bundesliga that Bayern has been winning for 10 seasons in a row, this guy still failed to beat.
What are you on about? How did you know that we wouldn't have won it with Nagelsmann?
Exactly. You can't really say exactly. If
you're just assuming.
No, but he was struggling.
You have to base it on the what Brazo and Khan said. The trajectory was downwards for the whole club based on the results. It would have been that way with Nagelsmann. We'd have drawn.
Okay, so if we win the league, right, drop out in the Champions League and not winning the Pokal, you say what a fraud is Nagelsmann.
Yeah, if we only won the Bundesliga, win the Bundesliga.
No. I'm saying if we now win it with Tuchel, just the league, but nothing else, would you still say? Luckily, we got rid of Nagelsmann. Wouldn't have won anything with him.
As long as listen. With Nagelsmann, with Tuchel, you have a better chance of winning the Champions League against Pep. You have a better chance of turning the tides against Dortmund. You have a better chance of winning the cup because Tuchel's a better cup manager and he's more reliable in the league. So I think it's a better.
But that's why I disagree with you. Like, yes, he is a better cup manager, but is he better cup manager with only 1 week of training?
Yes.
Yes. That's a good point, though. Yeah.
Even with 1 day in training, he's still a better manager than a cup manager than Nagelsmann.
And also, there's this aspect of whenever you get a new coach, there's these like the first 2 or 3 weeks where the results are just amazing.
Yeah.
But like that's usually only when like the manager bounce thing is usually only in situations where a dressing room had turned on the manager.
That's true.
Well, if you believe the press, that seems to be the case.
No, it's not.
It's not that they've lost the.
It is.
It's not that Nagelsmann lost the dressing room. It's more so that he never won the dressing room.
Yeah.
The only thing that I can imagine is that he didn't have the respect of the more established
I
players.
mean, who would respect him? Like even like Musiala's won more trophies than him.
Yeah, he's won nothing.
Like that's the thing.
He's won my heart.
House is my man, bro. My man.
I'm pretty sure that even like Vidovic has won more than Nagelsmann.
Vidovic did.
Nianzu's won more than Nagelsmann.
Exactly. Yeah, well, of course he's the GOAT. But yeah. Look, here's the thing, right? And I've got to ask this question. We talked a little bit about Dortmund. Not nearly as much as I thought we would, if I'm being completely honest. But I have to ask this question. If we lose to Dortmund, should Tuchel get sacked?
What?
What kind of question?
No, please, let me ask one question. If we don't win the Champions League, the Pokal, or League, will the board get the sack because of the things they did?
They should be.
No.
No, I wouldn't. You know, they have done an amazing job so far. Like the players we brought in and stuff. But with Tuchel, they should have just waited at least until the summer.
But that's the thing, right?
They should have waited until the summer. They should have stuck Nagelsmann earlier. That's the issue. He should have.
Now, what if we lose everything now? Like we lose everything.
Yeah,
everyone's gonna laugh at the board. And
he should have been sacked.
I mean, it's possible. Even if we win against Freiburg, right? Imagine we get Dortmund or like I don't know, like Leipzig or something in the or even Union Berlin away. If we get them in the semifinals in the DFB Pokal, lose to Man City and lose the league. I mean, if that happens, what will happen to the board? Like they sacked Nagelsmann, right? Because they thought club was going downhill. Then it's going even more downhill with Tuchel. I'm not saying it's Tuchel's fault. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's Tuchel's fault. But it's like the board decided to do this like massive kind of manager swap in the most important phase of the season. They did it. And now we don't win anything. How does it look for the board? Like, so, I think there needs to be questioned.
I'm going to counter your point with one single point. All right. Brazo and Khan have been former players. So I think they would know how long it takes for a manager to implement their ideas into a new squad halfway through the season. So I think they made that decision based off of their experience as players and how quickly it took for a manager to get across his ideas.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying what will happen if we just don't win anything. Like, no, I think, even if they think Tuchel gets his ideas into the heads of the player in like two days, even if we don't win anything, how does it matter? Because they were the ones who decided to sack Nagelsmann and get Tuchel, and then we don't win anything. Doesn't then the board needs to be questioned, or at least like Heiner, Brazzo, and Khan? Like they threw away the season then. Like,
I'll say this: if Tuchel, if the players can get behind Tuchel, then we've won the Bundesliga. That's a guarantee.
Yeah, I also think I by the way, I think we will win the double. Like
Yeah,
we
the
will win.
double. I think the double is guaranteed. My
Yeah.
issue is I know we'll beat City, and we played PSG, an oil team. We're gonna play City, an oil team, and then we're gonna play Chelsea, an oil
You-
team. Like I
No
know
way
that's
you're betting against Real Madrid. No way.
I am because I know how the football script works. So I know this is how it's gonna go, and I don't know who we're gonna play in the final, but we're gonna lose in the final because we're not playing an oil team. There you go.
Bruh.
You know what's funny?
I hope we don't get there if we lose in the final.
I
That's
think
painful, man.
we'll
We've
play
lost enough.
Napoli, guys. We'll play
Yeah, it's here in
Napoli.
Napoli.
Yeah, we will lose to Napoli.
Wait, well, why are you guys so confident of beating Man City?
I'm
Yeah,
not.
I'm also
not.
not
I know the
confident. I'm
script.
not.
Tuchel versus Pep.
I'm not confident, but I know the script. You know,
Tuchel versus Pep. He lives in Pep's head rent free. Tuchel's
He's not.
gonna out tactic him 100%.
Man, I feel like if we beat City, we're gonna win it. I feel like it. This
Yeah,
is
if
the
you guys
biggest-
beat
the
City,
biggest-
you'll win it because
Yeah, this is the
because
biggest
what's
one.
it called? The Real Madrid, they're very weak this year.
it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That's never
Yeah.
mattered.
Yeah, that
Unfortunately,
doesn't matter.
Real Madrid. Have you seen them in the Champions League this decade? Like,
I
Yeah.
know, but
You were talking about us only winning 2 Champions League this
but,
decade. Have you
bro,
seen Real
it's
Madrid?
about how-
They've
listen.
got no. Every season they've got the worst squad in the Champions League. Every season they play the worst football. Do you know what
Chelsea
they do
will
every
knock them
season?
out anyway.
You know what they
but,
do every season?
but you
They
know what
win.
it is. You know what it is. But you can say what you want, bro. Benzema, at least for the last 3 years, was freaking amazing. This year he's been awful.
And you know what's going to happen the second they reach the semi-finals?
They'll turn
Benzema's
up.
going to turn up again. That's what's going to happen. Like you don't
I think he
understand.
sold. I personally think he sold his soul for that Ballon d'Or, bro. I think so. Man. He's not the same player anymore. Man.
Like that's the thing though with Real Madrid. Like that's why look, Manchester City was a team I least wanted to face, and the reason for that is very simple. Bayern have a terrible record against Manchester City. Not a terrible record, but like
It's
the rec-
50-50.
yeah, the record against City is
Yeah.
usually we win the first game or we lose the first game, and then we beat them or lose against them in the second game. Like we've had them in the group for years, and even when we had our very best team and they've had their worst team or other way around, we always win one game, they always win the other.
Yeah, but we always topped the group, and those were the games mostly that didn't matter. Like two
Yeah.
of those games probably, like we were already top the group or
That is true.
something like that.
That's true, but that's still our record. Like even when we tried and played our best players, we still couldn't beat them twice, and they still couldn't beat us twice. So the way I think this game is going to go is the first leg is going to go 1-0 to City, and I think then Bayern are going to win 2-0 at home. That's sort of how I think it's really going to go. What I would love to see is like us win 1-0 away and then just like not concede and just go through with a 1-0. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to be one team wins the first game and the other team wins that other game. That's how it always goes against City.
Are you fearful of Haaland?
No.
For me, KDB more.
Yeah.
That guy. I feel that guy, man.
Like Kevin De Bruyne against Bayern, I've still got nightmares from the Wolfsburg.
I know.
Like
How did we not sign this guy? I still don't
He's not the
understand.
same player, though. He's not the same player.
How did we not sign this guy? I still don't understand. He was at the Bundesliga. He's meant to be playing for us. There's no other
Usually-
option.
You missed.
Yeah, usually every player that plays great and is the player of the season in the Bundesliga, Bayern snaps up. Pep was begging us to sign him, and we were like, man, 63 million euros. That's too much. Now look at us. 70 or what was it? 80 million on De Ligt, 80 million on Lucas Hernandez. It's like, come on. Where was
do you guys regret not signing Gundogan?
No.
No.
Nah.
What?
Why?
Who told you that?
No, the biggest regret by far for me personally is Bayern getting rid of Kroos. That to me is the biggest mistake that Bayern has made.
Not only did we lose, but we also strengthened one of our European rivals as well.
Yeah.
Madrid.
But what about Thiago? Why
Nah,
did you guys not
no.
keep him?
Oh yeah, for me
Nah,
Thiago was my
Thi-
favorite player.
No,
I love Thiago, but he wasn't like selling him was not a mistake.
yeah. Thiago
guys,
Thiago was good for like one half the season, and that's when we won the Champions League. Like beyond
Not
that,
replacing him was a
Nah,
mistake.
nah.
Not properly
He's
replacing
guys.
him.
he's injured. Like even Liverpool fans, they were all hype and everything. Even they want him gone now because like he can't stay fit for like more than 3 games. Like he gets plays
But, you
free.
know, but that's the thing. Like whenever Tia, because it's the same thing. You say he had like a good 6 months. He had a good last season, and look what they did. They almost won a quadruple with him. You feel me?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
he can't stay healthy. Like you can't rely on players like that where they can't stay healthy. I know I'm saying that, and obviously I'm a Bayern fan, Robin, haha. But like you can't rely on players that don't stay healthy. Which is why I think Lucas Hernandez, we should be looking at not renewing his contract and instead selling him. But that's a different story, But like I don't think you should have players at the club. Like you look at Thiago and you look at Toni Kroos. Who's a better player? Kroos. Who is healthy all the time? Kroos. It's like there was.
Yeah, and also Kroos has a very successful podcast, and Thiago doesn't. So
Einfach mal lupen. But yeah, like selling Toni Kroos was the biggest mistake by far. And you could say, well, we got Kimmich instead of Kroos. Now imagine both of them together.
Yeah, we've seen that at the
Do you
US.
guys
I
think
can pass
Kimmich is overrated?
No, best
No.
midfielder in the world, easily.
If anything, underrated because the outside Bundesliga, I don't think Kimmich.
I think
If
he's
he played in the
overrated.
Premier League
I
or
think he's
or
overrated.
Barcelona or Real Madrid, I
I'm
think
telling
he
you,
would have got more.
one
Kimmich
player
is top
every
three.
club wants is Kimmich.
Kimmich
Like-
is top 3.
Kimmich is
Yeah.
Kimmich is that weird litmus test where like people either think he's the greatest ever or people think he's the worst ever. Very similar to like Upamecano, where people think he's the best defender in the world, or people think he's absolutely awful. Like Kimmich and Upamecano are like the same litmus test, where people will either go one way in the extreme or the other way in the extreme. Now, for me, I think he's the best midfielder in the world by like 2 levels. Now, I think like
So,
given
what do you think about Upamecano?
well, Cor, you might want to talk for me.
Wait,
Nah,
wait, Prince, you agree
He
on
won't-
Cor?
I think Upamecano for the most part has been shocking at Bayern, but I think in a big game, I want Upamecano playing. Any other game, like a league game or like anything else, I want this guy as far away as possible. I think last season he was the worst defender in the world, and I think this season he's actually improved. I think his concentration is better, but I still think for a club as big as Bayern, it's not good enough.
I feel like you haven't been watching Upamecano this season, guys.
I have.
I mean,
I like him a
Upamecano
lot.
has been amazing. For me, I rate him one of the best defenders this season. Him and
He's
see-
garbage. He's garbage.
That's what I'm saying.
I
The
mean-
litmus test.
Nah.
Litmus test. There we go. Some people think he's the best. Some people think he's shocking.
No, you guys only have to understand. He's not amazing. He's not awful. He does some things very well, but he can improve in other things as well.
Like he's so frustrating because like you can see passing and breaking the lines. He's like the best in the world, right? Second to none. Absolutely
Mhm.
amazing. And like defending in general, he's amazing. And then like for 10 minutes, he just turns his brain off. And it's
Did
like,
you see what Desailly
happened?
said, Marcel Desailly, the French legend, about Upamecano last week?
yeah, he could be
So
the best
that
defender.
says a lot about him, though.
No, that's the thing, right? We can all agree that Upamecano can be the best defender of all time. Well, okay, he said the best defender in France
France.
history. Yeah. I think that's a bit much, but I don't disagree with it necessarily.
But you know what it is? Like, I'm really interested in seeing, like, because I don't know if you guys noticed this, but when Tuchel went to Chelsea, there was some players that he made so much better, like Rudiger.
Yeah.
But there's also some players that he completely exiled, like Tammy Abraham, Zuma.
Cristiano Pulisic.
Yeah, there's some players that he just didn't like. He basically kicked out of his team.
LeBron is okay.
So I'm interested in seeing like who is gonna have the Rudiger effect and who's gonna have like the Pulisic effect.
Well, we
Well,
had that
this-
discussion, but I think most people agree that Sané, Mane, Müller, and Gnabry are the players that are gonna benefit the most from.
I wouldn't agree on that, but yeah.
Go on, lad. Go on, lad.
Now,
What do you disagree with?
I think if there's one player who will improve, if he can. I mean, honestly, I think Sane will improve, yes. But I think someone who will not improve be the guy where he said will be the Tammy Abraham of Bayern. I think, and this is maybe
Mane?
people will not agree with this, but I think Gravenberg will have a tough time. It's just my opinion. I don't think it's purely
I
on
don't think it could get
Nagelsmann
any
that he's
worse.
not performing well.
But he's already had a tough time, so I don't think
Yeah,
he's
exactly. Like, come on,
Yeah.
he's not gonna get.
Yeah,
one.
okay, but I'm like people saying, "Oh, now with Tuchel he gets a new chance." He'd be like, I don't know, the new Shabby wagon, but he's not. I don't think he will be playing that much. At least,
I mean, it can't get much worse for him, anyways.
Yeah.
I guess you're right.
What I don't get, guys, is that like how can you have only 3 midfielders, right? And one of them you don't even play him. Imagine like
Thank you.
something happens to
Thank you.
Kimmich or Groiska, like against Man City, for example. Who are you gonna play? You have to play Gravenberg. Then who doesn't have a
Musiala.
game time?
Yeah, you played Musiala there.
But it's not really like ideal because you have to move Musiala away from his position and then someone else play there. So
Yeah, but we
I
have
don't-
enough. We have enough options in as a technical midfield, but we don't have
But-
in the midfield.
But
This
do
is what
you
I'm saying.
think like Musiala, Kimmich next to each other, or Groiska, Musiala will stop teams like in terms of
Against
defensively?
Rodri and Kevin De Bruyne.
I mean,
Yeah.
if Goretzka Musiala plays for us like an important game, we might just give up. Like this won't work, but Musiala Kimmich might work. Let's see.
No, even then, like what we need is 2 midfielders in the summer because
Yeah, no, more. Lima is fine, I think.
Guys, please sign De Jong, man.
we
Please
need
sign
a
De Jong.
real DM. Limer's on a DM. We need a
I
real.
would love
Please
Young,
sign
you know.
De Jong.
Please sign him, man. Please sign him.
Maybe. I think
You know, do you know De Jong's wages? You know how much he's on?
No, how much is he on?
37 million.
No way.
What?
You know?
He's not on. I thought Lewandowski was the one who gets the most.
No, I think Lewandowski's on like 20.
Oh my
Jeez.
god!
Well, that just means no for me then.
Do-
I thought
Abdul,
Nagelsmann
quick
was a
question.
big
Do you
young
regret
fan.
what with Lewandowski signing them? What do you think about Lewandowski?
Lewandowski is a fucking bum. Excuse my language.
Yeah, they've seen the light. They've seen the light.
Good job. Good job.
Only took
good
one
job.
season.
Not
He's
even a
so
season,
bad.
bro.
He's so bad. And people said like, oh, he's ghosting big games. But he's even ghosting in small games for us now, bro.
I mean, that
And
one
you have a
assist was
3-year contract.
Like, bro, he's not even stat padding for us anymore, bro. Like, it's sad. Like, bro, you guys, do you know that he has 2 goals in 2023, bro? 2 goals.
Does he?
Yes.
Yeah, he's been
Fuck
awful.
me.
Been
Nah.
awful.
He couldn't even score against Albania.
Muller
Well,
made his career.
That would have been a sick goal, though. Did you see that? The
Yeah.
one against Albania. That would have been a sick
Yeah,
goal.
yeah. But he's finished, guys, man. He's like you know, the sad part is that even his hold up play has declined. Like he used to be good at hold up play. Like even his hold up play has declined.
The thing
being
is,
serious,
the
yeah.
striker market is like it's not that big, right? And
Yeah, no.
we need to sign this one Holland guy, however you pronounce him. We need to sign that guy.
You should sign
Because-
Lewandowski. You should sign Lewandowski.
No, we don't want
No,
him.
Hey,
we
good
need-
one.
we need man.
Give me that Holland, how you ever pronounce his name.
Hoyland?
Yeah, I want that guy. He's
Rasmus Højlund.
yeah.
I've never literally. I have no clue about him. It feels like he popped up like 2 weeks ago.
Nah,
I've seen one
he's
clip,
playing-
like one away from the Lazio
He
defense.
had 2
Was
good
enough.
games for Denmark.
Wait,
Nah,
let me
he's-
just ask 1 second.
he's been good for
Let me
a
just
season.
ask Prince. If Prince says he's a good talent, I'm gonna bet against him because Prince has no idea.
Like, my talent ID is amazing. It's just that the players
No,
that I
it's not.
always
You have 3
it's the
players
players
now.
that I always root for, they go to the wrong club, all right? But look, there are 2 players that I've got my money on. I've had my money on for about a year now, but I haven't said because they didn't get game time or they didn't play enough, right? One is Cherky, who is finally getting game time, and he's like one of the best players in League One right now, so I'm very happy about that. Because I've been rooting for Cherky for like 2 years now when he was like 15. So I'm happy that he's finally, performing for Lyon. And the other one is Ochiche. But he's not playing. So that's a different story. But
wait, who's that?
Who's that? I never heard of him. What?
Ochiche.
Where does he play?
Is he playing in the Sudanese league?
Adil Ochiche, who plays for Lorient.
Al Nassr
Oh.
with Ronaldo.
But Holland,
Just a
I really
part-time
like.
electrician.
Holland, I really like. I can't say I've watched too much of him. I've watched about like 3 games. When was it? Like before it was before the World Cup, but I watched like 3 games. Because I think someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the league went into a winter break, and the winter break was like 2 months long or something. And I watched like a few games before that, I believe. So it was before the World Cup, but I can't remember when exactly. And he's just been amazing. Like he's like one of those players that I look at. I'm like, he could. Maybe I don't want to say this because I'm not fully sold on him because I've not watched enough of him. So I want to make that clear. But like when I was watching it, I was thinking to myself like he could be one of those players that in 3 years' time, all of us will talk about. Like, oh, this kid, he's so amazing. He's the next Haaland, etc., etc. Or he could be one of those players that like a few people like me who like to watch like these leagues, these lesser leagues. I mean, you all know I'm a huge fan of the Belgium league. I'm a huge fan of the Dutch league. I'm a huge fan of the I won't go into too much detail, but like the MLS as well, and so on and so forth.
What about the
And
J League? The J League.
I actually like the J League. The J and the K League are actually pretty good. Mickey Yamane from the J League is a defender I really like. Honestly, I think he's amazing as well, but I don't think he's like
One
Bundesliga
guy
level.
who's now playing at Napoli. He was also
Shout out Iniesta, man. Shout out Iniesta.
Yeah, not so much.
What about Tell? How much do you guys rate him?
Oh, another litmus test. Go on. Who wants to start? Who wants to start with Tell? Because people either think is
I will
Eric still
start.
here? Eric, are you still in the comments? Because I know you're Erkan. You may pretend that you're not Erkan, but I know you're Erkan, and he absolutely hates Tell. But what do people in
Erkan
here
guy
think?
hates
I mean, I have
His awareness is poor. That's the thing.
Better than
He's
Mbappe.
only 17 now.
Nah, I'm saying it's a bit too early to judge, yes, but I don't think
Yeah.
he's Mbappe level. I don't think he's Mbappe level. I think
I mean,
Mbappe is like way too
we've
good.
seen him a few times, and what I've seen is all right. It's not bad, but it's nothing for me to go, oh, he's going to be the next big thing. He's all right so
Yeah.
far.
I don't want someone
Yeah.
to say blaming on him not getting enough game time because he's getting enough game time for his age at Bayern Munich. I don't think you
Yeah.
Agree.
expect much more than this. He's
I
being
agree, yeah.
substituted in like every second or game for like at least 10 or 15 minutes. That's more than you would probably guess when he was
Yeah.
signed.
But
Yeah.
do you
Now,
think
that's
like 'cause his
yeah, go on.
stats under 19 is actually crazy? Like 20 games played, 15 goals. Do you think if he plays regularly, maybe we will see like a different player or something? Because the player is important to play regular game time, to have regular game time.
You mean at Bayern, or do you think we
A
should?
Bayern, yeah. Like if you go like a few games, like run, yeah. If you starters a few games in a row.
You see, that's the thing, right? That's why we will never be as successful as Dortmund at developing talents. We cannot afford this. If we do this and lose one game, we will get the blame. The manager will get the blame. If Dortmund does this and they lose a game, no one gives a fuck. They like if they lose to Bochum, who gives a fuck? They in one season they will sell their next player for 100 million. We can't do that. If we lose the game, everyone will write about this. Everyone will be like, "How can you play a 17-year-old when you have
Yeah.
players like Sane, Mane, and Gnabry on your bench?"
I disagree. And one simple fact that I think it doesn't matter who Bayern plays. Like Bayern could play their second team or the third team, or they could play all youth, and people would still expect us to win. And if we don't win, it's not a case of, oh, how could you play this young player? It's a case of, oh, how could you not manage these young players to win? I think that's a difference. I don't think
No,
it
but
matters.
I mean,
I'm
that's
saying
what he means.
if you play tell, you're obviously not playing someone who would be playing instead. And then you get the questions. Why do you not play him? Why do you not play Sane, who's clearly a better player right now, but you play
Is
Tell?
he? Is he? Is he?
Yeah, at the moment, yes.
You think so? Even that is debatable. Even that is debatable.
I think you guys should sell Tell and buy Ansu Fati, man.
No.
No one are dumb.
Yeah, don't try and bait us.
I wanted to ask you guys, who do Bayern fans think is the GOAT?
All time or currently
Messi.
squad?
All time, all time.
Miroslav Klose.
Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? Daniel, you start first.
Okay, Messi's the best player ever, but Ronaldo always put more fear into me when Bayern played him.
Yeah.
Both of them, yeah. But Messi's better.
I mean, but it's not a question.
Wait,
right? It's not
wait,
who I'm
wait,
afraid of.
one second. It wasn't who's the best ever. Who's the greatest of all time, in your opinion?
Yeah, it's still Messi, but Ronaldo was a scarier player for Bayern to play against, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think Messi is the best ever. But when we played Ronaldo, man, I was scared.
Tausif?
I mean, I hate this question because we always are gonna judge like offensive players, right? There are defensive players
Are we?
like most people are. To me, I mean, like goalkeepers are also like could be in the discussion, but they never are. But then maybe defenders. If you're talking about consistency, I'll go for Philip Lahm. I don't care.
Hey, my guy!
Guys, I
my,
know.
my guy! Core, I don't think Core is still here because he's not spoken in a long time, and that's
I think he
unusual
just
for
What's
him.
up?
Oh, we
What's
say
going on?
Adeyemi.
What's up?
Who do you think is the greatest player of all time?
Abdul, you know I always say crazy stuff here.
Oh, God.
Drogba. Say
Don't
Drogba.
say.
Trust is overrated. That's the greatest player of all time for Bayern.
Who?
Trust is
Not for
overrated.
Bayern,
For
No,
all.
in general.
in general, yeah.
Yeah, and the greatest of all time player is Trust is overrated.
What?
I don't
Trust is
understand. Mido,
What
go
is this guy
ahead.
on about?
What?
You can't trust you can't trust anybody, from players, from manager. You can't trust anybody. Trust is overrated.
Thank you for that.
Very insightful opinion.
There was like, do you guys remember the speech from Eric Cantona? That's the same
Oh
thing.
yeah, I remember that.
Exactly the same thing.
You got asked for the goat, not showing us that you're the next Martin Luther King. Just tell us who's the goat, man.
All right, Mino. What about you?
For me, I'll say Messi, but the player I grew up watching loved Ronaldinho. You know, watching him was amazing. I used to love watching Ronaldinho. But Messi,
Yes.
I'll ask you, Abdul, before I answer it myself.
For me,
You're a Barcelona fan. I know where you're going with this already. Come on now. There's a reason you asked that question.
For
for,
real,
for me,
though.
for me personally, it's Gavi.
Like you said, Gavi, the Spanish midget.
Respectable. I can respect that.
Yeah, it's Gavi.
I would take Gavi, by the way.
Because how many players can say they're the Prince of Spain?
The Spanish Hezbollah. That's what he is. Get him the fuck out of football.
But how many players can say that the Princess of Spain has a crush on them? I don't think many can.
is that because of his looks?
Isn't the Princess of Spain still underage?
Does
So
it
is
matter?
Gavi.
Yeah, but
Oh, okay.
Gavi ain't much older though. Like, so it don't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, my point is nobody wants the Princess of Spain to say that they were crush on him.
Man, stop hating on greatness, man. Stop hating on greatness.
So I'll let you know who I think is the greatest of all time. Unfortunately, with football, there is no, and I've only recently picked up basketball, as some of you know. Unfortunately, in football, there is no Michael Jordan.
Because it's LeBron.
Funny.
Jordan.
Anyway, unfortunately, in football,
Ooh.
there is no Michael Jordan, someone that goes to finals and wins them. Like it doesn't have an L to his name. So there is no one that is on his greatness level. Because what I
Michael has an
value,
L in his name.
there is a difference between being the best and being the greatest. Being the best means you have the best ability. Being the greatest means you shine the brightest when it matters the most. Which is why I can't give it to Messi, because even though he won the World Cup this season finally, and I'm happy for him, and that normally puts him in the discussion for me as the greatest of all time, just because of his ability and then having achieved everything. I think he's lost too much. And that's why I can't necessarily put him as the greatest. Like after the World Cup happened, I said, okay, he's the greatest of all time. And then I sat back and actually thought about it. And I'm like, can I? That like, is he? He's lost too many finals.
So who is?
And who is it?
For me, and this is a stupid one because I know nobody in the world will agree with me. It's my own single thought. I know maybe I'm biased here, even though I shouldn't be biased because I don't like him as that much as a player. Gerd Müller, and that's all I'm gonna say. Leave me alone. But in terms of best of all time, it's Maradona.
That guy played in the dinosaur
Alright,
area. I
I'll
don't even know.
change my greatest of all time. My greatest of all time is Mbappe.
Okay, okay.
Nah, bro, I can respect that.
Now you know why I said Gerd Müller. I'll just bring this up. every final that every final that he was at, he scored. The World Cup final, European final, as in like the Euros, Champions League finals. Every time he was in a final, he scored. So for me, like he's the closest. He wasn't in terms of ability, he wasn't the best, but like he did his job when it mattered the most. So that's what sort of like matters to me.
But how is it fair for someone like Kroos, who probably won the most trophies there ever were, but he's just not a striker? He just
Italy
doesn't score
2012. That's all I'm gonna say. Italy 2012. When the responsibility fell on him, he choked. He's the reason Balotelli scored. So
Wait, is Gerd Müller still alive?
No.
No, he died last year. I
Yeah,
think.
passed away.
Oh, but I wanted to ask, like, I know he's won every final he's been to, but I feel like it's more of great. I feel like it's more of an indicator of greatness if you can bounce back from defeat. Because if you've never tasted defeat.
No, but the thing is, I get what you're saying, but to me, what matters is that like in the big moments you show up, and even though I was laughing at Core just then, you could make the argument that Mbappe is on his way. I'm not saying he is now, but he's on his way to be the greatest. And this is coming from someone. You all know this by now. I don't rate Mbappe. Like I've made this clear plenty of times. I think Mbappe is so far overrated. I think he's a hit and run merchant.
I agree.
But you could again. I'm not going to get into this debate. I think Haaland is 10 times the player that he is. I think Mbappe is a hit and run merchant.
What?
But we're not. We're not getting into this right now. Okay, this is a discussion for another time. All right.
I
think Musiala is 20 times
run merchant, and then you say
the
tapping merchant is better.
I love
Exactly.
how you say Look, player, but you're not scared of him in a bit when we play against him.
I was never scared. I'm not scared. No. Even though
but you say he's 10 times the player of Mbappe.
Because I don't rate Mbappe. I think Mbappe is as good as Klose.
No, that's gas. What?
Please.
I don't rate Mbappe in the slightest. But I don't want to get into
the World Cup final though. You saw it.
Yeah, I saw the World Cup final where he basically didn't play for like 60 minutes and then turns up for 10 minutes and calls that a game. Yeah, I saw
but that's exactly. How did you even know whether Gerd Müller played for 80 minutes? He played garbage and then score.
Because I watched those matches. You can watch all of these old matches.
Well, have you watched them?
Yeah, I did. I made like, this was years ago, but I made like live tweets about them as if I was watching the game, on TV, and I was like, okay, 7th minute. Oh, look at this pass from Gerd Müller. Woo, amazing! I was doing a live ticker for that game a long time ago.
Wait, when was he successful? Like, was it in the 70s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cold War tax, my Cold War.
Yeah, to be honest, Barcelona fans always hype up Johan Cruyff, and that's the same. That's the same basically.
But to be fair, I feel like Johan Cruyff
is the most overrated player of all time.
The reason why he became a legend at Barca was beyond his playing career. Like he's a legendary manager as well for us.
Look, I'm gonna say one thing, right? Just on this Mbappe hype thing, all right? Mbappe is gonna win. I don't think he needs to win 2 or 3 more World Cups to be the GOAT. I think he is gonna win 2 or 3 more World Cups. I'm not gonna lie. He's gonna be the highest. He's gonna be the top goal scorer ever in the history of the game, and I don't think anyone's ever gonna come close. I think he's gonna. By the time he finishes his career, I think he's gonna have like 30 goals in the World Cup. Like he's already like 4th or something, some crazy stat.
I think the only country that can realistically stop France from dominating,
Germany. I agree.
And don't laugh. I think it's England, man. England.
No.
I hate
that. England is overrated.
I hate the fact that
God
you're probably
forbid.
right.
He's right. With a decent manager, they are the only one who can stop the talent of France.
He's the Tottenham of the international football.
Because, bro, let's be honest, bro. England was much better than them in the game where they lost 2-1. They were much better.
Yeah, but remember though, this was a front C team. That's the annoying thing. A front C team, right? Pogba injured and all these players injured.
Yeah.
And they still make it to the final.
But you say it's a France C team, but come the next World Cup, the players that were missing from injury won't be there anyway. Like Kante won't be there.
Well, who cares? Like honestly, right? this France team, right? You could remove 8 players from the squad that started the final. By the next World Cup, they'll have 8 more
Yeah.
with just the
After-
same quality.
And look
You
how
could
young
make
these
a France
ones
squad
are.
only out of Parisian players, and you can still win the World Cup. Like, I'm not even
Exactly.
joking.
Yeah,
This is their talent
Like-
is crazy.
They didn't even have Nkunku there.
yeah.
Do
Like-
you guys think Nkunku is overrated? Like,
No.
because I have a feeling he's gonna go Chelsea and be like another Werner.
He'll
Well,
flop it,
Yeah,
Joe.
he
No,
went to the
no
world
way.
team. He could possibly go. I
yeah,
believe.
the thing with Nkunku is, right, I think he's like number 1 in the world of overperforming his XG. Like, he should not have as many goals and assists as he does. So I think
But that's the
whatever
quality.
I think, yeah, you could say that's a quality, but you could also say, well, if he goes to a different team, you know, he's not gonna his stats are gonna get so much worse. And
Do you,
I
think,
was
do you think it's a Bundesliga tax as well?
no, I don't. I
No.
think it's a Leipzig tax more than anything.
Mm.
It's the same reason. I never rated Werner. Well, okay, I can't say that. I did rate Werner when he was at Stuttgart, when he was playing on the wings as a winger.
Guys, can I
Second-
be honest? Can I be honest, bro? You know what really made me believe in Bundesliga tax?
Werner,
No,
Havertz.
I looked up Weghorst's stats at Wolfsburg, bro. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but the thing you gotta take into consideration is that these teams will play around those players. Like, German teams typically play around their strikers, not their midfielders or anything. And that's the big difference, is that they typically revolve around the striker, and it's not the other way around. Which is
Yeah, but what I just want to add is a lot of people don't look at other players. Also, Immobile coming to Bundesliga, not doing so well, but doing well in Serie A. What about Mane and Sane just now? So it just
Yeah.
depends a lot of things. I think Bundesliga just gets hate a lot of times. But
How do you explain Haaland then? He wasn't even that good
exactly,
at Dortmund.
Haaland is another
He
example
wasn't
as
even
well.
that good at Dortmund. Or at least didn't score that much like he does at City now. How do you explain that?
Yeah, of course, but I feel like Haaland was always bound to score a lot of goals because anybody, a decent striker in that City team, is going to score a lot of goals. Like, let's be honest.
Look, I'll say this, right? The Bundesliga is shocking. It's still
It is. We don't need to defend that.
Nobody here is defending that, right? But Bundesliga tax also doesn't exist because most of these Premier League guys and teams don't know how to actually build a team. Like,
Yeah,
that's
it's not a it's a Chelsea tax. I think it's just a Chelsea tax.
debatable.
I mean, Sancho's also shit, and he's playing at United.
Yeah, but I'm hearing this mental health tax. Everything is a tax, but he's had mental issues.
I'm saying one thing: if Nkunku wasn't playing for Leipzig and he was playing for another club, like last year, right? Last year when he had like this crazy season, I think he would have been like one of the top 10 players in the world. Like, I'm not even joking; he was so good. Like, the way he literally carried Leipzig to their small success they had last season. He was their star player. I was even shocked that he stayed there. I honestly didn't think he was staying.
Do you guys think Guardiola is overrated? Because I believe he is.
No,
No, he's amazing.
Guardiola is crazy, and I hate that we
I would
don't.
love
That we
him
will
at
never
Bayern,
get
man.
him.
Debatable.
But how can you get turned inside out
It's messy.
by 75-year-old Messi?
It's messy.
It's messy. Like, it doesn't actually matter how old Messi is. It's messy. Like,
But
even
Messi
if he-
couldn't do that to the Ligt.
yeah, but even if he's awful, 89 minutes, or even if he's like, the thing with Messi is, right, before, like, during the first half of the season before the World Cup, he was the best player in the world. Like, at the beginning of the season, it was Neymar, and then it was Messi. And, like, Messi was so far ahead of every single footballer, but, like, he was still good during the World Cup, but he's completed football now. Like that's the difference. During the World Cup, he hadn't completed football. He didn't have all the check marks yet. After the World Cup, the guy's basically retired. Like, he's basically on holiday now. He's just earning his fat check at PSG. That's why, like, you can't compare Messi at the World Cup with Messi against Bayern, because the guy was retired. He was finito. He's done. Like, next season, he's probably going to F off either to Barca and collect a nice check, or he's going to go to MLS and it's like, yeah.
You don't go to Barca to collect checks no more.
Also, this idea that, like, if a player fucks up once, they're not that good is fucking stupid.
But it's not
Like,
just
he's gonna
once,
fuck
bro.
up
Like,
such
how are you
content.
conceding 7 Gs? How are you conceding 7 Gs in one game?
Look, hey, as I said, I'm the only one that said maybe, so hey, don't come after my head. I think Guardiola is good. I think he's a little bit. He's like in between amazing and too much in his own hype, if that makes sense. Like he's a bit like Musiala this season, where like the hype is getting to him. Like Musiala is anywhere between amazing and just too far into his own hype, where like he just does too much.
Okay, that's interesting. But I will say, like, guys, like you guys are Bayern fans, guys, please, for the love of God, finish first in your league. We don't want to see you in the group stages anymore. Please.
Hey,
finish.
look, we're winning the league. The league is
we'll
over.
win the Champions League, then we will
Win the league, because if I see you guys in our group next year, I might self-harm.
I think if we win the Champions League, we won't meet you as well, because then we are also in the.
Yeah, man.
We'll
I'm
see
sick
it
and
around
tired.
the 15.
I'm sick and tired of you guys start.
I need Bayern versus Barcelona next year again.
Well, but you know that's the thing. Like, you guys have really caught us every year in our banter. Every year in our banter, Europe.
It's funny.
Can we get back to the Mbappe discussion? I just wanted to say something.
Go on, talk about Mbappe fraud.
No. I wanted to say I think he has the potential to become the best French player of all time, and if he's not already,
Zidane!
yeah.
Bluff.
When did
Wait,
Zidane score
wait.
3
Prince,
goals
I thought you didn't
finals?
rate Zidane.
I don't. But he's still easily the best French player of all time. Like, okay, let me clarify that, right? When I say I don't rate Zidane, I don't think he's the best midfielder of all time. I don't think he's close to Lothar Matthäus, if I'm being completely honest. I think Zidane is in the same.
Was so underrated, but yeah.
I think Zidane is in the same category as. Who am I gonna name now? Xavi. Yeah, that's what I think. Like he's in that Xavi, Iniesta category, but like to put him in like the greatest of like he's in the Pirlo category, if that makes sense.
Hey! Don't put Xavi and Pirlo in the same category. That's a fact.
Yeah, no, that's a bit harsh. Like Pirlo is not that good compared to, but like he's in that.
Well, you know, Bayern fan, bro. I went back and I watched the Euro 2012 final, Italy against Spain, bro. Xavi, oh my lord, man, he was something else, man.
I mean, even if we would have beaten Italy in that 2012 semifinals, we would have lost to Spain.
No, we would have beaten Spain.
You sure we never beat Spain?
Look, it's the same argument from 2010. We would have beaten Spain in 2010 if Müller didn't get a bogus yellow card and was suspended for that game. That's the only reason we lost in 2010 against Spain.
Carlos Puyol, man. Respect Carlos Puyol, man.
Thomas Müller would have turned him inside out. That's the reason why. Look, I always say this. The reason why Thomas Müller always does so well against Barcelona is because their centre backs like to push forward. Their centre backs like to be more free flowing than like rigid defenders like Real Madrid have. And that's why Thomas Müller always plays well, because against free flowing defenders, against free flowing centre backs especially, he just eats. He feasts. He's eating good tonight. But against defenders that are actually like structurally sound, he's not going to perform because they're just going to outmuscle him. That's why, like Thomas Müller against Spain or Thomas Müller against Barcelona, I think he would be eating, feasting. He would be having a three-course meal.
Is Müller washed? Is Müller washed?
No,
Is he not? Is he? I don't know.
he's not.
He's not as good as he was before, but he still does
No,
the job.
the thing that annoys me about him nowadays is that his like clinicality is gone. Like he's still his passing is still as good. His vision is his movements. All of that is good. But like 5 years ago, well maybe not 5 years ago, but like 2013, 14, he finished every chance he got, and nowadays that's not the case anymore.
It's been like this for a while too.
I don't think that he's gotten worse in terms of finishing. I just think he doesn't try to score. That's my issue. Like
he tries to pass more often now.
Exactly. Like he'll be one-on-one with the goalkeeper, and instead of like just okay, I'm gonna try and chip it or something like he would have done like 6-7 years ago. now he's like, okay, let me turn my back on the goalkeeper at 1-on-1 and try and find someone else. And if no one is there, well, I'm not scoring. that's the annoying thing with him. Like he got the assist record, and it's like that's the only thing that's on his head, on his mind nowadays. That's what it feels like. Also, just to answer this question, what do I think about the 1954 World Cup final? Honestly, the way Germany beat Hungary, honestly, shouldn't have happened because Hungary was obviously the team of of 1950s, and especially not 1954 World Cup final. And there's a reason the game is called as the Miracle of Bern. If you actually watch the game, Germany got outplayed for the most part, but just held very firm and actually won. So very good game. I quite like it. Yeah, 1954 was a great time to be a football fan.
Did Puskas play?
Yeah.
Puskas,
Yeah.
yes.
Mm. I actually saw this guy like doing a combined 11 all time, and he had Puskas in it. And then somebody went into the comments and said, "What are you doing, bro? Puskas is an award. Like Puskas is an award."
Now I have my I can't like rate like all these players who played like back then that high. Like it's one because I didn't saw them play like live. I didn't see that, and two is like the game changed so much.
Yeah.
It's hard. Like
there was no yellow cards and red cards.
there was no offside. There was nothing.
Yeah,
And there was offside in 54.
There was.
Yeah.
There was, yeah.
But yeah, there was
No, the only one who gets the offside tax is Pele, because in Brazil they didn't have it. But the offside rule is quite old actually.
Yeah, but the red cards and yellow cards, I think it was until the 70s.
I'm not sure.
No, it was.
I know the substitutions weren't allowed until like 1970 or
No.
1980.
There was no yellow cards and red cards until the mid 70s.
Interesting, yeah, I didn't know.
But yeah.
I mean, I will drop out now or like soon.
Yeah, I'll probably hang up soon as well. For me, it is 11 nearly, and I wanted to do something else as well. But I do want to talk about Dortmund, which I've been trying to do for like the last 2 hours. What's everyone's thoughts on Dortmund this season?
Well, are you guys playing tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what's everyone's thoughts on Dortmund?
I was so angry when they won the game against Leipzig because they weren't the better side. I watched that game. I was so angry because there was no way they would have won this without they're lucky. They're playing good. Like I have to admit, they're playing better than they used to do like before World Cup. Yes, that's true. But they're also lucky. And yeah, they're lucky. And I mean, and their Brandt is really on a run right now.
So I've got to ask you a question, and I just want to hear your thoughts on it. If you think that Dortmund shouldn't have won because they were lucky, what do you think about Nagelsmann's Bayern?
What game am I talking about?
Mentality, it's mentality.
When we do it, by playing awful, it's Bayern have such a good mentality, and Bayern, they're just such monsters, and and all that. But when Dortmund do it, it's you know what? It's not fair that they're winning despite playing awful. So how do you respond to that?
I know response. You knocked me out with that. But I still stand by that. They're playing. I honestly think, like I already said it, but I honestly think we will smack them like 4-5-0. And the reason is, yes, we are always there when it matters. At least in my opinion, at least when I can remember, the game against Dortmund is like, for the players, it's like a Champions League game. This is where they get this Champions League mentality and where they play like it's the last game of their life, like play like that. And this is what I think they will. And just by individual quality, right? There's no way Dortmund should be winning this. And this is why I say we will comfortably win this.
All I'm gonna say is, if Harry Potter, the Chelsea manager, can beat Dortmund, then there is no way that Thomas, the magical magician Tuchel, is going to lose to them.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you have to say he didn't have much time. It's not like he set up.
Time is time, schmime, rhyme, lime. I don't care about any of that, all right? Thomas Tuchel is going to weave his wand and he's going to go 1, 2, Allah Kazam, woo, choo, 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 and it's going to be awesome. It's going to go Avada Kedavra and chuck chuck. Dortmund is dead.
Yeah, as I said, I think we will win. Can't see us losing this.
There is no way Harry Potter beat Dortmund, but Voldemort can't. There is no chance.
Damn, they must sack this Potter guy. They're wasting all of their money and potential.
So here's an interesting one. Dortmund are on the same, maybe slightly more or less amount of points right now than the same time last season.
Yeah.
Shocking, isn't it? Shocking, isn't it?
You remember that Süle interview when he said we can still catch up with Bayern?
He was right. Everyone
But he
mocked him.
got
Everyone cooks
cooked
him.
People were saying things I didn't know exist. They were calling him the Samsung fridge and stuff. And then crazy.
Yeah, you know what, right? If Süle wins, if Dortmund win the Bundesliga this season, and then Süle comes out with an interview, I'm going into hiding. Like, you won't see me for like months.
Bro,
Yeah.
you just said that, right? 10 minutes ago, I was like, okay, let Dortmund win the league. But now he said that with Süle, he left us to win the league with Dortmund. If he gets that in the first try, bro, I might quit football.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
going
and
into hiding.
I also can't watch Bellingham win the Bundesliga. I just can't.
Yeah, if Dortmund win, you know what, right? If Dortmund win the Bundesliga, that 120 million price tag on Bellingham just doubled. Like, just doubled
Yeah.
immediately.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Because they don't have any reason to sell.
Yeah, but real talk, yeah. If Süle wins the Bundesliga, I think the club, I think the fans, I think everyone on Twitter, I think
Not me,
everyone
though,
on
not me.
YouTube, I think everyone
Hey,
needs to disappear and go into
It's
hiding.
like Kevin Hart give a picture where he does that pose with his hands. I never shit talked Süle. I said, let him go to Dortmund. He won't win anything. But okay,
Yeah,
I
well,
guess-
he will.
Yeah. I'm
guess
being
he
serious though. If Dortmund's winning like 2-0, 3-0 tomorrow and 90th minute, Sule's on the pitch, just give him 2 ACL injuries so he doesn't miss the end of the day.
You know what's worse, right? Tomorrow, they win 1-0. And you know who scored that goal from header? Süle. If that happens,
If that happens, we can cancel the season. And no,
look, if that happens, right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for
it
all
was a
the
pleasure.
Bayern
But-
TV.
Now, okay, but honestly, if we lose this tomorrow, this is not a good sign for the City game because that means we have a lot of pressure. Tuchel will have a lot of pressure.
This team always has pressure.
Yeah.
Pressure doesn't matter.
Obviously, we always have pressure. You're right, but like, it's like with this manager changing, right? It's like if we lose this, it will be even more pressure. Actually, yeah, Dortmund won 53 points after. Yeah, I also read that. They said Dortmund isn't even playing much better than they last season. It's just us playing, or at least not
Yep.
getting many points.
53 last season points and 53 this season as well right now. So it's the same.
How much did we have last season? This point, I
We
want
were
to know.
shocking last season as well, though. But like, I don't know how many we were on last season, but I think
Nah.
we were like 10 ahead.
10 ahead is good.
But we didn't play good football. That's what I mean. But yeah, anyway,
You know what's funny? You always say we didn't play good football, right?
Yep.
Or you act like what is important for you, winning or playing good football?
good football.
No,
Then
winning.
you don't care if we win nothing but play good football.
No. It's look. Do I need to do my usual speech? I will do my usual speech if I have to, right? So let me do my usual speech. What matters the most is good football, because if we play good football, then there is no team we can't beat, and there is no trophy that we can't win. However, winning without playing good football is just a disaster. It's a recipe for disaster, and all it does is just mean that we're masking over the problems. And that means that when we face a team that actually, is good, then we can't mask those problems anymore.
Then
So
how
that's why,
does it work for Real Madrid? How does it work for them?
look, for every scientist and for every mathematician, there is always that one exception, and that's what Real Madrid is. They're not they're the exception. Like every other team in world football, follows that rule, except
They
Real
play
Madrid.
so bad, right? I can't believe how they win this tournament all the time. Like
Exactly.
last season, you can't write this up. Like you can't even make a script for that. They won all games in the last minute.
It is what it is. That the Champions League is just theirs. It's that simple. Like, you don't even wrap your head around it. But that's what I mean. Like, for me, that's a good point. Like, good football is subjective. I very much agree with that. But there are certain things that you can, and I think most people could agree on, is good football, right? Obviously, I've got my own definition, but for me, based on our squad and the strength of our squad compared to everyone else, I expect us to keep a clean sheet most of the time. I expect us to score, 2 goals most of the time. I expect us to have 5 corners most of the time. I expect us to have 6 shots on target most of the time. Like, those are just basic things. I expect us to actually look like a coherent team and not just a bunch of individuals most of the time. Like, most of the time, I don't expect that to happen every single game, and I'll never ask that of a manager for like us to win every single game, us to play good every single game. I'll never do that because that just doesn't happen realistically, right? It might happen here and there, but like realistically, it doesn't. All right. Um, but what I expect us to do is play like a team and actually, be good defensively, be good in midfield, be good up front. I'm not expecting us to be the best, have the best defense ever, have the best midfield ever, have the best attack ever. What I expect us to do is just to look like a team and play like one. That's it. I don't think that's too much to ask, but that's it.
You
Is
know
it
what
too
gets
much to ask?
underrated though? You know what's getting underrated this season? Which people already forget about, but I think was crazy, is the way we dominated Union Berlin. Like, I'm not even joking. If you watch their games, right, it's close to impossible to do that what we did against them. We
I
we we
sorry,
made them look like a second division team. Like,
S-
I'm not
s-
even joking.
sorry. Did you just say Union Berlin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay. All right. I get it. I understand. I understand.
No, I'm not even joking. Do you watch their games?
I do.
And you want to tell me that the way we played and made them look like a second division team is not like impressive because there's there's nothing any team has done so far.
Look, all I'm gonna say is, yeah, we all agreed that the quality of the Bundesliga is ass. Um, and quite frankly, all right, I'll say this in the nicest way possible. Bayern against Union Berlin should be a 7-0 every single day of the week. Bayern against any team in the Bundesliga realistically should be a 7-0 every single game. Now I know that's not gonna happen, but our quality, our squad, just everything around us. Look, no shade thrown to Union Berlin, but like I feel like the standards have dropped when we're happy that we played well against Union Berlin. I'm sorry. Like, I think we should be spanking them. So, I don't think that should be a competition realistically. You look at our wage bill, you look at theirs. You look at our infrastructure, you look at theirs. Look, I think
It's not
most
that
of our.
simple.
I think it should be that simple. I think it really should be. But I
Then if
think
it's
the
that
big
simple, then why does City not win every game in their league?
because at the very top, and Union Berlin, look, they're playing well. And I don't want to take it away from them, and I don't want to throw shade at them. But at the very top level, there are just two, like there are. How do I describe it? There isn't that much distinction between like the best teams. Like each season, you can say Manchester City, they might get better by 5%, or they might get worse by 5%. Bayern, you can say every season, we're getting better by 5% here or worse by 5% there. Like, I think there are just at the very top level, like, at the truly elite clubs, I think there isn't much of a difference. And so you can't really like improve so much more compared to all the other elite clubs, if that makes sense. Like, for example, again, I'm watching a lot of basketball, so forgive me for my basketball reference, but there is no team. Actually, no, there is a team, PSG, but that's PSG though. But like, there's no team that's like the Nets, like the 2021, 2022, 2023, 2022 Nets. There is no team that has like 3 players that are considered the best in the world at their position. Again, forget PSG, but just roll with my example here. Like, there's no team in world football that where you can say, man, they've got like number 1, number 2, number 3, or number 1, number 2, number 4, or number 1, number 3, number 4, whatever. But players in top 5s, 3 or 4 of them. Like, there's no team in world football. I think the clubs are just too close. Thoughts?
Yes.
Like that's why, like, there's a distinction between elite clubs, great clubs, good clubs, and bad clubs. Like, elite clubs are your Manchester City, your Bayern, your Real Madrid. You know, that's your elite clubs. Your great clubs are like your Dortmunds, your Leipzig, your Arsenal, like those second-rate teams that, like, your Napoli's, your second-rate, and I know Napoli's playing so much better than, you know, majority of the elite clubs, but in, like, just in general, like, the elite clubs, they're gonna do well, but, like, ultimately when they face an elite club, then the great clubs is gonna not perform nearly as good, if that makes sense.
Where do you
like,
rank PSG?
I think PSG is a great club. I think they look good, but, like, once they come up against an elite club, they just crumble. Same with Leipzig. You know, when they came up against City, they crumbled. Are they 7-0 worse than Manchester City? No. But that's the difference between elite clubs and great clubs. Like, great clubs will play elite, but they're never gonna be elite, or they're not gonna be elite unless there's a significant change. Whereas elite clubs, they can play great, but when it matters, they're still elite. I probably talk too much. I probably talk too much and explain too little, if that makes sense. I hope what I said makes sense.
Okay.
And, like, your good clubs are your teams that do well for a season or so, like Union Berlin or Frankfurt, or, you know, like clubs like these, basically, like where you're just like, okay, you know what, they're really good this season, and then they lose a few players, and then you're just like, okay, that was it. Like, rest in peace again. That's sort of how I view, like, the hierarchy structure. I know Alpha. Look what happened to the Nets, though. I know. But I was just making an example, all right? And again, I think in world football, the team that closely resembles the Nets is PSG. Just amassing these stars, and then for some reason it doesn't work. With the Nets, it was obviously because Kyrie Irving refused to get a vaccine, and then so he couldn't play. And then injuries, and then Kevin Durant, the GOAT, second to Michael Jordan, the
He's
GOAT, his toe being on the friggin' line, and that's how they go out, because he wears, like, size 20 shoes, which are, like, 60 something in centimeters, just like the longest size feet that you've ever seen. And his toe being on the line, you know what? It all went downhill for them. It is all going downhill for PSG too. But I was just making a comparison. With that said, though, last but not least, what's everyone's score prediction for the Dortmund game? I'll start with you, Daniel.
I'm going 4-1 or 4-0 to Bayern.
Jeez, who scores?
Sane gets one. Gnabry gets one off the bench, I think. Maybe Moting scores.
Okay. Intriguing. Interesting. Nagelsmann.
Mm.
Well, I said Nagelsmann, not a Nagels enjoyer, but I like how you responded. So now we know that you're Nagelsmann in disguise. how does it feel getting sacked, you bum?
Feels bad, man. Doesn't feel right. I hope you don't win anything now.
So much for being a childhood Bayern fan, eh, Nagelsmann?
What do you ask?
What do you think what's your score prediction for tomorrow?
Look at my picture now. I say I said 7-1.
7-1.
Now 7-0. 7-0.
You're stealing my prediction. I was gonna say 7-0. Damn it.
Okay, let me go with 6-0 then. 6-0.
No, it's fine. I'll change my prediction.
You know who will
Say what
score?
you really feel. Say what you really feel.
Okay, what I really feel is a 5-1. Let me believe. I feel like 5-1 is a good score.
Okay. Okay. Who do you think is going to score then for you?
Okay, Sani will score the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Kimmich will score one.
Yep.
I think we haven't had a Goretzka goal in a long time. Let's Goretzka score one. And now we have 3. We need 2 more. Give Chupo one and give someone who's coming off the bench. Mane, but gets ruled out for offside, so it's Nabi. Come get Nabi one. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Tausif, what's your prediction?
I think it's gonna be a very dominant 3-0, where there's no question from minute 1 to minute 90 that we're gonna win. They're maybe gonna have 1 or 2 shots on target and that's it, and we're gonna just roll all over them. And at the end of the day, we're gonna be disappointed that it only was 3-0. They have 3-0, and the goal scorers will be Kimmich, because I think that game is Kimmich goal written all over it, and Müller, and sure, Chupo.
Okay, fair enough. Core, I know you're still eating, but just give us a very quick, just a score. Just a number.
Where's Core from? Where does he live?
America.
Oh, it's from America. Okay.
The home of the brave. Land of the free. Okay, I don't think he's here anymore. 1-1. All right, he says 1-1.
Nice score. Bring back Nagelsmann. Okay.
So, yeah, that's a score. My prediction, ladies and gentlemen, is very simple. I was going to go with a 7-0, but I actually thought about it while you lot were talking. And you know what? I'm changing my prediction. Now, here's how I'm going to change my prediction. So, think of the name Thomas Tuchel. Thomas. That's 6 letters. And then Tuchel. Suddenly, we are at... Anyone count it?
No. 12?
We are at 12, correct. However, there are 2 T's, so removing the T's. Suddenly, we're at 10. Additionally, there are 2 H's, so we remove those. So now we're at 8. Ultimately, I think we're going to win 8-0 because Thomas Tuchel has 2 T's and 2 H's. So, 8-0 victory for... But you know what? While I'm saying that, let me put £100 on Bayern to win 8-0. I'll see you all when I'm at my yacht and I'm cruising around the world
There's
next
no
to
way you're betting
Abramovich.
there.
I'll see you all when I'm cruising next to Abramovich.
I hope
all right?
Tuchel wears a Bayern base cap. I want to see that.
But yeah, I think it's an 8-0. And I think the goals are going to come from 1, Upamecano, just so that Core will cry. That's what I think is going to happen. 2, second goal, I think is going to come from Sadio Mane. 3, Leroy Sané. 4, Serge Gnabry. 5, Choupo-Moting, because Choupo-Moting always scores. 6, Thomas Müller. 7, Jan Sommer. He goes up for a corner and heads it in.
That would be the biggest disrespect. By the way, we need to see Neuer play midfield at least once.
Nah. And you know who's going to score the 8th goal?
Okay, tell us.
It's an own goal by Niklas Süle. Oh.
Nah, bro. At the end, he will score the winning goal. I can see it.
He'll do the Adebayor celebration.
yeah, I would celebrate that. You know what? He'd become a club legend instantly if he did that. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for joining me today on this lovely, lovely discussion. We have been going for, and I kind of stole that Sula own goal idea from you, Alpha. I'm not going to lie. I am not going to lie. I stole that from you. But yeah, we've been going on for 4 hours and nearly 20 minutes. So I think we'll call it quits here, ladies and gentlemen. I do enjoy and do thank all of you for joining me here today. As well as everyone who's in the chat listening. Give the video a thumbs up. 4 hours and 20 minutes. Come on now, give us a thumbs up, lads. With that said, I'm excited for tomorrow. Not so much because it's Dortmund, not so much because the league's on the line, but most because it's Tuchel's first game. And that's going to tell me a lot. It's going to tell me a lot in terms of formation. It's going to tell me a lot in terms of tactics. It's going to tell me a lot of just who's going to play. So there's a lot that I like to see tomorrow. Because again, I don't view Dortmund. I don't view the game tomorrow as that important. I know a lot of people, say it's the most important league game ever in like the last 10 years or so. I just view it as, well, if on the off chance that we lose this, Dortmund will bottle it. Because then they'll be confident. They'll be like, you know what? Yeah, we're winning the Bundesliga. Winning the Bundesliga. We beat Bayern at their own home, but we're winning the Bundesliga. It's all in our own hands. And then they'll lose 2-0 next game because they're overconfident. And if they're not overconfident, if they actually lose the game, then they'll go to the next game and they're like, oh no, we lost the game against Bayern. We need to win every game now just so that Bayern can't run away from it and run away with it. And I'm just like, okay, they're going to bottle it again. Because whenever they think too much, it's not even the pressure. It's just when they think too much. Either when they're too happy or when they're sad. Whenever they think too much, they bottle it. And that's why I'm not worried in the slightest. At all. In the slightest. At all. With all of that said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for watching. See you all. Catch you all the next time. Until then, have a good one. Cheerio. Adios. And yeah. You lot, Daniel, Nagels enjoyer. I know you're still enjoying Nagelsmann. And Tausif, if you have any final remarks, let them speak them now or forever hold thy tongue, as a wise man once said. Actually, I think a few people have said that. But speak now or forever hold thy tongue. And if you don't speak, then, well, you've got no tongue. So speak. Say your final piece.
All I'm saying is I hope Nagelsmann returns one time to Bayern in like 10 years or something.
You know how funny it would be tomorrow if, like, Bayern is winning 6-0. And then the camera like points to like the stands, and you just see Nagelsmann there just crying. You know how much I would.
You need serious help, man. How can someone be so cool?
Oh, I would be celebrating it. I'm not cruel,
I want
right?
Nagelsmann to go to Chelsea or Real Madrid.
He not go to Chelsea. If he goes to Real Madrid, you can kiss his career goodbye.
Why?
You think that Bayern players are difficult? Good luck doing that in Real Madrid. He won't last a season.
All they want is to beat Barcelona, and he knows how to beat them.
Yeah, good luck beating Barcelona, but not winning a single trophy. Yeah, good one. Anyway, Tausif, do you have any final remarks?
I mean, yeah, we're gonna win the league. We're gonna win the treble. R.I.P. Nagelsmann. R.I.P.
My man.
Did any of you see the most recent One Piece chapter? Or
I did.
am I about to...
I did as well.
Shanks the goat.
R.I.P. Useless Kid or Useless Mid, and see you next week. Hopefully, goodbye.
I can't.
All right, Daniel. Any final thoughts?
Thomas Tuchel's at the wheel. Trouble incoming. Thanks for having us.
Hey, I always appreciate everyone being here, especially you, Daniel. And I'm saying especially you because I think you've been here from the get-go. So from the beginning, and it's been 4 hours and 20 minutes. And you know what? If it wasn't my own discussion, there's no way I'd be here for 4 hours and 20 minutes. So you're a better person than I am. With all of that said, ladies and gentlemen, Nagels enjoyer, Tausif, Daniel, and everyone else that's in the chat watching, we'll see you all whenever we see you all. I don't want to say I'm gonna do another discussion tomorrow, but there is a very good chance I'm gonna do another discussion tomorrow. But I don't want to put that in stone. I don't want to say that definitively yet, but we'll see all of you whenever we see all of you.
Guys! One thing. In the last Bayern Munich video, right? The Q&A with Thomas Müller. I was in the video. He chose my question. You could see it because it says DMX Cross. I was so proud.
Nice one.
Nice.
I'll check it out.
Wow,
Nice.
so amazing. Reminds me when David Alaba had a Running Man challenge and he chose my video for it. Woo! I was so happy for 5 seconds. Yeah. Or when Hummels, I had a Q&A and he chose my question. Woo! Yeah, and then when I asked Hummels to come on my show and my YouTube channel, his agent basically just said, "Nah, sorry, bro, not happening." so much for that. Hummels no longer a fan. I'm just saying, when your agent and when you turned me down,
I was never a Hummels fan.
When you two turned me down separately, I was like, man, it's a cruel world out there. But you know what? I did get a response from him, so at least that's something. I sent him I sent them an email, sent his agent an email, and his agent was like, "Nah, that's it. You're talking to the wrong person. You need to actually go through like the club's channel. I can't just ask Hummels to be on your show." So I went through the club's channel. The club told me you need to change the name from Mirza and Mir TV to Bayern fan to something else because Mirza and Mir is copyrighted and trademarked and whatnot. And I'm like, okay, sorry, bro, I'm changing my name right now to Bayern Fan TV. And then I was like, can I still speak to Hummels? Question mark.
Oh yeah, I remember you having Yes I'm Here TV as a name.
Yeah.
Good old times.
And then when Bayern came back, it was like, yo, why are you using it? Why using Mirza and Mir? That's trademark. I'm like, oh shit. Okay, I'm sorry, bro.
At least they recognize you. They know who you are.
Perhaps. And since then, no one has joined my channel. None of the players. Cruel, cruel world. But yeah, with all of that said, ladies and gentlemen, see
Why
you
did
all.
Nagelsmann not post anything on Instagram yet? You still crying?
Nah, Nagelsmann.
I think he's genuinely gutted about it.
He is.
You know what?
He's devastated.
Nagelsmann is waiting because he knows that I'm gonna ask him to come join. I have a one-on-one discussion with me.
Bro, you're his biggest hater. You'll never do it.
I'm not his biggest hater. I'm an honest critic. That's all it is. I'm not a hater.
No, we should just
You're not an honest critic.
But
we should just lie to him and tell him Nagels Enjoyer is want him on his podcast. He's gonna come.
We need to sit down between Nagelsmann and Core. That's what we need on Bayern Fan TV.
That would be so funny.
Nagelsmann is gonna lay out all his tactics, and then Core's gonna be like, "Listen, you're gonna have to listen to me."
He say, "Listen, Upamecano is a hellish chicken. You need to call immediately."
But you know what? I've got a few things that I want to do, and yeah, I do agree with you, Alpha, about a name changing thing. But I've got a few things I've actually got planned for the channel. Whether those will come through or not, I can't say. One, I want to do a podcast, and I'll ask the question now while we're still alive, I guess. I want to do a podcast, like a weekly thing, where like similar to this discussion, but a lot more focused. If that makes sense, because I feel like these discussions kind of just go all over the place. But I would like to do like a weekly podcast, discussing, previewing games as well, of course, but like having more so just like specific topics that we discuss for like an hour, not longer than that, or maybe an hour and a half or 2 hours at most. Like just a weekly thing, consistent thing. I know we've had that idea, beginning of the season. That was the plan. I think that's when we first talked about that on Twitter, and it didn't happen. But that's sort of like what I've been thinking about. I've also, I don't know whether you lot know, but I've kind of been remodeling the room that I'm recording in to like turn it more into like a studio thing. But I've just been too lazy to finish it. Like that's the truth. I've removed everything and I've just been too lazy to finish that. But that's definitely an idea that I have. I also want to get someone on the show, and I won't mention who it is yet, but I think I've talked a little bit about that, secretly, so to speak, to a few people that I want to get two people on the show specifically. One being a footballer, and two being someone related to that footballer.
Frimpong and his brother or cousin.
I didn't say that.
Tony and Felix Kroos.
Actually, I'd love to get Tony Kroos on the show, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, but no, the thing is, like, there are certain people that I know in football I want to get on the show, and it's actually not who you mentioned. I could ask my friend because he's his agent to get him on, and his brother as well. But for me, okay, I'll spill I'll talk a little bit. There was I don't know how many people remember it, but I used to be on a podcast for like a week or two. Like we recorded for like a week or two, and it was like 8 episodes, like in 2014, 2015 ish, like very early on, maybe even before I started a YouTube channel. And there used to be a footballer and a brother of a footballer on that podcast, and we've kind of kept in contact ever since. And they're the people I want to get on the show eventually and just discuss like how it is to be a footballer. I mean, I wanted to start. Okay, fuck it. We're talking a lot, so I'm gonna talk a lot. I wanted to start a podcast with like people that work in football, as in like football reporters, football writers. I mean, you could football writers. There's a lot of people that I know because obviously I used to do that myself. Football journalists, football investigators, football, doctors, people that work in training centers, corner managers, throwing coaches, all jobs around football, basically, in terms of obviously also footballers and agents, so on and so forth, just to get like a perspective on how do you get into X profession, X field, if that makes sense. But that's a lot more tricky because I don't know, or I don't have all these connections. I've got a few connections that could probably lead to getting more connections, but I don't have that many connections, if that makes sense. But we'll see how it all pans out. I've got a lot of plans, but then I'll also disappear for months. You know what? This might be my last video because if Sula scores tomorrow and they win 1-0, hey, forget all those plans. I'm done. Like straight up, I'm finito.
Guys, I will leave after this question. That's the last question of the day.
Yep.
You guys think Nagelsmann still wants us to win everything, or is he someone who's like, "Fuck you guys, I don't want you to win anything anymore"?
Does it matter?
Now I'm just asking. I just want to know what you guys think is his like character like.
I think he's gonna root for the team, but he's gonna do like a voodoo on Khan and Brad. So 100%, he's gonna curse them. But the players and the team, I think he's gonna want to do.
Okay.
Like he'd want to do that. He'd want them to do fine.
All right. Yeah, that was the only thing I was wondering.
Well,
all right, guys. I believe now.
Yep, I'm same here, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm gonna say peace out, cheerio, enjoy your evening, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your night. Give the video a thumbs up, and I'll see all of you next time. Until then, adios, amigos, peace out, ciao, ciao, sayonara, goodbye, servus, auf Wiedersehen, bis, ja, I don't know, bis morgen, übermorgen, in 2 Tagen, in 3 Tagen, in 4 Tagen, in 5 Tagen, in 6 Tagen, keine Ahnung, aber bis irgendwann. Arrivederci, ciao, and I agree. But yeah, until then, peace out, adios, bye.
Quick question before I dip.